Play.
It didn't work.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and
I hit
Peace
play and it
Report.
just didn't
I'm
work.
Amy Goodman. The Pentagon's controller testified on Capitol Hill Tuesday the cost of the war with Iran has risen to about $29 billion, just $4 billion from the figure provided 2 weeks ago. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also refused to tell lawmakers at the hearing how much emergency funding he will be requesting to cover the cost of the war, despite repeated questioning from both Democrats and Republicans. It comes a day after President Trump called Iran's latest ceasefire proposal garbage. Iran is demanding reparations, sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, and a full end to sanctions as conditions for any deal. As President Trump arrives in Beijing today, he's expected to discuss the Iran war with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The New York Times reports U.S. intelligence assessments contradict the Trump administration's public messaging about destroying Iran's military capabilities.
What?
Iran has reportedly regained access to 30 of its 33 Strait of Hormuz missile sites, enough to threaten U.S. warships and oil tankers. Iran also has access to about 90% of its underground missile storage and launch facilities. This comes amidst reports that the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia carried out covert retaliatory strikes against Iran back in March. Since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran erupted, some Gulf countries have arrested dozens of Shiite Muslim citizens, calling them traitors loyal to Iran, which is majority Shiite. The Labor Department reports the U.S. inflation rate rose to 3.8% in April, with energy costs comprising nearly half the increased prices. Real average hourly wages fell half a percentage point from March, meaning salaries failed to keep pace with the rising cost of living. Gasoline prices rose by 5.4% as Iran shut traffic through the Strait of Hormuz in response to President Trump's bombing campaign. On Tuesday, a reporter asked Trump whether he'd make a deal with Iran to address the war's economic fallout.
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial
Yeah, I don't know why Iran,
about anybody.
like,
I think about one thing.
we should,
let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
the fucking demands that Iran made, we should, as like, I think that responsible reporting would be just flat out like telling it like it is. Like, that is Iran essentially offering a means of no surrender. It's essentially just saying, no, we're not coming to the ceasefire. Because, like, everything that they're demanding in the document is, like, more than they had before the war.
The U.S. or Iran?
Iran.
Are they really?
And, like, I think, yeah, were you
3
listening?
months.
Do you need me to rewind?
I thought you were adding
I'll
more
start over.
context.
I'll start over so you can hear their demand.
The war with Iran has
a little low,
risen
too.
to about $29 billion, just $4 billion from the figure
She says
provided
billion
2 weeks
harder than
ago.
Trump.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also refused to tell lawmakers at the hearing how much emergency funding he will be requesting to cover the cost of the war, despite repeated questioning from both Democrats and Republicans. It comes a day after President Trump called Iran's latest ceasefire proposal garbage. Iran is demanding reparations, sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, and a full end to sanctions as conditions for any deal. As President Trump arrives in Beijing today, he's expected to
So, number one, end of sanctions. Trump showed that's not going to happen when he gutted the nuclear deal. That's not going to happen. Then Reparations? You're asking a fucking Republican in America and using the word reparations? It's not fucking happening either.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know why even, like, a far left news anchor like Amy can't acknowledge that it's just, like, what would you say, like a no contest? What, like, it's a fake deal. Like, what do you, like, what's the newsy term for that? Bad faith.
Sure.
That's not newsy, though.
No. With ill intentions. I don't know. Is there a term?
How to say bad faith in a news anchor type way.
$6 for a builder? That's not bad.
To discuss the Iran war with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The New York Times reports U.S. intelligence assessments contradict the Trump administration's public messaging about destroying Iran's military capabilities.
What?
Iran has reportedly regained access to 30 of its 33 Strait of Hormuz missile sites, enough to threaten U.S. warships and oil tankers. Iran also has access to about 90% of its underground missile storage and launch facilities.
A funny strategy with Trump would just be like, yep, you won the war, they're surrendering. Who do you want to send? You know, just gaslight him the whole time.
It's not a bad strategy.
Because he won't believe any contradicting information from what his mind is made up.
This comes amidst reports that the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia carried out covert retaliatory strikes against Iran back in March. Since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran erupted, some Gulf countries have arrested dozens of Shiite Muslim citizens, calling them traitors loyal to Iran, which is majority Shiite.
It just always makes me think of when Trump did the WWE stuff. And, like, Stone Cold was talking about how he thinks he can convince Trump to take a stunner from him. And I want to say it was like Vince who was telling him that's never going to happen or something like that. And when when they walked through what they were going to do in the show that day, because this was like, I don't know when he does it to him, but so they're walking through everything, and then he pitches that he's going to do this to Trump, and Trump's only reply was, "Is it going to be good for the show?" And he said, like, they're going to love it. You'll knock their socks off. Something like that.
Yeah.
And people did, because, you know, and so it really kind of details Trump. Like, he technically put himself in physical harm's way, you know? He's not like athletic at all. Just even like a stunner where all he has to do is like fall down. He could, you know, it's not like it's zero risk, you know, but as long as it's good for the show, he'll do it. Which is all he cares about.
That's quite the vulnerability.
I mean, just look at the Zelensky meeting. Behind closed doors, he didn't give a shit about that. He's a Showtime president. He's a reality star.
Yeah.
President.
That's reflected.
To 3.8% in April, with energy costs comprising nearly half the increased prices. Real average hourly wages fell 0.5 percentage point from March, meaning salaries failed to keep pace with the rising cost of living. Gasoline prices rose by 5.4% as Iran shut traffic through the Strait of Hormuz in response to President Trump's bombing campaign. On Tuesday, a reporter asked Trump whether he'd make a deal with Iran to address the war war's economic fallout.
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
The Wall Street Journal says it's received subpoenas for the records of journalists who reported on the Trump administration's internal deliberations on Iran. The Journal reports the Justice Department investigation came after President Trump privately complained to acting Attorney General Todd Blanche about media leaks in the wake of the Iran war last month. Trump reportedly passed a stack of offending news articles to Blanche, quote, with a sticky note on it that said treason, unquote. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the Pentagon will review whether Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly improperly disclosed classified information when he told CBS News the U.S. had rapidly depleted stockpiles of weapons, including long-range missiles. Senator Kelly responded on social media, sharing a video of Hegseth.
Like, Donald Trump really isn't a 1 in a million leader, as we are seeing, because every single country is now trying to prop up another version of him, and every single country is rejecting it. He's not a 1 in a million leader. He's an incompetent midwit who uses populist rhetoric to convince idiots that his policies that benefit nothing but himself and his billionaire buddies, as well as covering up for the Epstein class. For what? Personal fucking gain. I think he's doubled his net worth in the second term already. Buzzword arguing. Okay, buddy. Cope. You keep sucking that fucking MAGA dick, buddy.
Admitting in a public hearing last week that it will take years to replenish U.S. weapons stockpiles to pre-war levels. In Washington, D.C., peace activists disrupted the Politico Defense Summit on Tuesday, confronting the Iranian opposition leader Reza Pahlavi, the son of Iran's last Shah. Pahlavi was speaking in support of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran at a panel hosted by Lockheed Martin when he was interrupted by
Iran has every right to try and fucking kill him. Shut the fuck up.
Other protesters.
This is not
your president
about
of peace
security.
started
this is
a
about
war.
Death and destruction. They even said that the war in Iran is a golden opportunity to make a killing opportunity.
I have a message from Lockheed Martin. How dare you use the massacre of my people as a golden opportunity?
I have a message for Lockheed Martin. You a bitch.
Israeli drone strikes hit 3 cars on a major highway south of Beirut on Wednesday, killing at least 8 people, including 2 children, in the town of Jia. The strikes came a day after 13 people were killed in southern Lebanon, including 2 paramedics.
If you don't settle this slot, I'm not going to respect your tax. You can't put a tack down for 100 turns and then never settle there.
On that one?
380
No,
killed
I'm
since
working
last
on it.
month's ceasefire.
I have settlers
Lebanon's
ready to
health
go. Had
ministry
multiple
says
settlers ready to go.
emergency
Fine.
medical and healthcare workers
I'm not
have
going to
been killed
respect
in
your
the war,
tax if you don't
with
settle
over
them.
140 Israeli attacks recorded on ambulances and medical
To be honest,
facilities.
I forgot about it.
Lebanon and Israel are set to
why
hold a
I'm
new
reminding
round
you.
of U.S. brokered negotiations in Washington Thursday.
Hey, look, here's a settler.
Hezbollah has said it opposes
Over
the
he
talks.
goes.
FBI Director Kash
Free
Patel
settler
was
from,
pressed by Senate Democrats at a hearing
Mali.
Tuesday
Thank you.
over reports that his heavy alcohol use compromised his ability to do his job. Patel sued the Atlantic
drinking will do
magazine
that.
for defamation, seeking
It will indeed.
$250 million after journalist
You don't wanna
Sarah
really
Fitzpatrick reported he's
on
alarmed
the job.
colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking
Can I
and
build
unexplained absences. On Tuesday,
fucking
Democratic
bridge
Senator
yet?
Chris Van Hollen
No, it
grilled
comes with
Patel on the allegations.
combustion.
Patel
Nice.
exploded, hurling insults and false
I'm going to
claims
connect
at the senator
these
before
2
finally
islands.
The way she describes it, it sounds like a Smiling Friends thing.
Agreeing to take an alcohol screening test.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the lobby park was you.
This suggests to me the allegations are true.
The U.S. is reportedly in closely guarded talks with Denmark to open 3 new military bases in southern Greenland. A source speaking to the BBC says U.S. officials have floated designating the new bases as American sovereign territory.
That ultimately accomplish nothing. The only way to accomplish something is if they don't do a good enough job, and they didn't do enough that was good for the show. Mm-hmm. Then they get fired like Pam Bondi. So as long as you do something that's good press for the show, nothing will ever happen. Congress will never take action. It's just a waste of everyone's time.
This comes after President Trump sparked a diplomatic crisis in January by threatening to seize Greenland by force, saying it could happen the easy way or the hard way. CNN's reporting the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency has escalated its secret war on drug cartels with deadly operations inside Mexico, spearheaded by the CIA's elite and secretive ground branch.
What a dickhead.
Since President Trump retook the White House last year and designated several cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, CIA operatives in Mexico have reportedly participated directly in targeted assassinations on several mostly mid-level cartel members. That includes a car bombing earlier this year on a busy highway outside Mexico City that killed alleged Sinaloa cartel member Francisco Beltran and his driver. CNN's disclosure of the CIA's Mexico operations comes after 2 CIA operatives and 2 Mexican law enforcement officers were killed in a car accident in the state of Chihuahua last month. The current U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Ronald Johnson's a former U.S. Army Green Beret and veteran CIA officer. Yennefer England, a 32-year-old nurse's assistant and DACA recipient, has been held in ICE custody in Texas for nearly 3 months after she was stopped for driving with a suspended license. She was born in Mexico but was brought to the United States at the age of 4. She leaves behind 2 daughters, aged 12 and 14. This comes as immigration lawsuits hit a record 9,911 in March alone, up 1,278% from 5 years ago, driven almost entirely by habeas corpus filings that have surged 85 times over the past year as immigration attorneys challenge ICE's mass detention and deportation campaign. Meanwhile, Florida's notorious alligator Alcatraz jail in the Everglades is set to close by June, after DHS concluded the facility's $1 million per day price tag is too expensive.
Jesus.
And Democrats on House Oversight Committee heard testimony Tuesday from survivors of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Trump's
guy. They held the field hearing in Palm Beach, Florida, near President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence and where Epstein once lived, framing it as a return to the, quote, scene of the crime. Lawmakers used the hearing to warn President Trump against pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted longtime associate of Epstein, who's serving a 20-year sentence for helping him traffic and abuse girls. Trump's repeatedly declined to rule out a pardon for Maxwell. Meanwhile, some Epstein survivors said they'd been re-traumatized after the Justice Department failed to redact their names from its incomplete release of the Epstein files. This is survivor Jenalisa Jones.
When I was a teenager, I did not have the language to understand what was happening to me. I did not know who to tell. I did not know where to go. Many of us didn't. We were young and we were manipulated. We were left without the tools or the support we needed. That is something Congress can change.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching
And so, ladies and gentlemen, with a great deal of pride and pleasure, I present to you Electro, the Westinghouse Moto Man. Electro, come here.
Come.
And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, walking up to greet you under his own power.
Epic.
Wow.
Stop.
It's crazy that these robot guys haven't gone any faster since then.
You see, all I need to do is to speak into this phone, and Electro does exactly what I tell him to do. Sometimes. But I don't see why I'm telling Electro's story when he's perfectly able to tell his own. So let's listen and see what
Kill
Electro
me.
has to say to us. All right, Electro, will you tell your story, please?
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Okay, Toots. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very glad to tell my story. I am a smart fellow, as I have a very fine brain of 48 electrical relays. It works just like a telephone switchboard. If I get a wrong number, I can always blame the operator.
Thank you.
And by the
Haha,
way,
Robot's got jokes.
I see a lot of good numbers
Is this also a lady
in
behind
our
a sheep?
audience today.
Electro, behave yourself.
Quiet, please. I'm
Quiet,
doing
flashback.
the talking.
I'm sorry.
That's the most remarkable thing I've ever seen.
Boy, what a guard that guy'd make on my football team.
Now, Electro, a moment ago you were bragging about being able to count on your fingers. Do you remember that? Well, we're going to find out about that. Now, do you remember how many children were born at the same time to a certain family up in Canada? Do you remember that? All right, let's see if you do. Count them on your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Well, that's absolutely correct.
Why, he's almost human. If he wasn't
Almost.
so big, I'd take him for an engineer.
What, do they have, like, actors in the crowd to give reactions?
All right, now, Electro, I know
I
you
bet they
enjoy
do.
these, and I'm really going to try to give you a nice pleasure out of these. So here you are.
This is what we're watching.
You got
for
that?
Right here.
Now, hold on to it. You may now smoke this cigarette. Go on. Oh, yes, Electro, you do need a light, too, don't you? All right, here you are. And, folks, he's only 2 years old, too. Just learning.
So the moral of the story is, get your baby to smoke! Get your baby to smoke!
Votes have been cast, so we now know, according to
Fucking-
you, not according to the whole world, but according to you, what the best photos from Artemis are. And I'm making a video that I'm going to take down in mere hours. Sometimes I like to do this. I kind of like the idea that there are certain things on the internet that only exists for periods of time. And so this is one of those. The calendar pre-order is closing down in a few hours, so this video is only going to be up for, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. We're going to look and see how I did compared to you when I picked what photos were going to go in the calendar. So I've
Get outta
curated a
here, rock
calendar
band.
for my reasons, and then tens of thousands of people casting hundreds of thousands of votes, you together made your selections for what the best pictures were, and we're going to find out whether or not we agree. I'm going to tell you why I disagree with you on some of them, and honestly, the reasons are mostly logistical. But we're going to see what I picked, we're going to see what you picked, and then maybe we're going to play connections. So if you go to artemistimeline.com/vote, there's several different ways that I've done the votes, but I've decided to go with find the best Artemis video. So this is just pick your favorite. Is it this one? Is it this one? Ooh, that's actually hard. This one's hard. And then all that goes in, and I will say, it is just the pictures that I picked to go in the timeline, so we're not picking from all of the pictures. We're picking from the ones that are inside of the timeline tool, and I'm going to go ahead and pick this one here, and then this. Actually, this one made it into the calendar, or a very similar one. I really like these pictures, this series where you can see the glare. This is like the skin of someone. I think it's a hand holding a camera. So you do these votes, and then you can go and you can like look at the current rankings and see what the current rankings are. And as of right now, remarkably, the top picked image using this tool is the same as the top picked image using the other tool that I originally did, which is this picture, which is the one that I actually made a modification to the calendar to include it. I had previously a very similar photo that was more like this one, less exposure, more sort of hanging out in the middle of space. It wasn't this one exactly, but it was one quite like it. But this one kept coming up as people's favorite with more longer exposure time and more light. And I ended up putting that one in September. It was just replacing the photo that I had in that space that was the eclipse. I only wanted to have like one of each moment, though there is like one exception to that rule. Like I wouldn't want to have this and one that's just like it with a different exposure, right? So yes, that number one picture is indeed in the calendar, though I put it in there specifically because it was number one the first time I did this test. Now this one is not in the calendar. Of course, I'm only going to have one of these Earthrise images, and I went with the one that NASA sort of picked to be the new Earthrise image, which is this one. And I could see it either way. Yeah. I could see it either way. I like the idea of the horizon of the Earth looking like it is actually setting on the moon versus another but very similar and very good angle of like these are objects in space is more like what this looks like. We don't see like the sun and the moon rising on the side of the Earth. Of course they do, but we're standing up straight off the side of the Earth, so it looks like they're rising. So I went with this one, but this is much more sort of like Tatooine, space flight, space travel. There's a little bit of me who's on the fence about this, and sure I could have included two images from this moment, but I didn't, and so this is the one that we've got in our calendar. I like this one. The Earth is really well exposed here. I feel like you can actually see some like cloud shadow going on. That's the one I went with, and I'm sticking with it. I'm not letting you sway me. In fact, I think it's too late to make changes. So that's another
where he reckons it's the moon reflecting off the ocean.
To do that. I also did not include anything with an astronaut's face in it. Now, I technically could. So NASA has, people say that it's fair use, but it's a little more complicated than fair use. There's like use restrictions. And one of the use restrictions is like, you know, be careful when you're doing people's likenesses. Now, in the case of Artemis, I don't think that we have to worry about that. Those people knew that they were going to be very well immortalized in a lot of photography. I decided not to include any people in it and just make it about space. Oh my God, I can't even make so that one... I didn't include these two highly ranked pictures. This one has been on and off in number one spot, but I didn't include any faces. There's also these, which I would call different. And maybe I could have included one of these, but they are like they're not as like high quality photos. They're just, the cameras aren't as good. But of course, it is very cool to see the spacecraft in the image. But I didn't do any of those. Interestingly, there is, of course, a moment that I included in the calendar. That's this one. And there's a lot of ways to include this moment. And y'all, the number one voted is this, where it's kind of to the side. And again, it has this more outer spacey feeling and less like composed. It's more like you've just sort of arrived on scene and that's what it looks like. Versus this one, it's like it was more composed by a photographer. And I also really like the smudges on the screen. This was really hard pick for me, but I chose one that had like minimal glare but still had the glare to give it that feeling of being a photograph that was taken from the inside of a spacecraft. But I really do like this vibe as well, where it's sort of tilted to the side. And then this, of course, is in the calendar. This
is that?
This is the December image. So it's military the last image of the year before you get to January, which is Splashdown, the January of 2028. So this is the last image of the year. And indeed, we picked the same one, you know, highly rated, good Earth, the cosmic shoreline. There she is. You could even see a little bit of the window frame in my crop. That was another thing that I had to deal with, is like how do we make that work? And we're going to see that in just a second. How do we make the crop work? I should have said this earlier, but like, yes, there are hours left. If you want this calendar, there are hours left for you to pre-order, and then you can't pre-order anymore. And then we're going to make the exact number that we sell, and there will be no extras, and we will have no waste. It's going to take a while to get them to you, but we're not like super rushed on this because it's a 2027 calendar, and you don't need it before 2027. So I think you probably will get it in July at some point. And then there was this one very similar, but without the smudges, but I wanted a smudgy one. Interestingly, your Earth set image that got, I am saying that this is yours. This is of course not yours. It's the collective interests of many people, which, you know, wisdom in the crowds and everything. You could very well be right. I didn't like this one as much. The Earth is a little overexposed. There's like a glow that's artificial that I don't like the look of. I liked the Earth more up and a little bit more zoomed in. Look at that beautiful boy. That beautiful blue boy. Oh my gosh, they're changing order as I'm using it. It is still, the votes are still active, everybody. Things are moving around. Yeah, this one's still number one, but yeah. This one's popped up in number 3. That's crazy. This is no longer top 10. This is now 11. I don't know what's going on.
So I have to wait till
There's
advanced
this,
flight, maybe?
which I quite like. I did a version of this that
Just
was
way
zoomed
so
out.
fucking annoying.
I heard someone on Blue Sky call Space Boob. And I like this a lot. There's just so much moon. I like getting a lot of moon. You know, I wanted to include like one picture in here that was just moon. She's the star. She's a little bit the star of the mission, right? So we shouldn't have it just be Earth and only Earth all of the time. Interestingly, the galaxy made it in. I didn't really find myself that compelled by this. I've seen a lot of galaxy photography, and it just, it does look somewhat different, and I couldn't tell you exactly why. There's a lot of color in this. And of course, you're not taking it through the atmosphere, but you know, there's a lot of space photography of galaxies. There is one little smudge down here that gives it a little life. And like, you see some of these points of light get bent. And I think that light is getting bent by the windows, is my guess. Now, interestingly, my January image, this is my image from January, did not make it in the top 200 at all. But I really like this picture. I specifically like it for a calendar because it has...
But I'm going to put an airstrip down and see if I can't use that. Because I would think that I'd be able to move them to at least Harlem. But nope.
No. Short range.
But yeah, so I have 2 planes just chilling in my territory.
Yeah, biplanes, fighters in general, dog shit. They don't really do anything for you.
Well, I needed them to get a boost.
Yeah, that's the only reason to build them.
It's the only reason I built them.
Yeah, that's the only reason to build them.
As this sort of like 1, 2, 3 kind of step up feeling. I got the horizon in.
To get my
I love the birds. They like, there's like this feeling of the intensity of it because the birds are like, So this is the one I picked for that. The launch photos, there are lots of launch photos that made it through that cut. This one. I also didn't include this. I have another launch photo, which is this one, and I really like this one. Because you can see the spaceship so clearly. This is hard to do because these solid rocket boosters are so bright. And this one, the rocket boosters are so bright. And then it's also taken toward the sun. It's just a silhouette of the spacecraft. So I really wanted that to come through so you could see that iconic space shuttle-like orange and white. That's a difference of opinion that we had. So my January image was indeed also in the top 100, and I believe that it's this one right here, which is the top rated one of this series. So we picked the same one to be the number one of this series of photographs. And then we've got March, which is one that also did not get picked. Oh, it did. It did. It did make it through. It made it through at number 166. So it did fine. But I really like this. I really like the sort of like, this is our planet, and off camera, off screen is the sun. This thing that, you know, provides all of the energy that makes it all work. The signal of the sun without actually seeing the sun. And also you understand more intuitively how a crescent works. If the sun was here and the earth was here, what you would be seeing is a half planet, but in fact what is happening is the sun is over here, which to your eyes is going to look in the same place because it's just a big bright thing in the sky. You can't tell how far away it is. So it's lighting up half of it, but it's not the half that we can see from our angle. And I like that. I like understanding how it all works. This one, I believe, ranked pretty highly. Yeah, here it is. It's number 21. You know, it was really interesting to, like, for a second I was like, maybe I can't use this image because I can't crop correctly. But then I cropped it and I was like, oh, actually, that's awesome. That's really, really good. So this is Venus. And this is the moon. And it's the sun is behind the moon, so like shining through it. This is the zodiacal light, the lit up dust of the solar system. I really, like, this was one of my top 10 images from the start, but then when I did this crop, I was like, ooh, God, I love space. Because I wanted to include Venus, and I could have, like, had it way more over, but then I was like, oh, I actually, just having it sort of be, like, looming there in the side is very good. An interesting thing here is that, these images, this series, wasn't in the public when I first did the calendar. Now, I could have swapped it in and out, but I really like this. Maybe I should have. It's too late now. I do really like this. I like the sort of out of focusness of this frame and the in focus, and then all the like spots on the window. It makes you feel like you're on a road trip, you know, except that the infinite spaces outside of the window. This, however, should this is one of the best images, and it also didn't rank like this was higher. I don't know. It's just, I mean, that's the atmosphere of Earth glowing, so that's cool. I'm not saying it's not cool, but like, come on. I mean, it did rank in the top 200. I saw it in here.
I don't really
it's
like this image.
What was it? 129. But yeah, that's one of my absolute favorite images from the mission. You guys think that this one was better, which is just like a flash photo, so it's all like the same. Like, there's no depth to the craft like this is, and it's also like the depth of field isn't there. I don't know, if you put those two up against each other, you think people would click on this? I would never. I thought about including this one, but I decided not to. This is a time lapse of the launch. It's very cool. Time lapse. No, open shutter. And then we have one that is just the moon. We must feature the moon, and I like this one a lot. I think that I ended up rotating this from its original angle. I could see this one not making it to the top 200, but like really I wanted one that was like the moon looming in space, and really good Terminator, you know, lots of shadow. You see how freaking high these craters are. It's crazy to be catching that much shadow all the way down here, you know. And then we have the Earth, and then we have Splashdown, and those were the pictures I picked. There are others that are very good, and so this is hard, and I included Splashdown.
I gotta make me some drones.
You know, a way of saying like this is the end of the calendar. We're in January of 2028. The distance from Earth is on the ground here. So we added in like the 2022 Artemis 1 dates of Artemis 1, and we included Apollo 11 dates, and then Artemis 2 flying from the 1st of April through the 10th of April, which of course is the, you know, what the timeline tool is showing. Photo here, when it's doing its lunar flyby, so you can see every image. It shows you where they were when the image was taken, which is quite cool as well. Thanks to the team at DFTBA for putting that together. Thank you to everybody for your votes. There's so many good photos. It's hard. Maybe I'll do another one next year.
I want more space flights simply for more photos.
Daddies are more strongies.
Hey everybody, and daddies are more stronger than mummies to you. That's right, guys. Today we're talking about my favorite podcaster, Joe. We're talking about my favorite
adult baby.
I wanted to get him on the show, Joe, but he's too high profile.
Too high profile.
But I was able to get, wait for this is going to be very funny, Joe Krogan. Joe Krogan, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. Thanks for having me.
So you're a crow, and you do a podcast.
Yeah, I do. It's mostly about tearing open, you know, Wendy's bags, Chipotle bags with my beak.
Okay, sounds fascinating, man. I'll check that out. Cut that guy off.
You know, Kevin, they told me not to mention your kids on this roast, but I must say,
right,
you
Tony?
did good. They've gotten so big, they now buckle Kevin up in the car seat. It's true, he lost his gig.
Oh my God,
look, that's funny,
there he is, dude.
This is the most proud creation of Joe. His name is Kiltony Hinchcliffe. He's a Joe creation. Joe took like a rib from Brendan Schwab.
Not really.
And like a piece of ear from, I don't know, Graham Hancock or something. And he created his most perfect being, Tony.
But yeah, anyway, man.
Like a flood of video.
Like,
it's probably just my
Tony is a creation of Joe Rogan, I feel like is a bit disingenuous.
It's just another Rogan sphere thing.
No, I know, but like, if you want to say that Red Band being attached is the connection, I can see the argument. But outside of that, Kill Tony is more or less his own creation. Like, sure, he's a Rogan dick sniffer, but like, I don't know. It's like,
well,
Rogan's
I
for
think
sure,
the point is that he literally wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Joe Rogan and Kill Tony. Like, he doesn't have a career because he's funny, you know? Like, Kill Tony's format is because he's not funny. He has other comedians come up because he has no talent, you know? I think that's
the funny thing that I always tell people is, because when I was watching Kill Tony,
which is why I think comparing him to Brendan Schaub is accurate.
Yes. But when I was watching Kill Tony, it was the ego mindset that made him think that people watched Kill Tony for him.
Oh, the show is named after me.
The exact reason that he went so off the chain, like he went fucking crazy, because the ego went straight to his fucking head. And this is where the criticism should come in. Because he's in the Rogan sphere, nobody pushed back. So he just continued to steamroll this dog shit ideology, and now he can't shut the fuck up about politics. Like, nobody comes to the show to watch you. Shut the fuck up. Do your little racist shitty roasts and shut the fuck up, you little weasel bitch. Like, the amount of times... And this is the thing that really annoys me, because I watch the show because I like watching bad comedy, but also I like seeing comedians give people advice. And anytime somebody tried to give advice, he would shit on them. Just shit on them. And I'm just like, isn't this whole venture supposed to be fostering fucking comedy?
No, it's about
yet you are
making my dick feel bigger.
And like,
that's why I named it after me, because I'm the star.
And like, what? He's doing a comedy show where he roasts comedians for trying comedy. Is that what we're going with now? Doesn't sound like a great show, to be honest. And on top of that, the show...
Well, how about you go make a show?
The show degraded incredibly, at an incredible rate, once he started doing nothing but fucking talking about Trump. Nobody cares. Oh, Donald Trump. And then it's like, anytime someone would come on and roast Donald Trump, he'd lose his shit. Like, you're a comedian. Shut up. Do your job. Shut up and dance. So fucking
Here comes
annoying.
my settler.
Bloop. What settler? My settler's already on the spot.
I know. Mine just got produced in that city, so I'm moving him
that's
down.
funny.
I warned you he was coming. You better beat him there.
It was funny because I must have set up production in this Rodan city because it's next to a volcano. Because a settler got produced there. So I must have set that up before with the intention of settling that spot. A canal? Sure, why not? But I'm also settling down here because there's a bunch of offshore oil that I want. Are you fucking kidding?
Broken, stupid YouTube, but a flood of videos about this came up for me.
Oh no!
Kiltony gets somebody's butt. Oh, Kiltony did one of these to somebody. Oh man, Shane Gillis really got somebody with a poop. And I watched a bunch of this, and it's just like, this whole thing This whole thing is like from another time or something. Like these people should have a golf club, and after they tell a joke, they like swing the golf club or what? It's like that kind of crap. But even this one, it's like, oh, you're the roast guy, and you're roasting Kevin Hart. Why? Do we need more Kevin Hart exposure? Oh, who?
Okay, we need to...
What is that, some underground comedian?
Molly is wasting the Golden Gate Bridge.
Airtime.
We need to take
but
it
it's
out
like, this
now.
is the roast guy, and that's the joke for Kevin Hart, you know? I mean, this is like
It's
all the
always a
jokes,
waste.
basically, but this one here. Oh, Kevin Hart's kids, man.
Not in my one.
They buckle him into his
See how there's
seat.
this little single square channel
Car seat. He's short.
between
I'm
Hunza and
saying.
Newcastle?
I promise you it doesn't do anything.
You know.
I can send my shit across.
Amazing.
Connected continent.
Amazing.
You have no embarking movement cost.
Yeah, but I want it.
Who's watching this crap?
For 2 hours, and I have to ask, how did he last that long? Draymond Green.
This guy, bro, that's crazy.
Kevin and I are both mocked for
That's
our size, and we
crazy.
share that pain. But I can lose weight. You can't get taller than
See, this is actually funny. Thank God. This is great. I've been waiting on this
Yeah,
for
roasts
so
are
long.
funny.
I think conversation and comedy should be like this all the time. I know, like,
Absolutely.
obviously it's like
Bring
being
comedy
polite
back.
and everything, but like,
What's this video called? This guy. Are these real
You
views?
should get the
with this
video of
guy?
the blonde girl that was roasting Tony. He might bring it up, but there was a blonde chick who was roasting Tony Hinchcliffe over being a Joe Rogan sycophant and a white supremacist. It's very funny. Because he looks genuinely unhappy that he's getting roasted. Which is funny because every time he gets roasted, he looks incredibly unhappy about it. It's quite funny.
That's what we call a crybaby bitch. AKA baby back bitch.
Watching this. What is this video called? This video has 1,100,000 views in under a day.
Is that real? Come on.
What is this video called? Comedy is finally back.
Comedy's back, man.
Is this what you got to do to get 1 million views in a day? Is just say the most boring, obvious stuff? Legalize comedy or whatever. Comedy's back.
Yes.
Comedy's back. This is what they want comedy to be, like Rat Pack era, you know, gala-based, famous people going, hey, look, we're human, or whatever. Ah, it's so funny. Kevin Hart, he's so short that his kids have to buckle him into his car. Comedy's back. Oh, but of all these dumb, boring reactions to this dumb, boring thing, you know, all these people,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pete Davidson, he didn't even do a joke. He just peed on Jeffrey Ross. Oh my god. Of all these reactions, this is my favorite, obviously. This guy got way above average views on this. So I guess this is why people are talking about this. Maybe I'll put Tony's name in this video. Maybe I'll put Tony's name in this so I get some of this.
boom, 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 boom.
This guy got way above average views on this because no one wants to watch this crap anymore. Timmy TT.
Look at my penis. I thought this was absolutely fantastic. Shane Gillis is a treasure and a hilarious individual. Here you go.
Already getting annoyed. I already want to kick the computer screen. Okay.
Chelsea is a Zionist.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's good or bad. Speaking of
Tim,
dead
shut
kids,
up.
she's a big fan of abortions. Chelsea's.
This is the funniest thing, man. This is my new favorite. This is my new favorite video, commenting on another video, and now I'm commenting on that video.
This is my favorite, man.
Because this Shane Gillis, he's like, oh, Chelsea Handler's a Zionist. And I was like, what the hell? Let me look up Chelsea Handler. And yeah, it's true. She has uploaded some insane stuff. She's uploaded some stuff where it's like, oh man, Chelsea, you don't need to be doing this. She definitely has been uploading stuff like that. But it's also like, at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, Chelsea Handler's still around? What the hell she been doing? It's the same with Pete
I don't
Davidson.
even know who that is.
Like Pete Davidson's in this thing, and it's like, are you still around? The hell is she
she's
doing?
like a comedy
Who
pundit
cares?
on one of the news
What's he been
sites.
doing that's A and B? Who cares? I guess he does this. He goes to various famous people events. That's the other thing about this. I went back and I watched some of these like Rat Pack roasts, you know? You know, it would be some famous person like, oh, Sammy J. Davis Jr. is a moron. He kissed my ass. They didn't say that. It was a more clever. A lot of that stuff, honestly, Tony Hinchcliffe should go back 60 years or whatever and watch that stuff. It's like funnier than his crap. But it's like a part of that was like, oh man, these people are so cool. They're so famous and cool that they're like not human. And you see these people doing roasts, it's like, oh, there's like a human side to them. I mean, these people like Kevin Hart and like, what's the guy's name? Pete Davidson. They're all in like, you know, Jack in the Box commercials and stuff. They're not cool. They're not cool. They're not cool. They're not Dean Martin. What the hell is this? Stop doing this. This is a dead format. End this. Makes no sense anymore. Oh man, Tony Hinchcliffe is so cool. I can't wait to see a more human side to him. The epitome of cool, Tony. Who is he? He like fell asleep on a Joe Rogan show or something? I can't remember. He lives in Austin or something. Who cares? Okay, but anyway, back to the funniest, the best, funniest reaction to this stupid thing. My man Timmy TT.
Toilets.
So this whole video, the whole setup of my man's reaction video here is, oh, Chelsea Handler got owned, man. This lady that literally, who cares? No one cares about anymore. She got owned, man. She got owned because she's, I don't know, she's like a feminist or something. We're trying to go back 10 years. So she's getting owned. Okay, we're going back in time. And I like this. We're already in shaky territory because Shane Gillis is like, oh, she's a Zionist. Tim can't touch that one. He does a Trump podcast. Can't touch that one. Yep.
So take a look at this in the Daily Beast. Chelsea Handler tears into MAGA comedian at Netflix roast. This is just so dumb. Listen.
Now that your favorite leader is making the draft mandatory, I assume that all of you will be signing up to go fight in Iran. Or do you tough-talking pussies only go to the Middle East for comedy festivals?
Stone face.
That was the only joke that I actually liked. That I've heard. That was the only joke from the night that I liked that I ended up hearing.
Fair enough. It's a good joke.
I guess. It's fine. I don't think it's... There's a lot of context necessary to get the joke.
Sure.
At the end of the day, it's just really just being like, haha, calling you out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent take to say that just because it is so obscure that it is a bad joke in essence.
I liked the joke, but
you knew the context to it.
Okay, so listen, on IMDb, right? The average movie score is between 5 and 7.
Okay.
If you get above a 7 on an IMDb rating, I would say that your film is basically universally liked. Okay?
Okay.
So we can play a little game. You can give me an example. Now think of a movie that isn't like largely talked about, but is still one of the best films you've ever seen.
I want to say an animated film.
Animated films do tend to gear higher, so...
Interesting.
I think people are more charitable to... Because, like, even with, like, Ratatouille for me, like, the movie was fine, but, like... It's a kid's movie, so it was just so predictable what the conflict was going to be and stuff.
I mean, yeah, obviously, it is a kid's movie.
But that's the thing is I would grade it higher because of that metric.
Okay. What would I say?
Well, you're gonna give me multiple, so don't take too much time.
No, I'm just trying to think.
Well, you're gonna have to think of several, so don't take too much time. I didn't need it. I just needed a quick fire answer, not a
I don't have one.
Philosophical fucking existential crisis moment.
No, it's more that I just don't have one on hand.
What's one of your favorite movies?
I mean, they're all ones that people would say are good
That's fine.
movies.
What's one of your favorite movies?
Like fucking... See, my movies
Jesus
change
Christ,
all the time.
bro.
Fuck. Green
One
Mile.
of. One
Green
of.
Green Mile, fucking.
Green Mile's going to be way up there.
I know it is. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to think of a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so Green Mile has...
Oh, Alita Battle Angel.
Green Mile, that's a good one. Green Mile has an 8.6, so that's well above a 7. That would be a universally loved movie.
Yeah. I feel like Alita Battle Angel would be one that would maybe be a little testy,
Yeah,
just
that's a
because
pretty
people
good
were a
one.
bit weird about her eyes.
Pacific Rim would be another good one.
Yep.
Okay. Alita Battle Angel has a 7.3.
Really?
That's very high.
That's crazy. I did not expect that. It is a very niche movie.
Yeah, but like it was one of the few. So sometimes I'll be watching a movie and my dad will sit down and watch it. And
Yeah.
sometimes it's not always the best movie, but for some reason it piques his interest. One of the ones that he sat down and started watching and was interested in was the sequel to Donnie Darko. That's not a good movie. Donnie Darko itself isn't a great movie, but don't even get me started there. It's good if you're growing up. It's definitely a...
Yes.
You know, it's good for teen angst movie. But yeah, Alita Battle Angel 7.3 is very good. Okay.
It's a bad movie, but I enjoyed Ready Player One. That's probably another one.
Perfect Blue has an 8.0.
Interesting.
Pacific Rim 6.9. Pacific Rim Uprising 5.6. So like it's really hard to get below a 5 as well. Like it's hard to get a 4 and an 8. Like if it's a 4 on IMDb, it's probably a really shit movie. Because it always is waiting for averages. So
Yeah.
I think it's like I do like the critic and audience separation.
I do as well, especially when movies are bad and it has high critic score but really low visual
But,
score
like-
or viewer score.
Ultimately, that's all you're looking at. It's just that metric is do the critics agree with the audience on that
Yeah.
website. But like with IMDb, I think once you realize that if it's above a 7, you can pretty much guarantee it's a good movie.
Mm.
And like if it's really, really popular, it'll tend to have higher ratings because it's popular for a reason. People liked the
Yeah.
movie. Okay, Ready Player One.
I'm actually curious. I reckon it's going to be pretty low.
$7.4.
Interesting.
Yeah, popular movies will gear higher. But like Children of Men, I think this is a great movie that's not that popular. Like if
It
you're a
is a good
nerd, you know what it is.
Mm.
Children of Men has a 7.9, for example.
Hmm.
So I think the reason why that only has a 7.9 has to do with how popular it is.
Yeah.
The people who watch it are going to be more snobby and jilted.
Not a bad bet.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Bro, what the
So
fuck?
I'll give her this
My
one.
settler was right here.
A lot of tough-talking pussies did go to...
You stole this.
I was already sending one.
My settler is literally right next to it.
I'm also about to dump this city down here. What you could actually, if you come down a bit further...
I'll do whatever I want.
No. Hear me out. See down... Oh, your settler's already here. Don't worry. You're all over it. But if you... I'm assuming you got to put it here where it's a canal. Straight between the little river here. No, lake.
12 Monkeys, another one I'd say isn't that popular.
Isn't? I feel like I know... Everyone I know has seen that movie.
I think it's not as popular as some things like Dark Knight, basically. But 12 Monkeys, 8.0. District 9, 7.9.
Okay.
No, I think like something like Kung Pao it has like a 4.
Interesting.
Like it's rated super low. Because it's a kid's movie as well, but not one that like adults are going to enjoy, like Ratatouille. Audition has a 7.1. See, that's what I'm saying is like IMDb, it doesn't really matter what the actual number is. It matters if it's above a 5.
Yeah.
And if it's a 7 or 8, they're going to be about the same quality. And nothing gets a 9 and 10. I think The Godfather might have it in a 9 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But even I wouldn't give The Godfather a fucking 9.
No.
It's a good movie, but like...
I feel like it's also got a lot of hype based on...
Yeah. Godfather has
fandom.
9.2. Godfather Part 2 has a 9. And I know Shawshank Redemption has always been the highest rated movie on IMDb. That is a 9.3.
Does not surprise me.
But that's always been at the top. Green Mile, I know, has always been in the top 20 as well, I think. Let's see, top 250. Green Mile is 25 in the top 250, and that has an 8.6. That just shows you how hard it is to get an 8.
What's number 1?
Shawshank. It always has been.
Okay. Number 2 and 3?
Godfather, Dark Knight, Godfather Part 2.
Dark Knight? What?
Return of the King, Schindler's List, Fellowship of the Ring, Pulp Fiction, Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Yeah.
Interesting.
I want to see even if there's 7s in the top 250. Or how low it goes. Yeah, so it doesn't even reach 7. It reaches 8.1. So basically, if you get above an 8 on IMDb, you would be in the top 250 out of all movies ever made. So something just having a 7 means it's a good fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like, anything above 7.5 means it's a really fucking good movie. Like, Audition had a 7.1, which makes sense to me. Audition may be, like, one of the best, like, horror movies ever made. But, like, you need to be fucking, like, dedicated and ready for that genre, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could never... like I said, I've shown somebody that movie and they said I ruined their life. Because they just weren't ready for something like that.
Yes.
Riyadh and took a bunch of money because they're losers. Tony Hinchcliffe was not one of them. He has my absolute respect because he turned it down famously.
He doesn't care.
But I'll give Chelsea Handler that one.
Just to let you know.
A lot of these, it says mega comedian, and she's looking at Tony Hinchcliffe. Is that the insinuation she's trying to make? Tony Hinchcliffe turned it down and bragged about turning it down.
He just got lost there at the end. All right, I'll give her that one. But he didn't go to the Middle East. Yeah, this is the most mixed up crap right here, man. This is the most mixed up piece of junk right here. Because Shane Gillis is right, like, Chelsea Handler has uploaded a bunch of, like, nutty stuff. He's totally right. She's also, like, been famous for, what, 30 years? 30, 40 years? She has no idea what the hell she's doing. She's probably, like, a self-admitted, completely out-of-touch famous person. But I like that Tim Pool's like, oh man, this lady got so owned at this thing. That's this whole video. That's the whole video he's trying to do. Then he plays a clip of Joe Rogan's most prized and precious creation, Kilthany Hinchcliffe. Oh! Despite Chelsea Handler being a crazy person, like, this is like the biggest own of the night. He, like, I guess accidentally plays. Oh man, this lady got so owned. Oh man, she's actually owning Tony and me to like a 1 minute applause. I mean, he's the greatest comedian of all time. Honestly, Tim's show is funnier than Kill Tony. Oh my God, Joe Rogan, check it out, featuring
Hassan Parker.
Experience.
Hassan Parker.
See you, sir.
Thank you for having me, brothers.
How you doing,
Big
man?
honor.
Thank you.
Right?
Honor for me too. Very excited about
Calm
this.
down,
Very
Joe.
excited to talk to you. There's so many different things to discuss.
No, there's not. There's one.
Do you know what is going to be released? So supposedly this is the week of some kind of disclosure. Can you give us any insight as to what's going on?
Oddly enough, I got a call that,
You did?
that tomorrow
From
at
who?
3 o'clock,
Who called
I'm going
you,
to be
man?
briefed over the phone.
Oh my God, here's a great Joe right here. Here's a great episode of the
Hassan Parker
program. What's this guy's name? Timberchat. Oh my God, this got 1.4 million.
Hassan Parker.
That's what I call views in 5 days. Timberchat represents Tennessee's 2nd District and is a member of the Republican Party. He's a member of the UAP caucus, chairman of the Doge subcommittee.
It's like legalized comedy.
And he does some other useless and probably destructive crap. Oh, this is a fascinating episode, man. How long is this? I 2x'd all 2.5 hours of this. You know, this guy is a total waste of space, con artist, Republican, MAGA congressman. And so, of course, with all that's going on, what do we talk about for 2.5 hours? UFOs.
Oh.
Oh.
It's like
Legalized comedy.
Whoa, somebody get
Hassan Parker
on the line. This is serious. I mean, this guy is just an absolute piece of work. I mean, it's a fascinating podcast, man. And by fascinating, I mean, if you're having trouble sleeping, fire this one up, man. Because what do we learn about disclosure? Ooh, UFO disclosure. Ooh. What do we learn about that? Nothing. Zero. Crap. This literally is a waste of 2.5 hours. All 1.4 million people who watch this, they either wasted 2.5 hours of their life. I would say even if it's how 99% of people listen to Joe Rogan, background when they're, doing laundry, when they're in the bathroom doing this, you still should. I actually believe this. I believe all 1.4 million people who listen to this, Joe Rogan should have to come compensate them. There should be a class action suit.
He said, I just saw you on Ancient Aliens. I said, okay. And I thought, here it comes, hey, you been probed lately? You get that stuff from some of the guys. We just raised total hell about it.
Oh, God damn it, man.
because it's a
Joe,
cover-up.
shut up.
Nobody would give us information.
Well, what made you think it was a cover-up?
Let
Why
that
did
guy
you think
talk,
it
I
was
guess
a
I just
cover-up?
don't trust the government. I've been in government most of my life, and I just don't trust it. I understand
that, but like, was there something
That's a
that led
funny
you
statement.
to want to pursue this?
I've been in government my whole life, and I just don't trust it. I don't trust myself. That's why I get a little crazy, Joe, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean.
Shit.
Let me show you. I'll give you an example,
Spec
Joe.
Ops units can
Yeah,
attack
it's basically
support,
2.5 hours of this. And we're going to uncover
units
this
without
crap.
And we're gonna
attacking the main unit. That's fucking great.
They could do what?
They can attack support units. So if someone has a drone or a supply convoy, I can kill that
Oh, I
without
didn't know
killing the
that.
unit.
That's interesting.
That's fucking handy. That's great. Oh, I just realized I haven't settled any islands. Except for this one down here, which I spent most of the game doing. Whoops. Oil wells. Because I need that oil.
I call it liquid gold.
uncover this crap.
I know you got a little gray. I know you got a little gray back there. You know, this guy just wandering up to some government building. I know you got a little gray in there. I know he can read minds. I know he can predict the future. Now, you get his little ass out here, I'm gonna grab him. But, yeah, I listened to all 2.5 hours, and by that I mean 1 hour, 15 minutes of this. But you listen to this guy, and the whole time he's just like, yeah, my daddy, you know, he used to say, I'm just a simple country man. And my daddy used to have a saying. He used to say,
Cut your meat.
My daddy, he went by the name
Hassan Parker.
He used to say, hey, shut the hell up. My daddy used to say to me, you're so short that your kids have to buckle you into the thing. He was not funny. He was not funny. He wanted to be a roast comedian. But it's a lot of this. It's like 2.5 hours of this. You know, and frankly, like, until you got it. This is a rule for Joe. This is a message to Joe. Because I know he's watching this. You know, he's watching Tim Dillon. You know, Tim Dillon is his favorite podcaster who's basically making fun of him at this point. But I believe this is his second favorite podcast. And I have to say this, Joe. No more alien crap. Until one of these dummies comes on with one of those little grays. No more. Because this is literally, they fill 2.5 hours with literally nothing. This guy's like, oh, we're going to go down to the building. And I said, you better produce something because I know you're covering something up. It's just nothing. Until you have an alien, Joe Rogan should be legally prohibited under penalty of minimum 10 years in prison to even say the word alien. But anyway, this guy goes on and on for, 2.5 hours. Oh, my daddy said I'm just a down-home country man. You know, he's a Tennessee congressperson, and it's sort of like, why? There's so much going on. Why are you seemingly, I don't say this, but a lot of people say this. Why are you wasting time talking about this crap where you got nothing, no evidence, nothing, just crap, wasting time with so much going on? Why would you talk about something that's basically nothing? And some cynical creeps, jerks, might say like, oh, this is kind of a distraction. This is just a waste of time distraction. Maybe trying to win views, win over Joe's audience or something. That's bullcrap. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's obviously wrong. This guy's doing great things for the people of Tennessee. Here's a great example. This is from 2024. Rep Bouchette, who's just a simple congressman. Rep Burchett introduces bipartisan resolution defending IDF.
Can you produce any missionaries?
Uh-huh.
Just convert the cities that you have that are Calvinistic down here.
Okay.
Don't worry about Islam, though.
The IDF against UN condemnation. Against UN condemnation. Oh, my God. The people of Tennessee are... that's...
No, ma'am, it's a matter
If you can convert Utrecht, I can start producing missionaries from this this segment down here.
I mean, that's pretty far for me to be able to get to.
Okay.
I'm committing my religious units to fighting Islam right now.
Yeah, I just don't have any.
I have crusades,
holy
so
sites.
if I spend my faith converting him, I'm doing more damage.
Yeah. I don't think I have any holy sites.
See if you can build one in your biggest city. You just need a shrine to produce them.
Yeah.
You have a lot of faith.
I know, because I don't use it.
You can buy great people with it.
Hmm.
Like, if you think about it, great people are just as, if not more valuable than wonders. Because some of them, like, for example, the merchant that's in there right now is jeans, right?
I saw that, yeah. I think
That's
I'm
better
next
than a
for it.
wonder.
Mm.
Hands down. City provides +1 appeal to any tiles that it owns. Not as good, right? Because if you build the Eiffel Tower, I think all cities get +4 appeal or something like that. But then you have, like, any military unit, like this one right here, creates a battleship. That's great, because then it's just a free ship.
Yes.
And it gives you 1 coal per turn, so it pays for itself.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly the engineer, merchant, and then the 2 military guys. A lot of those people will be better than wonders.
Mm.
The rest of this stuff is just culture and tech boosts.
Yeah.
So if you like getting wonders for the bonuses, you know, there's just certain ones. Like, one of the admirals is like, get gold. Because she's a pirate. And you're like, cool, I'll pass.
In fact, it does just the exact opposite. I think President Trump is
Trump
always
buddies
is
took a
the
big hit.
negotiator in chief. I think he sees that a lot of the great people in New York have left there. They've come to Tennessee, obviously, a lot of them have. But a lot of the good people can't get out. And I think he sees working with them as better than trying to destroy.
I like that. A lot of people, they want to escape New York, but they can't.
A lot of the great people in New York have left there. They've come to Tennessee, obviously, a lot of them have. But a lot of the good people can't get out.
Right.
And I think he sees working with.
Yeah, a lot of those people are trapped in New York. There's actually a guy, I just talked to a guy. His name is Snake, a fella by the name of Snake. He has an eye patch. He tried to escape there. Sorry, Congressman, are you talking about the movie Escape from New York? That's Kurt Russell. I think you might be confused. No, I don't think so. You mean the documentary shot in real time, Escape from New York? That's a movie from the 80s.
With him is better than trying to destroy New York. And Mondami will destroy it on his own. It won't be Trump's doing.
Okay.
And frankly,
Trump
I think
can
it was
do
a
no
great
wrong.
move strategically and otherwise because both sides are scratching their heads. And
Yeah, so Joey's doing one of the stupidest, the stupidest shows. I mean, God only knows what the hell's going on with poor little Joe. Poor little ice bath Joe, we call him. Frozen Joe. The Italian ice, we call him. Because he's always in those ice baths. How has nobody done that? So Joe, Italian Ice, Rogan has this guy on, you know, and like half of it is like, well, my daddy used to say, you know, you can't lead a snake to the grass, but you certainly can give him one of these. You know, half of it is my daddy used to say all this kind of crap. And then like the other half is how he's like this renegade outsider. He's like this outsider who's going after the deep state, man. He's going after the deep state because they're doing a cover-up of aliens. They got a gray in there, man. I didn't want to talk about this, Joe. I could be in big trouble. I could put my family's safety at risk telling you this, but one of those aliens gave me a little pinch in the tuchus. I saw one of those aliens, Joe. He looked at me, and he did one of these. Like, the whole Joe, he's like, pitching himself as this, like, X-Files agent Mulder. You know, he's going after this alien cover-up. Then you go look into this guy a little bit. This is the most, like, fall-in-line defender of the status quo, like, you could imagine. Oh, but he's gonna uncover all the secrets they're keeping. Okay, great. Sure, man.
Members of Congress.
Yeah.
Members of Congress. And apparently some of them had bought it at fairly close to those time periods. And so, I don't know. Are they doing something crooked? I mean, you can't prove
I don't know,
it.
man.
Well, if it's not crooked, they know things that would help them.
And they
know things are
remove
coming.
all reproach.
Yeah.
And if you've got a $20 million portfolio or whatever, some probably have more than that.
Get it out of there, man.
Well.
I don't know, man. You want to give poor old Joe, again, 1.4 million view, the Italian ice. We want to give him, like, the benefit of the doubt, so it's like, okay, he doesn't know the backstory of this guy. He doesn't know some of the details of this guy is going to get on, put in front of 1.4 gazillion people. So the, charitable version for Joe here is, Joe didn't have time to do, like a 15-minute Google on this guy. Okay, no problem, man. But they go on and on about, insider trading. And this guy's hitting it with a lot of dadgummit, you go get that insider trading out of there, man. Same time, down the line, lockstep, Trump supporter, war supporter.
This was the Donald Trump social media post, Truth Social, that for a lot of people made them think that maybe this war might be coming to an end. At the very least, it had a big impact on markets. And the thing I want you to focus on is not necessarily the text of this, but it's the time it came out. 11:05, that's UK time. So 11:05 in the UK. It was morning,
okay, that's a different
time.
time.
In the morning in the US, obviously.
So US time, that's 11:05 a.m. UK time, it's 11:05. Okay, this is stupid.
That Donald Trump post happened. The oil price went down really sharply, and we've had lots of ups and downs. But look at this.
Okay.
15 minutes before that Donald Trump post, there was a very big amount of trading volume. Very big. In fact, actually, when you're
right before President Trump announced a temporary ceasefire with Iran on March 7th, traders bet $950 million that oil prices would drop, which they did. On the same day, 50...
And one of those possible insider traders goes by the name...
Hassan Parker.
Okay, Joe, we got to give it up for the Italian ice here. Oh! Dude, we get close. We get very close, dangerously close to a real interview here. Here we go.
What doesn't totally make sense is why now disclosure, other than, just being cynical. The Iran war is not going very well. American public's very upset. A lot of people don't think we should have ever been involved in that in the first place.
Nobody thinks that, Joe. Oh!
I think we
need something to distract us. We need something to take our focus off
Careful,
of.
Joe.
If I was going to do it, now would be the time I'd do
it.
But I don't think Trump really even cares. I think he just wants to get it out there.
Well, I think he does too. He's talked about it. And he's also.
I don't think he cares about trying to get everybody off target. By disclosing UFOs. I think he cares about all of it, but I don't think he cares that if you're talking about it or not. I just think he genuinely sees that America needs to know this stuff.
I just want to be careful here. I just want to be careful. Might have sounded like I was saying that it could be some kind of a distraction. I want to be very clear. It's not. Okay? Hey, shut up. I just want to be very clear. I'm very focused on this non-distraction. And by that I mean, what would be the opposite of a distraction, Joe? An item of legitimacy. I want to be very clear, because it sounded like maybe, I don't know, I was saying it could be a distraction or something. I'm very focused and serious about whatever the hell little gray men or whatever the hell this crap is. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Hey, look, I'm an outsider. I'm doing X-Files crap here.
I'm going against the powerful who are covering up these little grays. But I just want to be clear, I would never step out of lines criticizing the president.
He genuinely sees that America needs to know this stuff.
Well, he also realizes America wants to know it. And he's an outsider. Even though he's the president, he is, in a lot of ways, he's an outsider.
Right, Joe? That's funny. What the hell is Joe doing? Why is he still doing this? I really do want to know what the hell's going on with Joe. There's a story about Robert Johnson, the blues guy, that he sold his soul to the devil to be so good at the blues, blues guitar. I think Joe may have sold his soul to the devil to be the master of podcasting, to podcast the best. He's the best at doing like this.
Huh?
He's the best at do like, and that comes at a price, man. Because, like, what the hell? Why the hell is he still doing this? That little segment right there, it's like humiliating. Look, I'm going to go ahead and say this, which kind of reveals that I'm aware of what the hell's going on here. All this alien crap, we're not really seeing anything. It all seems like a bunch of bullcrap. And, some jerk, some absolute little smart aleck might say, like, it's all dumb distraction because of all the crap that nobody wants that this guy's doing, just open scams. This might be a distraction. What do you think? No, I disagree. Right, I also disagree with that. Okay. Great. Yeah, we definitely have a couple of renegade outsiders who are going to challenge power. We got a real couple of Mulder and Scullys right here.
People do not care.
Yes, they do, Tim.
And I kind of love that. This bitch, Anna Paulina, whatever her name is, God bless her, Anna Paulina Luna. She's out there talking about interdimensional beings.
Toilets.
Everybody, that guy Tim Burchett is out there saying they're under the water. And by the way, maybe they are, but no one cares.
Yes,
Nobody's
they do.
really worked up about it.
Take it back,
That's
Tim.
where we are now in this country. No one's really worked up about the fact. And now this is all a distraction. This is all a distraction. Could have disclosed this stuff a long time ago. The reason they're disclosing it now is because they want people to go crazy now.
This is okay. So this got 1 million views in 9 days. This is, Joe Rogan mentions this all the time. Oh, Tim Dillon, he's my favorite. That's my favorite guy, and he come on my show a bunch. This is like Joe Rogan's favorite show. 4 days before he has this guy on, Joe, this congressman, his favorite podcaster, who he's like pals with, mentions that guy by name and that guy's associates by name. Says it's a distraction. Great. Great job, Joe.
Documents Jolly West and the MK Ultra program and what they did with Jack Ruby, and they visited Jack Ruby after.
And they document how
daddies are more stronger than mommies. Ran Operation Midnight Climax, which where the CIA actually ran brothels. They had two-way mirrors. They turned people against hippies. Like, people had this idea of hippies being peace and love, and like, oh, it's a new world, and everyone's just gonna do acid and hug each other.
And you had to sway public opinion, right? Get people to believe other stuff, right? He's done this his whole career. He's done this his whole public career. It's amazing. Joe Rogan has now completed accidentally one of the greatest performance art pieces of all time. His whole career. Oh, there's psychological operations, man. Tom O'Neill, chaos.
Tom O'Neill, chaos.
They got the public to believe something wasn't true, man. He's done this like forever. I mean, he's one of the guys, like modern guy, internet guys. He is the internet guy who popularized this like skepticism about psychological operations, all this stuff for what, decades? 2 decades? Almost 2 decades. And here he is. That's definitely not a distraction, man. I just want to be clear, the president's awesome, and this is not a distraction. Click over to Joe's favorite podcaster, the guy who Joe made popular. It's definitely a distraction. It's stupid. They're trying to make people go crazy. Click back to Joe. There's definitely not, man. Also, I have something else to say. This is Joe. I have something else to say. We should all be panicking about transgender people playing sports. That's like the ultimate. It's my ultimate concern.
But people gotta know about these psychological operations, man.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. Poor Joe. I always end up feeling sorry for Joe watching this. I'm like, what's he? Is there anybody around him who will like be honest with him? Everybody has to like mask what they're saying to Joe. Shane Gillis or whoever will go on there. I don't know, Joe. Like the people who are whatever, famous enough, rich enough to just be like, I would just want to be a friend. Enough of this crap. Enough of this hierarchical crap. I don't know, Joe. They'll push back. I don't know, Joe. Is that true, Joe? That's like that's the most pushback Joe gets. Maybe somebody needs to be like, Joe, come on, let's look into this.
is you have to accept, if you're going to join one of their team. I had a bit about it in my last comedy special.
You did
if
not.
you're going to join their team, you have to believe all of the things.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right. And you have to kind of display them, perform like you're performing.
Very good.
Right?
Yes.
You have to say all the right words. And if you say the wrong words, you're canceled.
Exactly. What would be an example of this? This political signaling, performative displays of, oh, I'm on this team or that team. What would be an example of that?
Yeah,
it's fun. Like I don't need, like I can't be the smartest person. I'm friends with Elon. I'm definitely not the smartest person. I know that. I'm friends with a lot of people that are fucking way smarter than me. So
it is funny. There's so many little funny things in the Joe episodes. 689,000 views, man. How did that UFO, Trump Congress person, how did he get 1.4 million? I guess if you have UFO crap, you just get higher views on Joe. Just like, but that's just like a law. But it is a funny one too, because Joe's like, man, they have all these rules. Both sides have the rules, and they can't go from the rules. And they make you pick a side, and you gotta say, well, this is bad and that's good. Like, it's so funny because if you just watch the Joe show, like, it doesn't make any sense. Because Joe is just like, I mean, he's just most of the time, because it switches like every 10 minutes, but like most of the time he's just like a Republican. It's like Gavin Newsom sucks, but Trump is kind of awesome. Gavin Newsom, he's a scammy politician. Trump's good now. It's like, all right, Joe, so you're a Republican, I guess. No. Okay. Do whatever you want, Joe. Let's check this out. This is another Joe with, what's the lady's name? Julia Mossbridge. What the hell does this say? I love throwback JRE episodes with scientists and fringe topic experts. I love episodes where Joe discusses how,
generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Chinese? Yeah, this is like the baffling thing about Joe, where it's like kind of suspicious, where you're like, what the hell's going on behind the scenes at the goddamn Joe show? Because it's like his audience seems to love this kind of thing. His highest viewed video is of just some UFO guy, Bobby Laser, where Bobby Laser's just like, I saw an alien. Alien came down to me and he said, I
never sucked any ding-dongs.
And Joe would probably admit this, that his show was kind of like a sort of, like whatever. Like coast-to-coast radio. Like coast-to-coast, like just stuck in Joe Rogan's head. And he's like, I'll do something like that. Coast-to-coast. It's like this old radio show that Joe definitely listened to a ton of, where it's some radio guy interviewing somebody who's like, yeah, I saw a shadow man. I saw the shadow man. Something, the shadow man. That only like coast-to-coast listeners know what it is. Yeah, I saw the shadow man. I was at a Safeway. I was in the parking lot and the shadow man came up to me and he gave me one of these. And Joe's audience loves that. Like, he could just do that. He could just do like, oh, like this lady, Julia Mossbridge. I'm not listening to this whole thing. I listened to like 30 minutes of this. And the whole beginning is just like, you got to do your best. Typical Joe stuff. Oh, you got to do your best. And people go on to teams and the one side this and the that side. And then it's like revealed like 30 minutes into it. It's like, oh, this lady is studying that like humans can kind of maybe predict the future. And it's like, okay, so this is like coast to coast stuff. It's maybe like 10% interesting. It's the kind of thing you listen to and you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird. Anyway. That's like most people listening to this. But his audience loves this, and it's just like, why do you gotta get into all this like weird, half-remembered, like universally pretty much disliked political crap? Who knows? That's the suspicious thing about Joe.
Oh, guys, well, there we go. It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, the
Hassan Parker
of days. Don't forget to check out the merch store, goddammit. Don't forget to...
Merch store. Goodbye, damn. What is that, a cultural site?
No, get out of here. I don't want this. I click wrong. Go away.
A mystery in the Mediterranean. The possible torpedoing of a Russian ship to stop the Kremlin handing submarine nuclear reactors to North Korea begins in a quiet Spanish port.
This really is the craziest of stories about a Russian shadow fleet ship that sank off the coast here in the strangest of circumstances, whose Russian captain confessed to investigators here that it was carrying 2 nuclear reactors, possibly for a submarine headed for an unknown destination. The wreckage of all of which the Russian...
Bro, we should care, because leave it to fucking Russia to do something that's going to make more fucking people afraid of nuclear.
In that aspect, yes. I'm sort of talking about Russia moving nuclear reactors for ships. Who gives a fuck?
I mean, if this was taken out, that is a serious... Like, talk about keeping
escalation?
Shit in dry dock. Well, I think Ukraine would have taken it out. Right?
I mean, you would hope so.
A mystery in the Mediterranean. The possible torpedoing of a Russian ship to stop the Kremlin handing submarine nuclear reactors to North Korea begins in a quiet Spanish port.
This really is the craziest of stories about a Russian shadow fleet ship that sank off the coast here in the strangest of circumstances, whose Russian captain confessed to investigators here that it was carrying 2 nuclear reactors, possibly for a submarine headed for an unknown destination. The wreckage of all of which the Russian military spent a huge amount of time and effort destroying.
The incident is shrouded in silence, but concerns the most serious of issues. Weapons proliferation between 2 nuclear powers and
It's a
force
weapons!
being used to stop
It's
it.
a fucking submarine!
It's a North Korean nuclear submarine, though.
So what? Leave them alone!
The Ursa Major
I
ship
bet
loaded
you...
up near St.
Hold on.
Petersburg in early December
Like, I bet
2020.
you, if you went to North Korea and said, hey, we'll help you develop nuclear energy, continue developing your country and giving people a bit more freedoms, and we'll fucking include you in the world economic system, I reckon they'd fucking take it.
Oh, I'm not sure if you saw. Because, like, any type of minor change from North Korea is kind of a big deal. He amended, like, whatever constitution or something to take out...
Oh, took away unification?
Unification.
Yes, I did hear about this. Exciting. And that's why I'm saying this, because he's already making moves. They allowed people to buy cars. There's actually cars on the street now. Can you fucking believe it? Like, I wish there was a North Korean delegation in Australia, because I would have already emailed them to be like, hey, can I go over there? I'll do whatever the fuck you want. I just want to go over there to film some journalism stuff. You know, I'm not going to be antagonistic about it. I just want to see what it's like now. Because apparently they've been making strides. And they've LED-ified Pyongyang just like China does. So I'm actually
Pyongyang.
very interested to see how North Korea is doing right now. Which also feeds to my leave them alone. Literally fucking leave them alone. They're developing. Seemingly it's a good thing. Just fucking leave them alone. Granted, all the city restaurants and shit are in US dollars and clearly for party members. So that hasn't changed. But like, there's cars on the roads. There's more power in Pyongyang. They've got LEDs now, so they're an advanced civilization now. Yeah, maybe we'll start getting some China propaganda from North Korea, and that would be great. I should look up whether I can contact them through some kind of delegation.
Or, on paper, bound for Vladivostok with a cargo of 2 huge cranes and over 100 empty containers. It made another stop, loading 2 large manhole covers. You can see them in blue here, along with 2 white pill-shaped objects, which will later prove important. It set sail, a shadow fleet ship used by Russia in Syria, The Portuguese Navy followed it from above. You can see the blue covers here, until just before it ran into trouble in Spanish waters.
It was way further out to sea when the Ursa Major on the 22nd of December 2024 suddenly slowed, and Spanish rescuers noticed this and they radioed to ask if anything was wrong. The ship insisted it was fine and could deal with the situation.
But about 24 hours later, it made a sharp deviation and issued an urgent call for help. The boat was listing, this video shows, filmed from a nearby tanker, but probably not going to sink too fast. The captain of the ship later told investigators he'd seen a 50 centimetre by 50 centimetre hole in the hull, the damaged metal facing inwards, a source close to the investigation said. The captain said it had been followed by 3 explosions on the starboard side of the boat, killing 2 of his crew.
So the Russian military arrive in force and they tell everyone to stay 2 nautical miles away from their ship, the Ursa Major. But the Spanish know they need to conduct a rescue operation, so they send this ship to pick up 14 Russian survivors who were brought back here. And that includes the Russian captain, who it seems starts to help investigators.
He's right
piece
there,
together
get him!
Some of what's happened. But it's hours later that day that the mood changes over the Ursa Major ship.
Infantry.
And the Russian military fire flares over it,
okay.
and then a series of explosions follow, which Spanish seismic sensors picked up. And they send the ship to the seabed floor.
Moscow demanded their crew back too fast, but it didn't happen immediately.
Spanish rescuers brought the 14 Russian surviving crew to this hotel, and it's here where the Russian captain started telling investigators key information. Now, there's been near silence from the Spanish government about this incident, but they've recently released this statement confirming that the Russian captain confessed here to investigators his ship was carrying 2 nuclear reactors, probably meant for submarine use. And he also said he simply wasn't sure if those reactors had fuel in them.
There's no evidence of any contamination. The captain also told investigators he thought he would not stop first at Vladivostok, but instead be told to divert to the North Korean port of Rason, according to the investigation source. That could explain why the extra cranes were needed to help lift the reactors safely. Russia was in North Korea's debt at that time. Kim Jong-un had 2 months earlier sent troops to help Russia's invasion of Ukraine, leaving analysts curious as to what the Kremlin had given him in return. In December 2025, North Korea would claim to have built this, their first nuclear-powered submarine.
Hell yeah.
The Spanish investigation surmised a likely reactor would be this, the VM-4SG, shown in a Russian submarine here on state TV. Its dimensions are not public, but CNN analysis shows reactor vessels match the shape of at least one of the white objects seen in St. Petersburg's container port on December the 4th, both gone by December the 11th, when the ship had left.
If these reactors have come out of decommissioned submarines, then they will be radioactive, although obviously not as much as if they were fully loaded with fuel.
How incredibly rare is this kind of transfer of technology? This is quite serious stuff,
It
right?
is very. It's not something that's.
Oh, I mean, we haven't seen this since the other nations like France and the UK were sending these all over the Middle East. You know, it's been a while since we've seen something like this.
Undertaken lightly, and it's only something that's ever done between very close allies.
So it's a major move by Moscow
Absolutely.
to decide to do this.
Very, very.
Troubling?
Potentially, yes, particularly if you're South Korea.
Everything may have been on the bottom of the sea, but the Russians weren't done yet. And according to a source familiar with the investigation, about a week after the incident, a Russian research vessel called the Yantar, linked in the past to all sorts of allegations against Moscow, sat over the wreckage for about 5 days, and 4 more explosions followed, possibly the Russians destroying what was left of the wreckage.
In the months after, the US may have shown interest in the site, twice sending a rare WC-135R Constant Phoenix, usually secretly sniffing out traces of nuclear activity in Russia's Arctic or over Iran, over the path of the Ursa Major, weaving low at 5,000 feet. One had flown a similar route 13 months earlier, perhaps suggesting its routine. The aircraft's US base declined to provide any details. Spanish lawmakers have urgently sought answers, but got few.
Cuando alguien no te dice claramente y no te da la información claramente y extensa de lo que pides, por lo menos sospechas que te estás comiendo algo, por supuesto que sí. La caja negra nos han dicho que se ha hundido con...
And I've never been able to unhear it now.
It might have been. It doesn't sound like something I would say, but
it was fucking funny, and now I can never unhear it. This now Spanish people speaking Spanish just sound like Americans speaking bad Spanish. Nothing. I can make plastics. Time to pollute. Alliance. Military alliance. Damn.
New Deal.
Alliance.
How's that? Y'all like the New Deal?
She don't want an alliance. What a bitch. So many units. I have so many fucking traders running. I don't think I've ever had this many traders running.
Yeah, that's why I like the owls.
El barco, que está a 2.500 metros de profundidad y que la operación hace, por su alto riesgo, imposible. Entonces yo creo que la caja negra la tiene alguien, pero claro, no sabemos si es el gobierno de España o los propios rusos que la han localizado, ¿no?
So why did the ship sink? The Spanish investigation said the first impact was likely from a projectile called a supercavitating torpedo that fires air in front of itself to reach very high speed. Others point to something simpler.
The hole in the hull that the captain talked about, 0.5 metre by 0.5 metre. What could make something like that?
From the description I've seen, the description you've given, that hole to me sounds like a limpet mine. It sounds like a
I was just thinking in my head a limpet mine because I always want some, like the Ukraine bridge attack, I wanted people to have placed limpet mines to hit the supports at the same time. You know, I wanted it so bad because limpet mines are so fucking cool. And it's like you never hear about them because it's saboteur shit. They're magnetic mines.
Oh.
So, like, you stick them to the sides of ships, but you can also, like, they used limpet mines in Afghanistan. The Stinger, you know how I talk about the Stinger effect being overrated?
They're applied manually.
You know how I said that?
This is like SEALs shit.
Yes, you swim in and put the mine on stuff. But you know how I said in Afghanistan that the Stinger effect is overrated?
Yeah.
So, like, what's his name? He's like he's in Iran now because he's one of the more Iranian-backed things. It's not Soldier in the Bunker guy. His name's Khan something. He built the Museum of Jihad.
Okay.
So, he led a force into a Russian airfield, and they used limpet mines on planes to destroy them. And that was, like, the biggest economic loss that Russia faced. It was like Pearl Harbor level.
Oh,
like,
is this
they destroyed
the Chechen
entire
guy?
airstrip.
No.
No. This guy is Afghan.
Ah.
He's who? It's something Khan. He's anti-Taliban as well because he's more Iranian-backed.
Neat.
But yeah, you'd have to look him up. Founder of the Jihad Museum in Afghanistan. That's who he is. Something Khan. Ismail Khan!
It says Qatali.
No, it's Ismail Khan.
Ismail Khan. Here it is. Founded by Ismail Khan, a prominent warlord and former mujahideen, along with Syed Abdel Wahab Qatali. The museum established in 2010 to honor the mujahideen and preserve anti-Soviet history. Cool.
Yeah, so they have like portraits of all the known mujahideen in there. So that's where like a lot of these jihadists will put their picture of Omar. It's from that museum.
Interesting.
Because like I was joking with Ace that the when he's showing the Cloak of Muhammad that he probably didn't even know it was being filmed.
Yes, I remember that.
Because he was one of those guys that would, shake his head to blur the image so he wouldn't come up on camera.
Yes.
A shaped charge, explosive that was placed against the hull by somebody or something and detonated.
The Russian owners immediately called the sinking a targeted terrorist attack. They, the Russian, Spanish and British militaries, did not reply to a request for comment, and the Pentagon declined to. There are few Western militaries operating there, capable of noticing, tracking and stopping a cargo like this. All sides.
Boy, this is a really huge story that will be totally buried and forgotten about.
Yep, thanks, Trump. Real cool.
The race for California governor, Emerson College releasing a
Katie Porter.
poll this morning. Javier Becerra's growing lead over his competitors. Becerra now leads the field at 19%. Steve Hilton, Tom Steyer in a virtual tie at 17%. Chad Bianco has dipped down to 11%, with Katie Porter at 10%. Just outside the top five, Matt Mahan at 8%, Antonio Villaraigosa 4%, Tony Thurman at the bottom there at 1%. 12% still remain undecided. Less than 3 weeks until primary day. We will have more on the governor's race coming up in just a little bit.
Hey, might as well click this.
Welcome to the NewsHour. President Trump is in Beijing tonight for a state visit to America's chief global competitor and increasingly its chief geopolitical rival.
Mr. Trump has long targeted China as an economic foe of the
more
U.S.
Pokemon
while
badges
cultivating
than us.
a relationship with its president Xi Jinping, the most
'Cause
powerful
whenever I hear
Chinese leader
rival,
since Mao Zedong.
my brain has been
Schifrin
ruined by
reports from
Pokemon.
Beijing a host of global issues are on the table.
Hey, you got another settler there, Molly?
Tonight, for the first time in nearly a decade,
What are you doing
an
with
American
that guy?
president landed in China. Onto a red carpet and into a synchronized ceremony by a country seeking stability. But President Trump also arrives to a China confident and hosting an embattled American president at war with a Chinese ally. Iran survived 5 weeks of war and now maintains a chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil and natural gas usually flows. To help open the strait and make a diplomatic deal, a senior U.S. official says that President Trump will, quote, pressure Xi Jinping to exert his influence over Iran. Beijing hosted Iran's foreign minister just last week and buys 90% of Iran's oil. But a separate senior U.S. official told PBS NewsHour it's unlikely that Xi Jinping will use leverage over Iran, a point shared by President Biden's Assistant Secretary of Defense for Asia, Eli Ratner.
Even though China does have major stakes, it's going to maintain an arm's length distance so not to get sucked in to the crisis itself.
China could benefit from the U.S. fighting a Middle East war with no obvious end. But China is also the world's largest consumer of oil transported through the strait.
It's certainly to China's benefit to see the United States stuck in yet another quagmire in the Middle East, losing diplomatic strength and using up military power on the other side of the world. But the fact is that the energy crisis and the economic crisis emerging from the Strait of Hormuz has major implications for China.
Taiwan holds even greater implications. The Trump administration recently authorized the largest weapons sale ever to Taiwan and has teed up an even larger sale.
Do you think we should still be selling them weapons? The United States should
Well, I'm
still
going to have
have
that discussion with President Xi. President Xi would like us not to, and I'll have that discussion.
That statement, despite 40 years of U.S. assurance to Taiwan, it will not consult the People's Republic of China on arms sales.
Great. That is not something the United States should do. We should not be in the business of negotiating Taiwan arms sales packages with Beijing, and we should not be viewing America's relationship with Taiwan as somehow a part of the U.S.-China relationship.
China also wants the U.S. to change diplomatic language set in 1998 by President Clinton during a trip to Shanghai.
We don't support independence for Taiwan.
China wants President Trump to be more declarative, to say, quote, we oppose independence for Taiwan.
The Taiwan question is the very core of China's core interests and the bedrock of the political foundation of China-U.S. relations.
China's Taiwan asks have sparked a letter from 8 bipartisan senators this week declaring to President Trump, you can make clear to Beijing that as you seek to level the economic playing field, American support for Taiwan is not up for negotiation.
Well, there are some concerns that Trump may say things that undermine the U.S. policy toward Taiwan. What is actually most important is, again, what the United States does after. Does Trump, after this visit, return to the business of supporting Taiwan diplomatically and supporting Taiwan's defense?
Bro's literally like, yeah, what we've learned is it doesn't matter what Trump says, it matters what he does. He's an idiot.
Pretty much.
Resilience.
Beyond the national security issues, much of the focus of this trip and deliverables from the summit are economic. President Trump arrives here with a delegation of prominent CEOs. The U.S. and China are discussing extending their trade truce. And they're considering launching a board of trade and investment alongside Chinese purchases of American products.
That includes Boeing jets and agriculture, including American beef and American pork. And despite bipartisan concern that Chinese investments could pose national security threats, President Trump recently said the U.S. is open for business.
Because now if they want to come in and build a plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in.
That provides an opening to an already confident Xi Jinping. Confident because as China expands its military and nuclear forces, it has withstood President Trump's tariffs and found its own leverage. China restricted the export of rare earths and rare earth magnets that the world needs for everything from electric vehicles to fighter jets.
The United States is going to need those export controls lifted. Outside of China, very little supply currently exists for many of these materials and magnets.
Gracelyn Bhaskaran is a mineral economist at the Center for Strategic International Studies. She says as part of last year's trade truce, China agreed to lift export restrictions, but it hasn't followed through.
Quite recently, a number of aerospace manufacturing companies here in the U.S. have raised the alarm that if imports from China don't increase, they may have to pause manufacturing. So even though the formal restrictions are on pause, the imports have not resumed to the levels that we'd like.
The U.S. has its own leverage. It restricts the export of the most advanced computer chips that China needs for AI. And the U.S. could re-raise tariffs as the Chinese economy faces headwinds. But the Chinese feel confident, as I discussed today with Henry Wang, the president of the Beijing think tank Center for China and Globalization.
This 2026 summit is so different with 2017 summit because at that time China was not near peer status, and then China's GDP has gone up almost 70% of the U.S., and China become a leading power on the green transition. So I think in that aspect, China's achieved counter capability with the U.S. So as I said, there's a mutual assured deterrence now. So we have to really find a way to work together.
China does have leverage over Iran. Is it willing to use that leverage if President Trump asks for it? Or no, is it more interested in seeing this war continue?
No, I think it's not in the Chinese interest to see this war continue. China was, passively brought into this this kind of mediating process. China would certainly like to do more, but also depends how well U.S. treat China. If U.S. treat China as a friend, as an equal partner, as a workable partner, then they should give China some respect and should maybe look after China's core interests as well.
Core interest meaning Taiwan?
Yes, I think China is very concerned about Taiwan being supported by U.S. for the separatist and independent tendency. So that is really, I think, important that our friends in the U.S. has to understand. So I think, selling weapons to Taiwan, Trump is a businessman, he may want to pursue that. But I think, China's certainly against that. I mean, no matter what kind of weapon system Taiwan may have, it's compared with mainland, it's peanuts.
But how much is China willing to actually do when it comes to Iran? When the U.S. sanctions so-called teapot refineries that buy some of the Iranian oil, Beijing told the refineries not to listen to the U.S. sanctions, to oppose the sanctions. I mean, it seems to me that Beijing has resisted U.S. attempts to try and use its leverage over Iran.
Yeah, that's true. I think, gone are the days that the long arms jurisdiction like the U.S. is act as international law. China is big enough not to follow the U.S. law.
What does Beijing want to achieve at this summit?
To assure the global community, okay, the two largest economy, two strongest leaders are meeting in Beijing. We cannot change each other, but then we can probably find a way to coexist peacefully. We need to work together as the two biggest country in this world.
And tomorrow's meeting will help determine whether the U.S. and China embrace collaboration over confrontation. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Still
100. Let's do it. Look at me when I talk to you. You don't come around snorting on my feet. Well, how dare you take that toy? It's time for high noon. I don't want that thing here. How dare you get in my face? You know who you're talking to? I might not be Billy the Kid, but I'm Willie the Kid. That means I can't do nothing. But he can. This dog right here kill you. Oh, honey, I'm just joking. And put the toy back in your mouth. Come on. You stink. I just gave you a... But you smell awful. What have you been watering it? Not you, honey. You stink. Oh, my goodness gracious. Get your toy. Get your toy, Stinky. Get your toy, hon. Get your toy. Where are you going? Well, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but you do smell really bad. There's nothing in the kitchen. You've already eaten. Well, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, honey. See, the bowls are empty. You've already eaten all of it. Did you hear me? Daddy loves his big baby boy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You do smell like a big old bowl of rancid buzzard meat. I mean, you stink. You smell.
Stop it!
You need a bath. You need
you tell him.
I'm gonna back you into a corner. You need a bath. And clean your eyeballs. Come on, let's go get a tub bath. You get the tub for Daddy? Your eyes are nasty. You gotta get a bath. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Meatball, when I say get up, you say how high. Mm-hmm. All right, come on, let's go get a tubby bath. Let's go get in the tub. Will you go get in the tub for Daddy? You want me to just spray you off here? Actually, my wife would kill me. Come on, let's go get a bath. Come on, baby. Let's get a bath. Mama and her mama's been in the hospital for the last week. Now, come on, I know you're sad, baby. It's gonna be all right. Everything's cool. It's all cool, brother. Now, come on, let's go get a bath. Let's go get a tubby bath. You're gonna get me in trouble if you don't. Your eyeballs are stinky, you smell. No, never mind. If you want to stay in here and stink, I don't care. You want to get a bath, don't you, boy? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You want to get a tubby bath? Oh. You want him to kiss the... Here, kiss it. Come on, let's go get a bath. Come on, meat angel. Come on, my baby. Let's go get a bath. I know you're sad. Everybody's sad in this house. It's gonna be all right. You want some mustard? Oh, I love you.
Torture does not work at all. You will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad they're going to tell you what you want to hear.
A lot of people in these prisons, members of the prison service and IDF officers, are completely aware of the use of dogs.
I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described.
You are not a journalist.
Can we get back to the
You're
topic of this debate?
justifying the slaughter of actual
I'm here
journalists
to
while
speak
pretending
about
to be a
what's
journalist
actually
on the
happening
show.
on the ground, not to hurl angry insults at people.
happening as a think about what's actually happening as a propagandist for Israel. That's what you are. You're propaganda.
Okay, stop giving us the spoilers.
Sexual assault firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. Their harrowing accounts, backed by lawyers, surveys, and international reports, suggest that sexual violence by Israelis against Palestinians is widespread. One woman, 23 at the time of her detention, told me that she was regularly stripped naked, forcibly bent over, and groped all over her body by male and female guards. One journalist said he had been held down and raped by a dog, a claim backed by other accounts from prisoners who report they underwent the same thing.
Well, the reporting is based on detailed testimony from at least 14 Palestinians. It does not allege that IDF soldiers or security personnel are commanded to commit these crimes, but it does conclude that they happen so often that they are standard operating procedure. In that, it echoes reports by the UN and others. Israel's foreign ministry called it one of the worst blood libels in modern history. A flood of high-profile social media accounts have moved quickly to condemn and discredit the testimony, as well as peddling a false rumour that the New York Times is preparing a retraction. It isn't. In fact, they've doubled down. And while this storm has gathered force, the exact same thing has been happening on the other side. Like many people, I read with horror the details of the Israeli Civil Commission's report on October the 7th. Heads were decapitated, it says. Pelvic bones shattered. Even after death, sexual assault continued.
He started touching me and I resisted. And then he dragged me to the bedroom.
Disfiguring their faces and their sexual organs. You'd see that multiple times.
It's like they wanted to inflict pain in the cruelest manner possible. They have redefined evil.
Well, the Commission's report draws on hundreds of interviews and thousands of photographs. It too echoes work by the UN, which concluded that Hamas used sexual violence. And it too has been ransacked and trashed by people who support the opposite cause. As far as I'm concerned, the only cause is basic human decency. If your first instinct about either report is to look for ways to smear them, you might have run out of that yourself. Well, joining me on the panel is US-Israeli journalist and commentator Emily Schrader, the former US Navy SEAL Robert Neal, the former IDF...
What?
So the way Piers is setting this up, it sounds like each side has different rape denialists that are going to be here. So it's like where one side's going to deny specific types of rapes and the other side is going to deny the other side of rape.
Mm-hmm.
Soldier and whistleblower Shael Ben Ephraim and Anna Kasparian, the executive producer and host.
And Anna Kasparian, a cunt.
Of the Young Turks, and Doran Kemple, who's a former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Well, welcome to all of you.
He's right there. Get him.
Kasparian. Two reports have come out. One in a newspaper, one by a commission. One detailing the appalling atrocities of October the 7th, and one by Nick Kristof, somebody that I know well. When I was at CNN for 4 years, he was a regular on my show there. He's one of...
You know about the Zionist in the top here?
No.
She'd be doing some crazy eye stuff. I don't know who decided the craziest looking lady was going to be the spokesperson, but...
That's what they did. Hey, gives us entertainment.
A Pulitzer Prize twice. He is unquestionably one of the best journalists in the world. Now, that doesn't mean that he is not capable of making mistakes, but so far he has doubled and trebled down on all criticism, stood by his reporting completely, and so the New York Times. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of noise, a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of discrediting. Where do you sit in totality with both of these reports?
I think it's very simple. Sexual violence carried out by any group of people, whether we're talking about IDF soldiers or members of Hamas, is wrong, indecent, immoral, and should be condemned. I don't know why this is such a difficult thing to do. This shouldn't be considered a one-sided thing. Okay, sexual violence is often used during war. Now, in the case of Hamas, I think the argument is whether or not Hamas used rape specifically as a tool of war, and it was a widespread act. And so that's where the debate lies on the Hamas side. On the Israeli side, Christoph was very clear in noting that there's no indication that IDF soldiers are commanded to carry out rape. But what stood out to me about his reporting is that, there were individuals quoted who said that basically no one stops them. Like it's common, it's known that this is happening, it's been happening for a long time, but no one in a position of power in Israel is stopping them from doing it. And so it's just, it's so wrong. And I don't know how anyone can read the entirety of that Christoph piece and not be brought to tears over the just cruel and unusual punishment of individuals who were never even charged with a crime, by the way. That's the other thing. These are individuals who were arrested soon after October 7th on suspicion of doing something wrong. They were never charged with anything. They never stood trial, yet they were imprisoned and raped in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. So just long story short, rape is wrong, sexual violence is wrong, regardless of who does it.
Okay. Emily Schrader, welcome back to Uncensored to you too. You've posted
how long until she goes, those didn't happen?
If such crimes actually occurred, there needs to be a respectable investigation into this behaviour, not an opinion column citing Hamas-affiliated sources. The NYT published an opinion column accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse the night before a major report documenting Hamas October 7th sexual atrocities was released. Not an investigation, but an opinion piece built heavily on claims from Euromed Monitor, whose leadership has documented ties to Hamas networks. If abuse is happening, it should be investigated, but regurgitating absurd claims such as that Israel trained dogs to rape Palestinians does not help victims.
You don't need to train the dog, actually. That's the thing about a dog. If you've ever encountered a dog, you even cut their balls off, and some of them will still be chronic leg humpers.
Mm-hmm.
Violence, it makes a mockery of them. Shame on the New York Times. So my first question is, I presume that you found everything in the, I don't want to speak for you, but you can clarify quickly. Did you find everything in the Hamas reports credible and entirely accurate, and you would just take it unquestionably as fact?
We have no way of knowing if every single claim that's made in the Civil Commission's report is accurate. I personally, of course, have no way of knowing that. But what we do know from the Civil Commission report is that it relies on 1,800 hours of footage. It relies on more than 10,000 photos. It relies on forensic evidence that was collected from dead bodies that were there, as well as eyewitness and survivor testimony from the hostages who returned. So there is a lot more evidence that's provided in that report, which I did read in its entirety, 289 pages. In regards to the article by Christoph, my problem with it isn't that such abuses could occur or that there aren't abuses in prisons. I believe that there most certainly are, as I think there are in most countries that have a prison system, especially one involved in a heavy conflict like we see here. I think this might be the first time on Piers Morgan I actually agree with Anna Kasparian. It doesn't matter who did it. If it's happening, it's wrong. It deserves a thorough investigation. And I don't believe that Christoph did them a service in this article. I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described. There needs to be a much more impartial investigation. And furthermore, the sources that he used, I mean, the way that he didn't disclose the associations between Euromed Monitor and Hamas, between what Rami Abdu has said and stood for, what the chairman of the board, Mazen Kahel, has stated. They have both explicitly supported the actions of October 7th on social media themselves. Euromed itself has been a denier of sexual assault and rape on October 7th by Hamas. So there's a lot of complications and problems that simply were not disclosed in this piece.
But what is interesting, Emily,
Emily,
here's what I would say. What is interesting to me is your mindset about these two reports, because on the first one, you conceded immediately that you don't know for sure if it's all accurate. And yet you're not calling.
So, oh, you're not there. Never mind.
Calling for anyone to be fired. You're not throwing rocks at the quality of the reporting. You're just accepting you don't know it's all true, but you 100% support it and endorse it. Whereas with the Christoph report, and again, to remind viewers, this is not just any old journalist. He is one of the most experienced and highly awarded journalists in America. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He didn't lob this up as a piece of opinion. As he says himself, he defended...
Sure, but the sources he relies
well, hang on, let me finish.
The sources he relies on are very different than 1,800 hours of raw footage
right, but
and
he
photos
himself,
from
okay.
actual dead bodies.
Okay, but as he says, I deeply believe the best opinion journalism is based on new reporting. So my columns are rooted in travel and reporting. In this case, I saw a story and pursued it, and because I'm a columnist, it ran in the opinion section. What was intriguing to me, and maybe you can shed some light on this, but within minutes, there was this bombardment of people on social media, high profile, Bill Ackman and others piling in to Christoph, denouncing it all as just complete nonsense, fantasy, blood libel, and so on. How could they possibly have known? In the same way that you were open and honest enough to say you don't know if everything in the Hamas report is actually correct, why did you not collectively apply the same view to what Nick Christoph did, given his background as an award-winning journalist?
Because the Civil Commission was based on evidence. It wasn't compiled by a journalist and it wasn't published in an opinion section. In fact, I would probably have been more likely to believe some of the claims that were made by Christoph if it had been done as a news article. And frankly, I think the New York Times has the resources, they have the time, they have the ability to conduct a thorough investigation about this, and they didn't. And I think that actually does a disservice to any of victims who actually have suffered from sexual harassment or abuse in captivity or otherwise. It's a huge problem journalistically. That said, I'm not denying that something could have occurred, but what? We don't really know. I mean, when you're using sources that are praising Hamas, that have affiliations with Hamas, this is incredible.
We all witnessed an IDF gang rape of a Palestinian hostage.
No, you didn't.
That's
true, we did. You didn't witness that, Anna, because that's not what the footage shows, and that actually has been investigated in the courts.
I watched the video myself.
Anna, you interrupted me, as a matter of fact, and what you saw is not what you think you saw. This has already been debunked.
Yeah, don't believe your eyes.
By the way, I just want to be clear that this woman is not a journalist. She's actually a spy who works for the 8200 group within the IDF.
By the way, that is legal defamation. I have never worked for the Israeli government in any capacity. And I also have never served in the Israeli army.
You yourself have posted about it on X.
No, I didn't.
I have
Apparently you have problems reading.
I have a screenshot. I'll share it immediately after this.
I have a screenshot too, Anna. In fact, I have a screenshot of you defaming me on social media, calling me a traitor to the United States. You have no such evidence.
You are a traitor to the United States.
So maybe stick to the actual conversation here, which is not about my background, but about
can we not talk over each other?
All
right, don't.
You know what's great about Anna? She just
better than
pierces through the.
She does.
The other ladies doing the fucking Zionist, the smiling friends, because they need to add so much context to all the things that they have to say, right? And Anna's just like, nah. I have a picture of you doing this on social media. Good, sue me.
It is
witnessed
funny.
it.
If you talk over each other,
don't ever say that we agree.
If you talk over each other, no one can hear.
You.
And let's not get into the tit for tat on who's suing who about what. Let's stick to the story itself.
Can I finish my
point? The point you're making is what?
The point I'm making is there was a group of IDF soldiers who were caught on surveillance footage. This is a video I watched. This is a video that many people have seen themselves. The gang rape happens, okay? The Palestinian man who suffered that sexual abuse had internal injuries that were so bad that he had to be in the hospital for weeks upon weeks. Okay, they used objects to rape him anally. I mean, it was one of the most horrific things I've ever witnessed myself. And you know what happened, Pierce, after there was some indication that maybe, just maybe, these IDF soldiers would suffer some punishment for what they did? There were protests in Israel. There was rage over the notion that they would ever suffer any consequences for what they did. And later, they were made to be television stars. They were brought on interview shows, celebrated. There is a sickness in the society right now that needs to be addressed. If you see anyone being raped like that and you think the rapist should be let off with not even a slap on the wrist, there is something wrong with that society.
Okay, let me bring in some of the other guests. So, Cheryl Ben Ephraim, welcome to you to Uncensored. You're a former IDF soldier and whistleblower.
Boo.
I believe you spoke to Nick Kristof as part of the reporting he did for his piece. So, give me your view of what he published.
Yeah, so I think it's important to move away from this attempt to compare what Nick Kristof did to this commission, right? Nick Kristof is working in an environment we can't investigate properly because the authorities aren't letting him.
Give me all the oil. I must have those baby seals. All of the oil. Hey, my spy is back. Disrupt rocketry. Breach dam. Alright. Constantinople. What can I get from here? Satellites? Money. No, I should put it in Mansa Musa, shouldn't I?
So he's doing the best he can as a journalist in order to force the authorities to investigate it. That's the whole point here. There have been absolutely no convictions, no serious investigations into any cases of wrongdoing. Not only has no one been imprisoned, but no one's even been removed from their jobs, despite one investigation into a murder and another investigation into a brutal sexual assault. So what Kristof is doing is he's going into an environment where the authorities are in no way willing to cooperate and breaking the lid of silence. And that's not the same as a commission that has the cooperation of the authorities, that has the cooperation of the military that's in control of the area and is able to do that kind of forensic evidence. So, of course, the forensic evidence is much more impressive in that committee. The two are just completely unrelated. Now, what's most striking and amazing about what Kristof did is that he managed to get the survivors of sexual abuse to talk on the record with their faces exposed in some
Bro
cases.
still has a great merchant. You're just hoarding great merchants. We have to burn his banks to the ground. Or target his economy district specifically to halt his great person points.
Okay, I have been targeting his science and production.
Oh, fuck science. He's not going to get any further.
I don't want him to build this fucking Golden Gate Bridge. I am doing everything within my power to prevent that production.
Yeah, hopefully no one else is building that, huh?
You better not be.
In the video, which to me was absolutely incredible. Because you have to keep in mind that in Palestinian culture...
So you haven't even started yet.
No,
you may not be the only one building it.
No. I'm trying to reduce
Western society.
The amount of fucking turns it takes to build the fucking thing. It's 100. It's gone from 130 to 100, so I'm working on it. I'm currently in the process. I might need to build...
I mean, we have it too in the West, we have it in Israel, in the United States, but there's no comparison to the Palestinians. And I know that their families are being harmed in their status as a result, but they felt that they needed to speak out despite the incredible damage that this could do to them personally. And the fact that Nick managed to get that done is an absolutely incredible piece of
Now, specifically, Shai, the most contentious allegation that's in Nick Kristof's report is this suggestion that Israeli guards used dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Now, you, I believe, can corroborate that from your own personal work. So tell me about that side of it.
Yeah, so when I first read about
I train
dogs being used to sexually assault victims in these prisons, I didn't believe it. Of course, at the time, I didn't believe that Israel was committing many of the crimes that it later turned out that it was. So I talked to guards in Sde Teiman first time in June 2025.
Oh, that reminds me, the dumb stuff I was going to talk about. I was talking to my boyfriend about flags, right? And I was like, if you want to see the worst...
God hates flags.
Interstate flags, look up the flags of Liberia. And so we were just laughing at the Liberian flags. And I was like...
yes.
explaining how Liberia is like one of the craziest countries because it's fighting a settler colonial war, but it's an African country, but it was settled by former slaves in an effort to send them back. And then so it's like an American colony engaging in a conflict in Sierra Leone, which would make them settler imperialist, but they're like not benefiting from being in that class of settler imperialist, you know?
Interesting.
It just shows you that like it's not so much power that causes that type of conflict.
That is interesting. So what exactly caused it then?
Liberia wants to expand its territory.
That's it.
Stuff like that. Yeah, the one guy who is famous
Where the fuck are they going to expand to? What claim
Sierra
do they
Leone.
have? Do they have any legitimate claims?
They're a fucking American established colony.
No.
You know?
You
no, they don't
misunderstand.
have claims. No.
No. Okay.
They shouldn't be there to begin with.
Exactly. That's my point. So they're not going to get anywhere. Because, like, half the point of imperialism is having legitimate claims. Like,
I don't know about that.
Well, that's what they like to think, right? There's always
I think there's always a
legitimizations
reason
for it.
that they'll do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're going to make up a reason. So it's like...
Now, my dears.
Where the Why? That's so dumb. What army do they have?
That's the thing, is this war was one of the most brutal wars in the modern era. It wasn't as large as like the Second Congo War, but it was like horrific. Like a lot of child soldier shit. A lot of like basically anything that happened in the war was just atrocity. It was really fucking bad. But yeah, Charles Taylor, right? He's the big war criminal from that part of the world. So, former politician, served as president. So, the Second Liberian Civil War ousted him from power, right? After leaving office, he was found guilty of war crimes committed during the Sierra Leone Civil War and was sentenced to 50 years in prison.
Okay.
Like, the U.S. Here we go. Taylor escaped the United States without issue. He resurfaced in Libya, where he took part in militia training under Gaddafi, becoming Gaddafi's protege. He later left Libya and traveled to the Ivory Coast, where he founded the National Patriotic Front of Liberia. So they went to the Ivory Coast to form their war that ended up a war in Sierra Leone that was to expand Liberia.
Amazing.
With the help of Gaddafi.
Wow, great.
He's like one of the worst
I didn't
people
even ask
Gaddafi
about that
backed.
because that didn't seem realistic to me. But then I kept hearing more and more reports of this, and I talked to someone in Gaza who had been in one of these camps, and they told me that this had occurred. So I asked the two guards that I had talked to if that had actually happened. One of them said he'd heard talk about it, hadn't seen it. The other one said that he had seen it. Now, it has to be said that the guard who said that he had seen it wasn't speaking about penetration or anything like that. They were talking about having the detainee be sort of exposed and having the dog sort of seem like it was about to mount him. So a very disturbing, threatening kind of thing. So all this talk about whether there's been penetration or not, I don't know if there has been or hasn't been. But this guard saw them using a dog in a sexually threatening way. And the other one, it was just hearsay. When Nick was doing the article, he asked me to put him in contact with them. And one of them immediately said no. The other one chickened out in the last minute. So that's why you don't have any corroboration, unfortunately, from guards. But a lot of people in these prisons, both members of the prison service and IDF officers and people who served on the ground there, one of them was just a reserve officer serving there who usually did combat duty, are completely aware of the use of dogs.
I was about to say, don't say duty.
You know, Christoph said that there's no evidence that there's orders from above to do these sorts of things. But honestly, I would be shocked if they weren't getting orders from their immediate superiors. I don't think any of this is coming from Netanyahu, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't coming from their immediate superiors.
All right, let me bring in. Okay, let me bring in our two other guests now. Rob O'Neill, welcome back to you. Always great to have you on Uncensored. You know, I've got a long memory. I remember in the Iraq War in 2003, the Abu Ghraib scandal, where a lot of Iraqi civilians were being abused by American forces in that case, and it turned out quite a few rogue elements of the British armed forces were doing similar things, and some of them got court-martialed. I was personally involved. I lost my job over it for pictures which were alleged to have been faked, but actually, interestingly, regardless of the veracity of the pictures, the reports that we published alongside them were never denied. So clearly, there has been a history of rogue elements of armed forces, both in the US and other countries, including mine, and guards in prisons. We read about this a lot, abusing detainees in some capacity. So when you've seen these two reports, and let's take the New York Times report first, Rob, what is your view about this? Because a lot of people are like, no, none of this happened. Others are like, I believe every word of it. Where do you sit with it?
Mansa Musa?
Well, like anything else, Piers. And thanks for having me. Like anything else, that's the extremes on each side. It didn't happen or everything happened, and somewhere is the truth in the middle.
Yeah.
You're going to see with prisoners and guards, there's always going to be... There was a famous test. I should have researched. I didn't know I'd be talking about this, but there were students that were volunteered to be guards, volunteered to be prisoners, and it turned into debauchery after like 12 hours. This happens all the time. I remember when I was in high school with the first...
Yeah, bro, it was called the Stanford Prison Experiment, and it's one of the most flawed tests ever designed. And then later, that guy was an expert witness and used that flawed experiment to help the people who committed the crimes at Abu Ghraib basically get off with a slap on the wrist.
Fantastic.
Typical fucking this idiot coming in and contributing literally less than nothing. And according to everyone else he worked with, was not the guy who shot bin Laden, just walked in and shot a dead body.
Oh, that's this guy. Hilarious.
First time, well, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, and there were stories of mass rape and all this stuff that turned out to be true or untrue or whatever. It's always happened. I mean, I'm not saying it's always happened. There's always stories of this. Now we're at a place where, well, yeah, I saw a video of it. Well, there's deep fakes everywhere. Everything you hear, most of it's not true. Everyone's got an agenda.
Bruv.
Why are you here? Like, does the panel even need you just so there was a balance of pro-rape guys? Like, why are you here? What are you contributing to this? Seems like nothing to me.
Probably is nothing.
Well, you've left me no reason but to be a mature-ass adult about the situation.
Yeah, they're all doing stuff. I mean, I was happy at first. Emily and Anna were on. We all agreed rape is bad. I'm like, wow, this is going to be a great Wednesday. We all agree rape is bad. Then you get the human element involved, and you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's true. I mean, okay, we saw it on TV. I saw a tape. Yeah, well, I also saw weird footage. I wasn't there when they landed on the moon, but somehow it panned up as the thing took off. I saw it on TV. It must be true. The Exorcist, the movie, scared the shit out of me.
Did he just slip in the moon landing is fake there?
Maybe.
Do we need the guy who thinks the moon landing is fake on the rape debate? I don't think so. Piers is like, it's got to be, you know, an odd number plus me because it looks better that way.
Because I saw it on TV, it must be true. Got to take a wrap off and realize not everything's true and everyone does have an agenda.
In a way, Rob, I think everything you just said, I completely agree with. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get to the truth because AI in particular is so sophisticated and will get more so that the fakes are just everywhere. And it's very, very hard to sort the wheat from the chaff. But that's why, actually, I put an even higher premium on journalists like Nick Kristof, who I personally have known a long time,
continually
who has won
hyping
2
this
Pulitzer
journalist
prizes.
for being a fucking good journalist. Let's go.
The reporting of somebody as good as him and as experienced as him, particularly in the area of sexual violence. And I'll read the statement from the New York Times after all the furore yesterday. They said there's no truth at all to any retraction being published. Nicholas Kristof is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters, documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He travelled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse, and his article collects accounts in the victims' own words, backed by independent studies. You know, he's not a fly-by-night guy. He's not a guy with a litany of big mistakes or fake news or any of these things. And I just think we've got to somehow separate the reporting and journalism of people like Nick Kristof from the kind of stuff you've been talking about.
Well, I'm assuming you heard of Seymour Hersh.
Yeah.
Right?
God damn it!
He won a couple.
God damn it! Why is he here? Get him off the fucking panel!
Been talking about.
Not good.
Well, I'm assuming you heard of Seymour Hersh.
Yeah.
Right? He won a couple Pulitzers, didn't he? I think so. But he wrote I was there for the Bin Laden raid. He wrote a horrible article about how we were cutting.
Oh my god! I thought he was going to do Russian disinformation. So, Seymour Hersh's article on Bin Laden is like one of the alternate theories that I could put weight in, but I don't trust him or the CIA.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But basically, all his article alleges is that Pakistan knew where Bin Laden was.
Okay.
And Pakistan is the one who disclosed where Bin Laden was to the U.S. It wasn't the work of the CIA. It's basically the summary of it. And that the USA knew that Bin Laden was there because Pakistan told them as well or something. Mm-hmm. Maybe that. I'm not sure about that part, but yeah, it is. There's like 3 accounts that I've heard about the raid that I think are credible, and I don't remember what the third one is, but it's the CIA report has holes. Seymour Hersh's report has holes. And then the third thing that I heard that I don't recall off the top of my head has holes as well.
Okay.
Body and throwing it over the Hindu Kush. 100% bullshit. But hey, it's Seymour Hersh. He wrote a great article in the 60s. He's full of shit.
Hey, this is
my guys
argument.
can lie. Just because they have awards given to them by other guys who write
Correct.
bullshit doesn't mean they were there.
Do you know why? Do you know why I like having you on? The reason I like having you on Uncensored is because you are the epitome of uncensored, Rob O'Neill. You always say exactly what you're thinking, and I appreciate the camera.
Well, I'm
a fucking idiot, Piers. I'm basically Asmongold as a soldier.
That's a good description, actually.
He has such a fucking Asmongold aura, bro. I cannot unsee it. When you next time you see him talk, just picture him as Asmongold's dad.
I know it is all I'm trying to do. Seriously, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I just think that's the truth.
You're making a valid point based on your own personal experience. So I completely understand the passion that you're making it. And I actually meant what I just said as a compliment.
Oh no, I know. I'm good.
Let me bring in Doran Kempel, former Special Forces commander in the IDF.
Boo! He's right there. Get him.
My view of the IDF generally since October the 7th is they've obviously been waging an incredibly difficult war against Hamas. They've obviously had a lot of losses on their side. They've inflicted a lot of losses on the other side, including many civilians. That's been very contentious. It's led to all sorts of global debate about whether the proportionality of Israel's response has been correct or not. We've debated that on this show.
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it.
A true achievement.
So we don't want to say throw coins at them if they're Jewish, because then we might be called anti-Semitic. So that's why always for IDF guys, it's batteries. So sometimes you'll hear me say throw batteries. Sometimes you'll hear me say throw coins.
Throw screws. Whatever works. Throw something.
Bro, like, cause like a AA battery to the head, it's like not gonna kill you,
it
but
would be
like
nice.
it would probably piss you off for the rest of the day.
Who the fuck just threw a battery at me?
Because like you'll have a little lump, you know, and you'll constantly like move or something and feel the lump and be like, oh yeah, somebody threw a battery.
Oh, that's fucking great.
See, like my escalation of violence isn't ever death or murder unless you used like nerve agents. Then you know, I think you can
Fair
get
enough.
fucked. But you know, I think there's a little bit more crazy in me because I want like little pinpricks. You know, I don't want to kill them. I want to inconvenience them.
That's a better method, in my opinion.
You know, like I think it's kind of a thing that's been in a few stories that I've seen, but like Groundhog Day type stuff. You know, just like take this IDF soldier and like put him in a simulation where every day it's the same. You know. And then he like gets. Have you seen the Portal short film?
I haven't.
It's actually interesting because like I like to show it to people and tell them nothing about what I'm about to show them. I don't like to say, "Hey, this is Portal." Okay, it's pretty short. But this is what I'm talking about, you know? I want to put them in situations like this. Not saw traps, that's gross. You know, not actually implant them with stuff, but just make little cuts that look like a healed scar, you know? And then fuck with time, making him think it's like 3 months later. And like have funny. Like blood on them and stuff that's just like fake, you know? Just really break them. Every day, throw a battery. From a different direction, you think you know where they come from, and it comes from somewhere else. See, the whole example that I want to give is actually about the ending to this. So I can't just spoil the ending, you know? So close to overtaking him in the Great Merchant Race.
Put one on the floor and jump into it. Hello there. No talking?
No. This is what I'm talking about. This is what they'll finally think they're going to escape the facility that they've been in a Groundhog's Day situation in, and they'll get to the wall, and this is what will be there.
Another wall.
Just really break them down, you know?
I mean, it would work.
What, work? I don't care about working.
Oh, it's just for fun.
Yes.
Fair.
So many times. But there have been a few things that have popped up which have, to my mind, questioned the constant refrain that the IDF is the most moral army in the world. You know, one very recently of the IDF soldier desecrating a statue of Jesus Christ, for example. That's not the actions of the most moral army in the world. Now, I accept there are rogue elements of any army. Okay, so I'm not pretending for a moment they're not. But I think when you make a claim like that, it can sometimes be used by people as an all-encompassing kind of protective shield to any legitimate criticism. You know, similarly, when I see members of the Israeli government, like Ben Gvir, being given by his wife on his 50th birthday last week a cake with a noose on it, that makes me think, wow, maybe you're just as psychopathic as the people you're going after. So there's a lot of stuff here which I am uncomfortable with, whilst at the same time, as I did many, many times from the start of the war in Gaza, for example, I've always accepted Israel had a right to defend itself. So I'm not one of those people who says everything Israel does is wrong. I have nothing against the country or the people. I have a problem with elements of this government and with the actions that have been going on, particularly in the last year or so. So in the context of my positioning of that, what is your view here of this?
Wow. Brave Pierce. Supporting everything up to genocide.
Series of revelations from Nick Kristof. Do you think, as some people do, that none of...
Pierce is like, I support pre-staging genocide, but not genocide itself.
That's too far.
That's where Israel went too far. Only in these last few years. Great, Pierce.
It can be true, it's all fantasy, he's made it all up? Or do you think there's a more nuanced way to respond to this?
Thank you for having me, Pierce. Let's start with what I think we all agree about, which is that any type of rape, doesn't matter if it's women or men, any type of torture or abuse is bad. We agree on that. Mm-hmm. Let me add one more thing that I'm sure, Pierce, you agree with, and also Brother Robert from the SEALs. There is no excellence.
I don't think we need to say this unless we're about to
deny it.
Defend it. That you need to say, we all agree that it's bad. It's just setting up a but.
Yeah.
In an organization without having...
I got a polygraph spy and I had to not take the upgrade because I already have him as the rocket scientist disruptor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, come on, why do you have to give this guy? The fucking polygraph upgrade. He can't go home. He's got rocketry.
Moral excellence at the core. The SEALs, and I'm sure that your program, Pierce, starts with the fact that there's moral clarity. And from that, let me get to the most important point. The survival of Israel should not be taken for granted, not in the past 50 years and not in the next 50 years. And if Israel wants to survive, it needs to maintain that type of excellence that starts with morality, through intellectual integrity, and then operational excellence, which includes courage. And I'm sure that the Israeli pilots over Iran that are sacrificing their life have this type of courage and has that morality across these three layers.
Doubt.
And for that reason, and of course, I don't know what has happened in those prisons. I have no idea. But Israel should investigate this professionally and fairly. And to the extent that anybody is to blame, they should suffer the full extent of the law, or there's going to be no Israel in 50 years. I think those are the core points that I wanted to communicate. I can double click on any of them, Pierce.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting.
For an IDF guy, maybe I'll go down to a AAA battery instead of a AA, because like his position is at the end of the day, not all cops are bad.
Yeah.
That's really the argument he just made, but that is just the conclusion of saying if we're allowing this type of shit to go on, Israel is not going to exist because it's going to lose all the support. Which, when we talk about somebody who's a Zionist, I would much rather have that. The extermination Zionist versus the gentrification Zionist.
Yeah.
Which is why we'll save those AA's, because honestly, AA's more useful. Like, anything that has a AAA battery in it, you're like, why?
Yeah, kind of.
Why would you do... It's like the equivalent of like making something super close to the current universal that we're using for like USB-C. Right? There's stuff that's micro USB and USB-C now. But mostly the new stuff will be USB-C. And then there's always like a few things that need the micro that you still need to keep around. Just like how you need to keep around double A's when you could just buy all, or still need triple A's when you could still just buy one type of battery. Why are we buying two types of batteries? There is no way you couldn't just scale the plastic just a little bit bigger to fit a fucking double A battery in there. Like, what is the point of the AAA battery? For real. And a lot of times they take two. When have you seen something that took one AAA as well?
I have seen things that take
I've
one
seen
double
things
A.
that take one AA.
Because
I rest my
one of my
case.
big problems, for example, with the war on Gaza, one of my big critiques of the Israel position on it and the way it was conducted was, to this day, the Netanyahu government bans international media from going into Gaza, even though there has supposedly been a ceasefire for many months. None of that makes sense to me. If you have nothing to hide, if you genuinely have waged this war in the most moral way imaginable, as they keep claiming, then let the international journalists in to do their job, unfettered, untied to government walking around with them, and allow the top journalists in the world to go in and investigate whether those claims are true. And the other part of the Gaza story was that there were repeated allegations of outrages, the killing of innocent journalists. Not all of them, I'm sure, were innocent. Some probably were attached to Hamas. I don't know, because I only know the claims come from IDF, and where there appears to have been some atrocity or some wrongdoing, they immediately announce an investigation.
It's crazy that they found somebody who would be crazier than the IDF guy they were going to bring on.
Yeah.
And then some people...
And like, not only that, they might have 3 people on this panel crazier than this IDF guy.
Have gone back and gone, well, what happened to all those investigations? Most of them, we never get any conclusion. And we're seeing a similar pattern, for example, in Iran, with the killing of the school, with the 200 schoolgirls.
You can't kill a school,
it was who
Piers.
were
That's
killed.
stupid.
We still don't know, apparently, who fired that missile. And yet, every part of my journalistic gut tells me, of course they know who fired that missile. So why aren't we being told? Similarly, with all the investigations the IDF have done into all the alleged wrongdoing as it was happening in real time, well, where's the results? Where are the published statements about all these things? A lot of them just disappear from public view and public purview. And I have a problem with that.
I've overtaken
I have a problem
him.
with the lack of transparency and the apparent lack of accountability. What would you say to that?
Well, a lot of very important points. I think that all of this should be investigated and published. And again, I believe that no organization or society can survive without a kernel of morality, legality, integrity, etc. And for that reason, all of that should be investigated, and whoever has done something wrong should be suffering the full extent of the law. Having said that, you also said something about allowing journalists everywhere. That's not really possible in the time of war, because war includes a lot of elements that are undercover.
But there's a ceasefire.
And for instance, yes, but you know that the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now in Iran.
No, but where there is a ceasefire,
historically,
historically in modern times, where there's a ceasefire, journalists are allowed to do their job. And I cannot get a straight answer out of why the Israeli government continues to ban international journalists from doing their job. It makes no sense. It's an infringement of their freedom of speech and expression.
The reason is because
it's a failure of accountability.
They keep getting batteries thrown at them when they let the journalists
my message to Prime Minister Netanyahu: if you have nothing to hide, then let the journalists in, let them report. And that's it's not connected directly to the New York Times reporting.
I agree with
but
that,
if you don't have
Piers.
reporting like Nick Christoph's, I'm not sure where it comes from.
In general, I agree with that. It's part of democracy. The only point that I was making is that if Robert's SEAL team had a journalist with them on their way to bin Laden, it wouldn't have worked in the same way. So there should be some areas
100%.
that are concealed. But when there is
no,
a
but
ceasefire,
okay, but that's
yes,
a good point. But hang on, but
Doran,
on that point, but journalists did go to the compound afterwards. They were allowed to go and investigate what had happened after it was all over. So that's the analogy I would use. Of course, you don't want to have journalists on the actual missions or during combat operation. I get that. But once it's over, once there's a ceasefire, even if there are, breakouts from that ceasefire, the journalists should. In the end, it's down to the journalists and their bosses to determine the risk assessment. It shouldn't be down to a government to say none of you are coming in. I mean, Emily, let me ask you that question because you're a US-Israeli journalist, a commentator. As a journalist, do you feel comfortable that journalists are not allowed into Gaza unless they're taken by the IDF and are perceived to be friendly?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the same page. We have been for some time. Even while there was no ceasefire, I argued that international media should be allowed in at their own risk. And I say that with the caveat that I know why the army doesn't want, and it's not because of hiding something or not hiding something. The equation here is that they consider the risk to be too high, too much operational activity occurring within a very small area. It's not unheard of for certain zones to be off limits for journalists. We see it in Ukraine with zones that journalists can't enter. That being said, I agree with you. I think that should be up to the journalists to assume that risk. And that's who should be making the ultimate decision. I just want to add one more comment about what you mentioned with the accountability. I think that's the case in many countries, especially when it comes to war, that we don't really hear about the follow-up. This is a problem. But I do want to say, at least in some of the more recent examples, including one that you brought up, that disgusting.
They have a special bank.
Yeah.
Behavior from one of the soldiers in Lebanon, mocking the statue of Jesus that was in one of the villages there. There was a response to this. He was removed from operational duty, and those who stood by doing nothing were also suspended. In addition to that, we also had condemnation from right to left, from the very top of the government with the president and the prime minister himself, all the way to community leaders.
Okay, but Emily, my response to that would be, yes, you're right, because there was widespread condemnation all around the world, and because I think the Israeli government panicked and realised how bad it looked, particularly with Christians in America, who are their biggest paymasters and supporters. But then it begs the question, if they can respond that quickly and with such clarity and authority and decisiveness and take disciplinary action,
the most obvious question.
Why couldn't they do the same when you had people being killed wrongly in Gaza, as happened multiple times, including, in my estimation, a number of journalists who were just doing their job. Over 200 journalists were killed in that war. And I'm afraid...
Obviously, I'm going to dispute you on that figure, but...
Well, no, it's not disputed. The only dispute is whether any of them...
Because many of these journalists were not journalists, Piers.
It's not disputed that...
You're not a journalist. You are not a journalist, okay? You, born and raised in LA...
I hear a lot of background noise.
Now you're
I hear a lot of background noise, and I would like to get back to the question that you were asking,
Piers. For a genocidal regime in the Middle East. That's what you are. You're propagandist for a genocidal regime in the Middle East.
Can you tell her to not pick on me? Piers, it's my turn to talk.
Can we get back to the topic of this debate?
The slaughter of actual
I'm here to speak about what's actually happening.
Get him out.
Look at Anna's face right now. Wouldn't it be great if she says, I hope every time you walk down the street, people throw batteries at you.
This might be the one and only time that this
I'm fucking better than you.
is applicable.
Look at her face. She's doing an impression of her.
Very funny.
Hang on.
As a propagandist for Israel.
Anna,
That's what you are. You're
Anna, you can respond in a moment, but I'm making the point, which I think is a valid one, which is why is it the IDF and the Israeli government could respond so quickly to the desecration of a statue of Jesus, but cannot respond with anything like the same speed to the killing of journalists, many of whom were genuine journalists doing their job?
Probably Rob and Doron can answer this even better than me, but I think the most distinct and obvious difference is that one occurs in the fog of war, and it takes time to be able to determine who was where, when, what footage is there, what information is there available, versus a photo where you can clearly see who it was and what happened, and they evaluated that fairly quickly. Now, that said, I agree with you. I think there needs to be more transparency, and there also needs to be more speedy answers to a lot of these things. We're on the same page on this. I'm not disputing you at all on that front.
And on the question of the 9,000 or so Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, why is it that so many have not had a free and fair trial yet?
Finally made it.
Good question.
Well, Pierce, because they're Palestinian. Wouldn't it be great if they just told the truth?
Under administrative detention, Israel does reserve the right in order to preemptively arrest people up to 6 months with court permission, and that is what's happened. All of those 9,000 are not under administrative detention, but we know that after October 7th, there were thousands of arrests in order to determine who was a part of what happened. In fact, I would go even further than that and point out that a lot of the Palestinians who were arrested, we didn't know because we didn't know on October 7th who had entered Israel. There were people they found many months later that were involved in the October 7th massacres who had been hiding inside of Israel. So there is an over-response to what happened in order to get control of the situation. That's not really unique to Israel. That's something we see a lot of times in war.
Let me bring in Rob O'Neill back on that one, because of course, anyone who's watched the great, Zero Dark 30 about your
fictional
incredible
movie
raid, which is a brilliant movie, but
no,
of course
it
shows
it's okay.
Yeah, and it shows a lot of the
there's like they are pretty. They kind of let the CIA say they totally found it with torture, but the guys who they arrest sure do look like them Al-Qaeda guys.
Tension scenes are pretty harrowing, and you see people being held at Guantanamo Bay and being, effectively tortured for information. And the thread in the movie shows that ultimately a piece of information that was elicited that way leads to identification of a compound and so on. So you can see a thread through that movie and that narrative that in a way means justifying the ends. But of course, the argument against it is, particularly when Barack Obama himself being a lawyer, is that if you're fighting to defend democracy, including the rule of law, then is it right that you should hold people in detention for sometimes in
and then he did close Guantanamo.
There were people there for 12 years or more without ever being brought to trial. I had a real problem with that. It's like, if we're fighting for freedom and democracy, we should be fighting for the rule of law, and it should be the rule of law. It shouldn't just be, well, we're going to ride roughshod over that when it suits us. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's... I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a journalist either.
I'm a horrific war criminal,
though,
and I
over
support the
400
rule
combat
of
missions,
law.
I was what we call the battlefield interrogator. Until
Don't just slam her face into a pile of shit. Yeah, I know. Anna Kasparian gets me like that all the time. We're talking about Anna, right? I love Anna's swans behind her, too. But seriously, think about it. How funny would it be if Anna specifically called for somebody to have batteries thrown at?
Question, which means after we take down a house, after we kill
It would
people,
be like
there's
the
people
greatest
still
day of
alive,
my
I'm the one
life
that gets
to
to
hear her
interrogate
say
him.
that.
So I get to talk to him face to face, and I'm going to tell you, from the time I had from the first time I did that in Iraq to the last time I did it, probably in Afghanistan or Pakistan, I learned along the way torture does not work at all. So you will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad they're going to tell you what.
I think it's important that it's him saying this, though.
Yeah,
because,
that's a good point.
Like Pierce said, that movie tries to push the conclusion that torture is what led to the raid.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear. So what works is just catching them in lies, and the easiest way to catch them in a lie is ask them a question that you know the truth to. Whose house is this? Who are the men of the house? What are their names? If there's 5 guys you ask that, 3 guys have the same answer, guess what? They're not the bad guys. And I mean, look, I've been in places before after a gunfight questioning someone and I had to smack this taste out of their mouth. That's fine. But the torture stuff, I was never into that. I never saw it. None of my guys wanted to do that. I like to say we're the good guys, but again, unfortunately for me, no one on the battlefield thinks they're the bad guy. I'm just telling you right now, if you can catch them in lies, that's good. You're going to get a lot further with rapport than torture. Anyone that tortures is wrong, and it's not up to me to judge whether or not you cut down a picture of Jesus. Someone else will do that eventually. So I'm just saying what's right or wrong. It is bad on the battlefield, but it's also really bad on what gets reported because not everything is the truth. What I found, it's a hard truth, and anyone who's listening who's never been to combat, I'm going to tell you, everyone in a war zone, about 99% are not combatants. Not everyone's fighting. The ones who are bad. You try to get the truth. You try to get the targets however you can. But I'm going to say, if anyone's a young soldier right now, I'll save you about 17 years of experience. Torture doesn't work. Try another way.
See, that's a really fascinating and honest answer. And on the particular point that I made, which triggered that amazing response, by the way.
Thank you.
Holding people in detention, whether it's in Guantanamo Bay, whether it's in Israeli jails, for years at a time, without giving them a trial. It seems to me the antithesis, really, of what a free democracy should be doing. It should be setting the moral and legal code for, especially if you're going to...
Moral grandstanding.
Hey, you just got to talk about talent of Piers Morgan, right? So, like, he knows that this guy is clearly the dumbest fuckhead on the panel. You notice whenever he responds to him, he's like, wow, what a great answer, buddy. You did a really good job today. It's to tell the audience that he's qualified to be on the panel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like this is Piers just knowing how to run a show, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a morally superior view of the way you run your country. We hear all the time, Israel says we're the only democracy in the region. Okay, well then behave like one. You know, having all these people in prison without ever giving them a trial seems to me that's not democracy. But what do you think?
Well, no, I mean, you're going to be, if you keep someone, especially if it's unlawful, if you just thought there's something, you can lock them up, you're going to make a bad guy. And again, both sides of it. I thought one thing, now I think another, because they've locked me up for a decade. I don't like them. I wish I had all the answers, because this would be a much shorter show. I don't. And I'm still trying. I just turned 50. Thank God I can learn for hopefully another 50. But it's like, I mean, and people throw democracy around like it's anything else. Like if you say, hey, I don't want my borders open, let 20 million people.
Looks good for 50.
If I don't do that, I'm against the Constitution.
You should just
it's like
get rid of the hair,
we're losing
though.
a lot of
Just
definitions
cue ball it
because we're
up.
bringing too many lawyers and politicians into it. I mean, it's a lot of stuff in life I think is simpler. We love to make it complicated. I mean, I'm going to refer back to the beginning of the segment. I'm glad this entire panel is in agreement that rape is bad.
Yeah. Anna,
I think we really need to look at the comparison of what we're talking about here. On the one hand, people who commit crimes in Israeli jails, it's fog of war, we can't arrest, there's no way of knowing. And then in Gaza, you have this massive net where you arrest every single man you see, lock them up, torture them, possibly kill them, and then see what happens later. All of a sudden, the fog of war doesn't matter. You have the widest net possible. And when it's Israelis committing these crimes, no one gets arrested, no one gets investigated. It's fog of war. What can you do? But with Gaza, you can bring everyone in. It just shows you that Jews are not held accountable in Israel and Palestinians are held accountable, whether they committed crimes or not. Every Palestinian is seen as
well, also
enemy.
on that
And
point,
that's why all these journalists are
well,
being
on that
killed too.
point, and Anna, I will come to you in one moment. But on that point, Emily, for example, the thing that precipitated Ben Gvir getting this cake from his wife with the noose on it was the scene from the Knesset of him celebrating wildly with champagne after winning a new policy going through in the Knesset to have a two-tier system of death penalty policy now, where if you're a Palestinian that the Israelis deem to be a terrorist, then you can be executed. But the same law doesn't apply to Israelis who may commit an act of terrorism. And, you know, this is a country where you've had prime ministers killed by right-wing Israeli terrorists. Okay, so it's not like it doesn't happen. So what do you say to that? Are you comfortable with a two-tier legal system about things like the death penalty?
I am not a supporter of this law. In principle, I don't have a problem with the death penalty being applied. However, I do want to clarify, just for the viewers, that the law that was passed, the one that we saw Ben Gvir celebrating, is less about being two-tier. What it states isn't that anyone who's a terrorist can qualify for the death penalty. It's that anyone who is convicted of murdering people, so it has to be a capital offense, and it also has to be of a nationalistic nature. That's what it's classified as. Now, how that affects Palestinians differently is because Palestinians are prosecuted in military courts. So it operates through a different system because they are an active combatant.
That's a two-tiered system, honey. You just said the Palestinians go to a special court. That's literally what you said.
They're considered an active enemy entity to the state of Israel. I do have a problem with the application of it, but all of that being said, it's not going to stand. It's going to get struck down or at least modified by the courts, and frankly, it should. I think we need to be very smart about how we deal with such situations. We don't want to see people like Yahya Sinwar spending time in Israeli prison being treated by Israeli doctors for brain cancer and then being released and planning things like October 7th. We need to be intelligent about how we're dealing with murderers with blood on their hands. And I don't believe that this law was the best way to do it. But I do think that we do need to revise how we review some of these cases.
All right, Anna, I was gonna buy the engineer that was gonna give project process.
Oh, I could have passed on him. I was going to pass on him.
It was you? I thought Marley got it. That's fine.
No, but I was like, I have a wonder that I don't really care about that it can get boosted. I don't really care if it gets boosted, but I got him, so.
I mean, obviously, it is a two-tier justice system when one group of people, and I want to note, Emily Schrader didn't say Hamas. She said Palestinians are seen as enemy combatants. But yeah, the application of this law
with
is
capital
obviously
offenses?
meant to, excuse me.
If you murder someone, you are a terrorist.
Including Jewish Israelis? You think they should, if Jewish Israelis carry out murder, you think they should be, okay, all right, as long as you're applying it fairly and equally.
Attack, absolutely.
Or as long as you're applying it equally and fairly. But okay, so can I finish my point without Emily and her screeching voice interrupting me constantly? Let me just finish my point, okay?
If you interrupt me again, I'm gonna throw batteries at you.
The issue is the fact that Palestinians are tried.
Wouldn't you just love to spit tea in her face?
A little bit.
Like you don't even drink tea, but you want a very old school,
just to do
a throwback.
Mm-hmm.
In a military prison, or I'm sorry, military courts, as opposed to, Jewish Israelis. I mean, this law is an extension of the apartheid system that Israel has been operating under for decades now. That is the problem. This law is yet another symptom of that deeper foundational problem within Israeli society. Israelis would like us to believe that they're the only democracy in the Middle East, that it's a wonderful utopia that Americans would love. It's very much in line with the Western world. It is not in line with the Western world. It is very important for the American people to understand that our special ally operates in ways that we would find absolutely horrendous. We would consider it treachery. And the idea that we continue to fund that government, fund that military, despite all of the atrocities that have been committed in Gaza, in the West Bank, now in Lebanon, also in Iran. By the way, quickly going back to your point about we don't know who bombed the school in Manab. We do know. Sadly, it was the United States because we're the only ones who have Tomahawk missiles, and Tomahawk missiles were used to bomb that school. And it wasn't simply one strike. It wasn't two strikes. It was 4 strikes. Okay, so that was a horrific situation, and I hate the fact that we as Americans have blood on our hands for carrying out that atrocity. But atrocities happen. It's one thing to realize you've committed an atrocity, use actual punishment to prevent it from happening again. But that's not what's happening here. It's certainly not happening in Israel. It's not happening with our government, certainly under the leadership of Donald Trump. I mean, the guy thinks that we're winning the war in Iran. He keeps telling us that he's decimated their military.
Anna, stay on topic, honey.
New York Times reporting yesterday saying that Iran was able to access most of their mobile, missile launchers along the Strait of Hormuz. 70% of their missiles are still intact. Just, it's lie after lie after lie. We have to be honest about what's actually happening right now, or we're going to keep compounding the same mistakes
over and over again.
Well, I think
in a way, this plays back to what Rob O'Neill said, which is there's a lot of lying goes on in wars.
Yeah, Iran's out of the fight. Their entire navy's on the bottom of the ocean. Jesus.
But isn't the truth? But Rob, isn't the truth?
But it's not.
But Rob, isn't the truth?
You're right.
Isn't the truth about the Iran war, Rob, that what the Iranians have discovered is they can get pounded militarily.
Yeah,
but as long as they can control the Strait of Hormuz in the way they have done.
Pierce,
as long as they can fire off rockets,
and that's pressure on the Chinese, Pierce. There's logic to all of that. There are so many points here.
Okay, well, Doran, let me come to you in a moment. I just want Rob to I mean, it's
no. I'm just saying, with all due respect, Anna just said the New York Times says, yeah, okay. I didn't know Baghdad Bob from the first war in Iraq had a job again. The Americans are committing suicide by the thousands. The Navy sunk. Their army doesn't matter. They've been physically destroyed. It's a matter of you and the media waiting it out with them. I mean,
then why haven't we opened the Strait of Hormuz? If their military has been decimated, why haven't we militarily opened the Strait of
across the
Hormuz?
Holy Land in Saudi Arabia, and then Iran and Straits of Hormuz are going to be obsolete. That's why. We're giving them a chance. Do you want to still be in Iran? If not, fine, beat it.
I think the problem with giving them a chance is that Donald Trump has constantly set new timelines for this. It's going to be over in 2 or 3 weeks.
He's a fuckhead.
Then it was 6 weeks. Then it was 8 weeks. And I think the problem is, if I was advising President Trump, it would be like, maybe less is more.
Maybe don't be such a fuckhead.
Constant announcements about all this.
I didn't want to start a war on Iran. I'm just saying Iran is not in this militarily. Yeah. They're decimated. They don't even have leadership. Some of these guys are just despots because they have some missiles or launched them because they want to die because they believe in their version of heaven. Get your head in it. They've lost. It's a matter of the media holding out than us being weak again. That's it.
Suicide bombings are carried out by Sunni Muslims, Sunni Muslims, not Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims do the suicide bombings.
Let me bring Doran in. Doran, do you want to comment on that?
Just on the point of Iran, the tactical goal has been to eradicate their military. That happened very quickly. The strategic goal is to get the Iranians who work for the Chinese and the Russians to collaborate with us. That calls regime change or having some friendly general lead the uprising. I believe that this is still being pursued. As I said earlier, the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now. And we have already demonstrated, by the way, I'm a US citizen, just to be clear when I say we've already demonstrated that we can take any piece off the chessboard when we choose, which means that if we're okay with the people that we're negotiating with, probably decided that these are the people we're going to speak with. With regard to the Straits of Hormuz, that's a strategic choke point relative to the bigger chess game, which is China, US. President Trump is on his way to speak with Xi when the oil that typically China gets from the Gulf is not coming there. 50% of the oil that goes to China comes from the Gulf. So I think that we're comfortable as Americans with that particular leverage points that we have over China. There's no other way to interpret why President Trump is okay with this futile negotiation, because there's no rush until he completes the negotiation with Xi. And we have accomplished the tactical objective of eradicating their military in 1 week.
Yeah, look, I don't agree necessarily with all your characterization of the current state of what's happening there, but I totally agree that what is happening right now in Beijing,
I have so much
or tomorrow morning, actually, I think they're all asleep now, but tomorrow morning when they have their first meeting, if some of the reports are right, that President Trump is thinking of offering a gigantic trade deal to China to build factories in the United States for Americans to have products. It will be a very contentious thing with his base. It will be very contentious with the conservative right in America. But if it takes that for this Iran war to be resolved, to give him enough time to maybe repair the damage in time for the midterm elections, he may well take that deal. So I think there could be some massive announcements coming out of Beijing, and it could precipitate the end of the war, which I suspect everybody would like to happen sooner rather than later. We've run out of time, but thank you all very much indeed. A very interesting debate.
Yeah, go fighter.
The Atlantic.
Meanwhile, House Democrats are demanding an investigation into reports that FBI Director Kash Patel is abusing alcohol on the job.
Okay, say hypothetically, you love your fucking country and you love your fucking job and you just started watching this Danish movie about how drinking makes you cool as fuck. I fucking love that movie. I should really finish this movie. It's fucking sick. Now, also say hypothetically that the fake-ass news media is trying to say that you're drunk at your job all the time, which is not true. And even if it was, they wouldn't get it because they haven't seen the movie. Which is why I'm making a YouTube video guide on how to day drink discreetly at your normal job. Amazing. Where it's actually good if you drink because it makes you better at it. Here's my step-by-step guide from dawn till dusk.
Extreme far left and far right that have made this into some sort of comedy.
6 a.m., Wake up. Copy paste your security detail briefing for the day into ChatGPT because you really don't need to read all that. Okay? Blah, blah. Iran lunch meeting. Blah, blah. Correspondence. Like, boring. 6:15 a.m. Go work out in your private gym, but don't actually. This is when you start drinking, right? Because you want to start drinking now when your stomach's empty because then you feel it right away.
Patel has given out bottles of his personalized whiskey to FBI staff, as well as civilians he encounters in his duties.
Huh?
No, I was just wondering if I was England. I am.
There's two Englands.
I am the England. No, there's not actually.
7 a.m. Beg your 27-year-old girlfriend for sex
France.
before breakfast.
Eleanor.
She says no, in which case, use your FBI negotiating tactics. Police! Police! Police!
And I walked her up to her and I told her she had a nice jacket on, and I think she turned around and walked away.
That's not true. She says yes, but only if her specialized FBI security detail that she has for some reason can use an additional SUV so that she can shuttle her and her girls onto the FBI jet to Tampa for the weekend. Then, eat breakfast.
I don't have the time to cook, so...
7:30 a.m. Put makeup under your eyes to make it look like you haven't been on a 2-week bender. It doesn't work. Fuck! 8 a.m. Arrive at headquarters. Take a sip from your special water bottle that you made, and no one can touch it. Because it's just water. Go to your senior staff meeting. Get your intelligence briefings from the division heads. Ask them if they've seen the latest Joe Rogan. Tell them that Joe's gonna have you on again soon, any day now.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Even when I was on the campaign, I was just, this is like the best way to get information out. Great question. Nobody asks these questions. It's probably why your show's number one.
The room goes quiet. No one says anything. Fuck, they think you're a pussy. Fuck, but it's actually them. Okay, drink. This will help with the dark feelings which you don't want on the job. 9 a.m. At this point, you're properly buzzed. From here, get out of the meeting and ask your assistant to launch a secret investigation into everyone that was in that room due to suspected things. Fuck these. From here, take a power nap in your office, but not before another nap cap. So you like to cuddle. Remember to lock your door. Wake up. 11 a.m. You slept too long. Check your bank account. Sick. Another payment from your book publisher for your best-selling Amazon novel that has the list of all your enemies. 11:25 a.m. Travel to your lunch meet. Briefly glance at the case briefings that your assistant left for you in the car.
I wanted that uranium.
Boring. From here, respond to a text from your girlfriend. Her country music career is stalling, but if you could get her onto one more podcast,
I was waiting
she might finally become famous, and therefore
for my faith, to be honest.
That's your issue. You were waiting.
Well, I didn't have enough faith.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
See the difference? Ah, this is fire! No, get out of here! Oh no! What a silly guy.
Mine. Man, that was a lot of stuff. How are we looking?
Finally, love you. $12 p.m. You're at the restaurant. Your foreign intelligent counterparts arrive.
Yeah.
You make a joke about ordering a round of shots. Let's fucking go. They all politely decline. The waiter comes back with your food. She says, "Enjoy," and you say, "Thanks. You too." Fuck. 12:15 p.m. You're properly drunk now. The MI6 woman seems to notice. Some other agent is taking pictures of you with his pen camera. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. Fucking pussy. But at this point, it's important to recuse yourself from the meeting because you just got a text from the president. Yeah, this asserts your authority it makes it look like you're busy and not that there's anything wrong or bad happening. It's actually something good that's happening. 1 p.m.
Drink because the lunch had seriously bad vibes.
Get your team to prep the jet for a spontaneous Vegas visit. 4, security reasons. Text your guy to get set up the Vegas Nights box tickets. Let's fucking go. Now, if you're saying, oh, I don't have a private jet at this point in the guide, brother, this is not the video for you. I can't teach you how to pass off personal trips as work travel. I can't teach you where to get a fucking private jet. This is the part you have to figure out for your fucking self, you pieces. 1:45 p.m. Board the jet and take off, dude. Don't tell your fucking assistant either. Receive a real text from the president this time. He's asking you to kill Comey. Remind him that you can't do that, but you'll like arrest him or something. Like, he doesn't respond. He doesn't like me. Fuck! Put on your favorite movie during the flight to distract yourself. 6:20 p.m. You wake up to a text from your girlfriend. She sends you a picture of you from lunch. She asks if you're drinking again. You wonder how she got that picture. Get an email from the company that does your cash merch. Let's go, dude. They say that you still haven't paid them for the last 2 months. 6:30 p.m. The flight just landed. You're in Vegas. Deploy sunglasses. You're living.
This is all shit that he actually did.
7 p.m. Arrive at T-Mobile Arena. Put your phone on silent because your assistant keeps fucking messaging you about some policy or fucking admin meeting that you missed. It's crucial now that you order a couple beers because you're finally... it's time to wind down for the night and no one cares anymore because you're finally time to wind down and off the clock. As it turns out, one of your aides is somehow also in the box. They followed you here. Oh my god. But it's okay, because you still have a little more sippy left in your water bottle. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck. Ask if you can get into the locker room after first period. They say no. Fuck. Tell them that the team thinks you're really cool. The team thinks you're really cool. They say no again. Oh, I have to piss. Oh, no, fuck. Oh, no. I have to fucking piss. Ask if you can leave the room to piss. They say no. Fuck. Stop. Run out of the room. 10 p.m. Spawn at a nightclub. You're standing next to your Republican donor and timeshare executive roommate that you live in Vegas with for some reason. I love my fucking country. I love my fucking job. 1 a.m. You wake up in front of a mirror. Who am I? I serve my country and no one even respects me. They changed my passwords? Oh, fuck these people.
I was never locked out of my systems.
I'm performing at a level that no one's ever seen before. And it's because of a Danish movie that I really like. Drinking makes you awesome and better at everything, and your girlfriend actually even laughs at your jokes, even though afterwards when you're sober she says she doesn't like it. It's not true. And the woke they want to take that from us. And all you people talk about is, where are the rest of the Epstein files? Fuck! Enough of the bullshit! Mr. President, I understand what I have to do. S 6 a.m. Of
course he's...
from your social media.
Okay. Let's check out this thrilling story about Disneyland.
You may recognize her
Can't wait.
from
I
your
don't.
social media feed. One character at Disneyland going viral over and over again with millions of views on clips from park-goer encounters. And we're not talking about Belle or Moana or Elsa or really even a princess at all, but the evil queen from Snow White. She became a social media sensation for her improvised comebacks, her witty takedowns, people going to the parks just to try to film a viral clip. Some even trying to find out her real identity, but many were shocked to learn the evil queen was recently fired by Disney. And she's
Lamau.
finally able to come forward and reveal who she really is. So we are so happy to welcome in the former evil queen herself, Sabrina von Bogenberg, or Sabrina von B. Welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time tonight.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Natasha. This is truly an honor to get to talk to you and as myself. Most of all.
As yourself. And first of all, you went repeatedly
Yeah,
viral
yeah, you're a real
over and over
person.
again
Tell
for
everyone
your
how you're like a real person.
hilarious comebacks with guests. I believe someone said that they were told they looked like you, and you instantly replied, they lied. So what did it feel like to see these interactions garner millions of views?
You know, it really feels surreal, and I'm just very grateful that people love and find an evil character funny. That's been the most rewarding part, is
And
just getting
since
to make
everyone
people
loves
love
evil, I'm a
character that they don't
Republican.
conventionally love.
I'm joining
and
Trump's
seeing that
team
just those
as the new press
moments that
secretary.
really just pop into my head. Those really like people resonate with those. It's
Trump said, "Imagine all the funny headlines we'll get when the evil queen becomes the press secretary. You know, the journalists will have a field day with that one. It'll distract the fuck out of them."
it's so fun, and I honestly watch the videos myself for a good laugh sometimes.
I mean,
we're real people.
Character that wasn't so popular traditionally, and it must have been so gratifying when so many people's favorite character.
She got the like J.C. Penney photography family portrait background as her background, and like she looks like Dee Reynolds with the lights. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. Show me anyway.
Hang on. We gotta get her face more in here. So you can see her face.
I mean, I love this, that you wanted to put a spin on a character that wasn't so popular traditionally, and it must have been so gratifying when so many people's favorite character actually became the evil queen in the end. I have to ask, where did some of these comebacks come from? Where did they originate from? And
My brain, I'm just so witty. And normal.
That's a good question. Okay, well, I am a theater kid through and through. So theater and just being
I think she bullied
always,
the theater kids. She was always
give you that-
calling them
I'll
F
give you
slurs
that
and stuff,
impression.
and that's why she's such a charismatic and good villain.
Experience.
That's what. Yep.
Good theory. Never answered my question whether you thought that guy was gay.
I didn't look.
Should watch that video. I'm very curious.
Okay, here you go.
You guys, I am
Where?
glowing.
My
See,
fucking
she loves the
artillery.
lights.
You guys,
How
I
did my
am
artillery
glowing.
Right? You're not looking at it.
I'm not, because my artillery died somehow.
Okay, but
and
this
I
is
don't
the
know how.
copyright stuff that we can't keep on screen for a while.
Okay.
You guys, I am glowing.
Oh.
They just think that lighting her is what the other bar is doing. Whoops. Fix that.
at the forefront of my performance. Oh my gosh, my favorite comeback. I do love no makeup, all natural. Classic. Snow White, and then I slapped a trash can and just went drive by a camera, trash. And of course, classic cut. People really love that.
Very good. I think there's a La Reina La Bruja interaction that will stay in my heart forever, personally. I was so shocked by this. Help me understand this, because you worked at Disney since you were 18 years old, and so many were so surprised to find out about you being fired. I mean, tell me more about that. What was the reason?
Yeah, I refuse to get vaccinated because I'm just like, why are we putting this poison in our bodies? You know, and they're like, well, you've already caused one measles outbreak so far. Do you really want to cause another? That's pretty much a liability for us. And I was like, I'll spread measles to whoever I want. It's my right as an American.
You know what, Natasha? I'm going to say I'm so honored for my time at Disney. And although this was an abrupt exit, not one that I expected myself, I will say that the virality and all the love from people and people wanting to come see me in the park, that, to my knowledge, really didn't play a role in this here.
You said it did, or it didn't play a role in this?
It did not.
Okay.
It did not.
Okay. A lot of people were wondering that. Did you just get too famous for this position? But you're saying that's not the case.
You know, if that is the case, they did not make that aware to me. But you know, sometimes we don't get the whole part of the story. I wish I really did. It came down to something I think a lot of people would be surprised about, really just something with breaking a rule, I would say, that really came down to it.
And what rule is that?
Well, I will say that there was a video that went pretty viral of when the villains were, well, not all villains, specifically the evil queen, was being taken out of the daily operation at Disneyland. We were made aware of this. Guests approached me after somehow being aware of it too, and a video of me just not really disclosing anything, but saying if guests want the evil queen around, go tell City Hall and make your voices known. And ultimately, that was a rule broken, according to the rep.
Hey, I really appreciate you saying this, I believe, for the first time, really coming clean and just telling us what actually happened there. Sabrina, with the very limited time we have, what can we expect next from you if people want to follow along and see you? I will mention that video we saw at the top of yours, 12 million views on TikTok. You're
this
not
is
doing
news.
So bad.
What do you think? What do you think of this one I picked out for
Not
us?
doing so bad.
I like
and,
this.
You know,
I mean, we've gotten so many bits out of it. You know, it's because I'm a theater kid and I can just come, like, you know, I'm attaching to their vibe.
people started loving me on TikTok and Instagram, and I feel like it's only you know, paying it due that I put my journey on TikTok. So if anyone wants to follow my acting journey and just my journey as a performer who can now
Did you pay to get on this news segment?
It must be a relief. It must be a relief. Sabrina, we're going to go to commercial break. I'm going to say much more news to come, and just give me your best sign off, just like a couple words. Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Much more news to come.
No makeup, all natural. Hot!
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Goblin attack! Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. My mistake. I thought it was a pedophile groper. It's just the
It's
guy
the
that
other one.
defends it. God, I hated that. What, the scream? Or the entire segment?
I'm gonna go with the whole segment.
Good afternoon, and welcome to another conspiratorial episode of Diatribes from the Voice of Doom. Now here's your confusing and confounding host, Voice of Doom. All right.
Did you?
I have no idea what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, he's broken.
Did you record this on a Dell laptop from 1978?
You're out there?
Yeah, I just needed to make sure I got up to breathe after that one. Alright, would have been even worse. Alright.
I gotta go to work in about an hour, but I
Wow,
had the urge
Grip.
to do a diatribe. I could get it on the channel.
Fun fact, it's actually not a low quality camera. He's in the middle of like a radiation zone. This is like Jupiter from The Hills Have Eyes. It's his podcast.
By so people can watch it tonight. Had a little bit of epiphany or a little bit of a idea of what's going on around here.
What is in the background?
I believe that's a cat.
Constantly just going.
I think that's a cat.
It doesn't sound exactly like a cat. It sounds like it might be like some weird bird or even a fucking gecko. For all I know, they be making some weird ass sounds.
The Tokay geckos.
Any
Does that mean he's in
geckos be
Thailand?
making weird sounds.
Worldwide.
Hey, there is a
and
cat.
Countrywide.
Is that the one who's talking?
Elsewide.
Must be.
But countrywide.
Okay, now we definitely know that this is some Hills Have Eyes shit. If the cat's meowing like that, it's definitely got mutations.
Had a little bit of epiphany or a little bit of a idea of what's going on around here.
Come on, what the fuck was that?
It's a cat.
Bit of a idea of what's going on around here, worldwide and countrywide and everywhere elsewide. But first, the microcosm. I'll tell you, things are moving very quickly in my life. I got through the Mother's Day fiasco, and everything went well. And sold my house last week, and everything has gone through nicely. Got my mortgage paid off, got my plumbing bill paid off, and got money in a bank account. So things are looking good. I'm gonna get that RV in about 5 days.
He's talking about the RV that they're gonna get from the Hills Have Eyes event, because that's how the movie starts. Is they take out the RV.
Or whatever, and proceed to learn how to get around in it. I'm not too worried about living in it, but getting around and where to go and where to park and what to worry about. So I'm gonna spend a lot of time packing
I think
up
other
stuff
people
and
have more things to worry
trying
about
get rid
than
of
you.
furniture. furniture and get rid of things. I think other people have more things to worry about than you. Furniture and get rid of furniture and get rid of things. Get rid of furniture and get rid of things. Get rid of furniture and 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 get rid But yeah, things are happening at a very quick, brisk pace.
Big runner.
I've been watching stuff on YouTube, and
I hope he mentions me.
we have some issues all over the place.
Yeah?
And they're
Issue with
confounding.
me? Because I've been making fun of you?
And
our first beef?
The conspiracy theories are just absolutely, ocean of them. And everybody has their own ideas, but we got the issue of, let's take them one at a time. Okay, Iran. All right.
I'm ready for it.
Where'd you run?
I got the idea the other day is like, why?
This is serious.
Is the Hormuz Strait shut down? Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they seem to be saying, well, we can't put these tankers and oilers through because they might be attacked, and insurance companies don't want to insure them.
Yep.
And there might be mines.
Yeah.
Now you telling me, with all the crap we have in that area, Navy-wise,
Sir, let me spell this out for you. There might be mine. It's mines, bro. Like, do you understand? Mines. These are fucking giant shipping vessels. They're like the Empire State Building flipped on its fucking side. They're huge. And just one mine in this vast, like, do you know how hard it is to fucking search a body of water? Like a lake even. Do you know how they have to do it?
I believe they go over with a ship with radar.
They literally have an entire dive team walk the bottom of the lake in a grid.
Epic.
Do we got dive teams to fucking deploy to make sure that, like, none of these mines that might be a little deeper, like, because the weight offset of some of these ships are different, right? They're gonna go a little lower than other ships. Like, even if somebody says that, even if there's no mines, and there's a threat of mines being there, like, that's enough. That's crazy for a company to take that liability.
Finally.
Potential risk of boarding and piracy, that's fine, because you just have to pay it off a little. You know, you pay some ransoms and stuff. It's really, it's, you might get a Christmas bonus if Captain Phillips doesn't get taken.
can't escort ships and shoot down anything that comes near it. You do it one at a time until everybody's safely away. And are you telling me...
You know what's funny about that? That might actually cost more than waiting and firing nothing. Right? Because, like, all those countermeasures, because you're using more countermeasures because you're going to have civilian high-value targets. So you're going to use more ordnance to protect the vessels.
I guess so.
Like, you understand that's just, like, they're not going to offset the cost. It's still a cost in the government. It's like, they can't just offset cost like that. Like, they still have to look at things from a profit perspective. Like, the military really doesn't care what they waste. But they're always, like, they're already low on ammunition, and there's a, like, bro, I can't believe I'm trying to argue with a guy who's recording on a Dell laptop from 1978. Like, what about strategic reserves that we need in other places? Like, just from a general lib cuck perspective, it's so silly to say something like this. Just send the ships in to protect them.
That with all the technology we have, that we're able to do...
It's thinking like his, that Trump was like, yeah, we'll just have the ships protect them. Who cares? Shut it down. Who cares about the Strait of Hormuz? And then all of a sudden, he learns this was a bad idea. This BB motherfucker tricked me again.
Amazing things through alien technology.
What?
Germany has
we can't
rocketry.
Hang on.
That we're able.
We have another scoop here.
You're telling me that with all the technology we have, that we're able to do amazing things through alien technology, that we can't detect mines in a 20-mile wide strait, and
okay, you're right. I forgot about the alien tech. Of course.
Naturally.
and disarm them. You're telling me we can't do that. Just can't figure it out. Just have a big magnet. You know?
Something wrong?
He said, get a big magnet.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Like, for what? Pulling the mines or detecting them? Because what do you think radar is doing? If a magnet is detecting it, it would be a magnetic radar. Right? So are we, or does he think that we're detecting, like, I'm trying to figure out how his brain is working here, you know? Is he, like, holding, like, magnet fishing? You know what magnet fishing is? Yeah. Like, is that what he thinks we're doing? Or are we doing it to detect the mines? Like, we feel the magnet pull, so that way we know, turn right, there's a mine there, because the magnet's pulling in that direction. Does he think, like, boats can just stop?
I guess so.
You're like, yeah, well, you just get the Empire State Building on its side, just hit the brakes, zip and zoo.
Yeah, it's fine.
Around the mines. What's the worst that could happen?
Just drag a
put the
magnet
alien
along
tech
the
on him.
Thing and just picks up whatever.
He was talking about magnet fishing. Oh, God. That's a great idea.
Yeah, whatever. That's probably a Wile E. Coyote idea, but I
no,
think
not at
that
all.
They have the technology to escort ships through, and I think this is all a boondoggle. I think it's all crap. That they want to keep the strait closed to precipitate misery for everybody. Now, this is all going to culminate, all three of these things. Okay, so first they want to create misery with energy prices and global tension. Okay, mission accomplished. Now, we have another issue. And people are bitching and complaining all over the internet about these data centers that are being built in rural areas. And there's big, huge, mammoth facilities going.
But me, I've been living next to a data center my entire life. Nothing is wrong here.
Looks like this.
And that I understand are going to use mammoth amounts of water and power to generate, to power AI, which nobody cares about.
Correct.
The only thing they should care about is that they will have enough AI to take over their job, and they won't be working. And these data centers are making humming noises and irritating sounds, so they try to be out in the middle.
I am now going to demonstrate what I imagine these irritating sounds are.
Nowhere, but there's still neighbors that are bothered. In places, states
I say, mind your own business.
Are getting huge electric bills that they don't want to pay. And sooner or later, people are going to just stop paying. And if everybody's electricity gets shut off, okay, that's another misery.
I'm just not going to take my meds anymore.
Not just the data centers that nobody wants, and every time they try to do anything with the city council or whatever, they get shut down. And they're told it'll create thousands of jobs. And blah, blah, blah. And we'll give you free internet.
Oh, free internet? I'm in.
That's number 2. And that's probably one of the bigger things. Now, this is the one I've seen. Well, first I'll do the third major problem is this Hanta thing. Is it going to spread or is it...
You're really struggling today.
Yeah. It's because I've been laughing too hard.
Is it not? Is it real or is it not? They put on hazmat suits and one guy doesn't have a hazmat suit on. It's like we're take utmost precaution, but this guy can just walk around. And they're dispersing all the people from that boat to all corners of the earth and putting them on planes.
This is the type of shit we would hear
if it's asymptomatic,
when there was like sarin gas attacks, right? So like days later, there'd be a journalist next to the hole taking a picture, and they're like, "If it's so deadly, how is this journalist here?"
Amazing.
Also, the virus it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's not a novel coronavirus. It is a well-known rodent spread virus. You know what they spend the most time looking at? Rodent spread viruses. It's going to be okay.
meaning you don't show any signs of it for a few weeks, could create a problem.
No.
For obvious reasons.
No.
If it's a real pandemic, that's 50% or 40%.
0.
I mean, 11 cases were on the ship and 3 of them died. That's a good percentage, 3 out of 11. That's just the start. Okay. So that's the third thing that's leading us down the path to our demise. But I noticed a fourth thing that's going on, and it has nothing to do with any of those problems. It has to do with life in this here good old Carson City, Nevada.
Great.
Now, I've been driving around back and forth between my house and the Nugget and going to places like the post office and the store, and they have ripped up every road in this city. Every single one of them. They make it very difficult to take a serpentine
Is that why your camera looks like this?
Trip to go anywhere.
No, he doesn't need internet. This is a recording.
The upload.
No.
It could only upload this quality.
No, he's recording it on a fucking Dell laptop from 1978. I'm not fucking around here. It's a tech issue. I love how he daintily holds the mic that he bought.
Where because there's detours and they're blocking off roads and they're doing major infrastructure construction and repair, but they're doing it everywhere. They're doing it on Lampa where I live. They're doing it along those streets there. They're doing it along the main Highway 50, right in the center of town by Jack in the Box. It's been ripped up for months. They're ripping up the area down by the administrative buildings.
Wow, they're actually really getting to the hills of ice now. There's just going to be no roads anymore. And they'll be like, well, this map sucks.
Down by Roop Street.
What other solutions do they have?
And everywhere you go, they're tearing up the street. All over the place at the same time. Now it's May. So I'm not thinking that they're trying to rush everything because winter will be here soon. So why are they doing it all at the same time? All of a sudden they have all kinds of money to... I mean, I guess we need to do the infrastructure, and whatever they're doing is probably important. And it may be they're laying lines for, 5G or 6G or 9G. Fiber optic cables. They could be doing sewage, but basically they're doing stuff with the infrastructure and major...
Bro, Molly is still closest to getting the Great Merchant, but they've dropped it down to 7 Great Merchant points per turn.
Excellent. Love to see it.
That's the second lowest in the game. Nope. Third lowest. Because Sweden and France have 0. Persia and Colombia have 10 per turn.
Projects. These aren't
Get outta
little
here, rock band.
pothole fillings. And it occurred to me, I think this is kind of brilliant, but nobody's going to come up with this but me. And it's probably way off, but now let's just say that you don't give a crap about what people think about these data centers that are going to take people's jobs. You don't care what people say about having the Straits of Hormuz blocked. You don't care what people say about anything, which is more and more what I see. The government doesn't care what we say, just vote, which is kind of meaningless because, you know, once you vote them into the system, they got to play the game. But they don't care about your opinion about whether we should have a data center. There's plenty of room around here, wide open spaces, where they could put a data center and people would be up in arms about it and they wouldn't want it because they say, what do we need it for? We haven't needed it up to now. Why do we need it now? But we have the Citadel nearby, which is a major hub. So maybe we're covered, but put a data center out by Lovelock, I don't know. But getting back to this construction business, what if the powers that be in the elites don't give a crap what do people think because they won't be around much longer? Because there would be no need for them, for obvious reasons. But you don't have the capability with AI and robots to do construction yet, not in an efficient way. So you...
All right, I'm bored. I had a few good jokes, but the longer that went on, the less funny it became. All right, let's do this thing that's clearly from my fucking nightmares.
What the fuck?
Trauma. It's a word that's thrown around a ton on the internet nowadays, but it can manifest itself in all types of different forms. Maybe you've endured a bad relationship that's led you to developing some trust issues, or perhaps you've had your fair share of bullies growing up. Well, what about being neglected as a child to the point that your parents can't see you for who you are? I was a bit specific on that last one, but that's because it perfectly describes a short film known simply as Opal. It debuted on Halloween Day of 2020 on the all too famous Adult Swim. It was created by this man, Jack Stauber. If you've somehow never heard of Jack Stauber, he's famous for his signature sound profile.
I've dropped it by half.
This very original, weird and loud sound that seems to resonate with a ton of people. At the very least, you had to have heard at least one of these songs.
Tears falling down at the party. Saddest little baby in the room.
But we're not here to talk about his other
Yeah, I feel stupid now, don't you?
We're here to talk about this. Opal,
Never heard that.
You've
a
heard
12-minute
both
short
of those
that,
songs.
despite its small
Never.
length, manages to pack an entire
Shut the
story
fuck
and
up.
history of childhood trauma that has been pent up in this tortured, poor child. In the short, you get to see this character struggle to cope with a dysfunctional family made up of a complete narcissist, a dying smoker, and an alcoholic mother. The short begins with a quite nice piano melody that introduces us to the three main major events that this character will encounter throughout the entire short. These cigarettes from the old grandfather, the mirrors of the narcissistic man, and the pills and alcohol from an older woman. After showing us these three scenes, we fly through a window as we cut to a house on the other side of the street. Inside, we are greeted with a family singing a song to their daughter, who seems to be named Opal. The song is entirely about seeing their daughter, with each character saying one line about how they can see Opal.
There she is. That's my girl. Hi, Opal.
Opal is then given a burger and randomly decides to just dance with it, presumably because she doesn't know what to do with it. Now let's take a note of this right now because this will be important later. Opal's attention is then directed across the street as we see a darker, creepier looking house, which her parents then interrupt with a quick lyric about not worrying about the house across the street.
Don't mind the house across the street, Opal. It's not where your attention ought to be, Opal.
Opal is sent to bed early but decides to sneak out and see what's up with the house across the street. Opal's attention is brought to the upstairs of the home with a beautiful piece of music playing that can only be described as unsettling yet heavenly. As she makes her way to the front door, she is scared by a bunch of lights shining on her, which forces her to rush inside. This catches the attention of this blind man, asking her to bring her his cigarettes, noting the following.
Claire, is that you? Come here, I need you to bring me my cigarettes. Don't think about hiding them again either.
Okay. Why don't we just watch this? What is this called? Opal. I don't know what that was going to be, but hey.
Can't hear it.
Can't hear because there's no audio, or it's because she's really quiet and underleveled?
No audio.
Okay. She's pretty underleveled, though. May have to turn up, push mics away from us, turn everything else up.
A clear, sunny day. And to add to the irony, it was a sunny relief to the... September 11th was one of the darkest days in American history that ironically began as a clear, sunny day. And to add to the irony, it was a sunny relief to the stormy weather of September 10th. It was the beginning of New York Fashion Week. J-Lo and Ja Rule's I'm Real sat at the top of the Billboard Hot 100. Competition reality TV mainstay The Amazing Race had just premiered for the first time the week before in NBC's must-see TV lineup.
What is that, a show about white people?
I think so.
Man. The early 2000s just got away with everything. Can't, like, any reality show, you just can just call it The Amazing Race and put that out.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, when I was growing up, Ellen couldn't be gay.
Led by a plethora of shows based in New York City, was the television delight of millions, and the soundtrack for Mariah Carey's critically panned romantic musical drama Glitter had just been released.
Yeah?
Up until 8:45 a.m., it was just another day.
I have never heard of
later,
that.
The world would never be or feel the same again. The immediate after...
I need you to relate this to the Spice Girls movie if we're going to relate it to any movie of that kind, because then I might be able to, you know, be like, oh, it's that much long after the Spice World movie.
Aftermath of September 11th found millions of Americans glued to their television screens, ingesting hours worth of gruesome footage of what once was the Twin Towers that had been a part of New York City's skyline for more than 30 years at that point. Millions remained in a state of arrested development, unsure of what to say or do or feel, oscillating between anger, angst, sadness, and confusion. None of the usual comforts of pop culture felt all that comforting or even appropriate at this point in the face of mass devastation. In fact, there was a heavy sense of apathy, with everything feeling frivolous and nothing really mattering, with a lot of news publications saying that the innocence was over. But to the US government, that couldn't become a reality because very soon after, we were told to get out of our houses, spend money, go and see a Broadway show, try and live life like it was September 10th. There was a call for everyone to go back to normal. But just remember, we're all Americans and we're all united except for the ones that we deem as not being American enough. And if we sit by and do nothing, then the terrorists win. And 20 years later, the United States is still using that same playbook of smiling and spending through trauma, as when faced with a global pandemic, it told its citizens to go back to normal. It's a very there is no war in Ba Sing Se approach. From September 11th onward, the American pop culture sphere was completely changed, and we're still experiencing those changes to this day, almost 25 years later. Hi, I'm Bobby, this is Culture Kitsch, and today we'll be taking a deep dive into the impact of 9/11 on pop culture. Disclaimer, this is a massive topic, and I won't be able to cover every single facet of it.
Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure everyone who says that is non-binary. And if you've heard somebody say that who is binary,
Wait, say what?
They're just an NB egg.
In this one video,
What?
but I will be linking a lot of sources that I use for research for this, as well as a lot of really great channels that have gone in depth into specific topics that we'll be talking about today. So if you'd like to learn more, all of that information will be down below. Also, I am not here to tell you how to feel about the event of 9/11 and the ensuing aftermath of it. If you were alive to remember it and to have very strong feelings about it, this is simply a cultural overview. If you have any personal anecdotes that you'd like to share, I'd love to read them down in the comments. Pop culture was already looking very different by 12 p.m. on September 11th. Major channels had halted programming to switch to the major news networks like ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox. And you know it was serious because they also halted commercials. It's only something very, very serious that happens in America that causes capitalism to not stop, but pause. Sporting events were also canceled, though WWE, formerly WWF's then Thursday Night SmackDown, would air live on September 13th from Houston, Texas, making it the first major public event to be held of its size. A fact that they really relish in still, and in hindsight might not have been the safest thing to do 2 days after a major terrorist attack, but USA? Disney World was closed for the first time in its history, and this wouldn't happen again until the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020. And most prominently, by the afternoon, Clear Channel, now iHeartMedia, had sent out a memorandum of 150 plus songs that were to be pulled from radio stations across the nation that had content that was either too close to the events of the day or were deemed too celebratory. These songs range from, maybe understandably, It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine by R.E.M. and Jump by Van Halen. But they also pulled any largely political songs or groups, like the memorandum banned the entire discography of Rage Against the Machine. Which leads us into our first section, music. Music was interesting in a post 9/11 world, and it began with that memorandum I mentioned. Almost immediately, we were curtailing our artistic taste to take into account this very new and fresh tragedy. The musical identity of our new state of mourning was marked by being sorrowful but hopeful, but not too hopeful as to forget the sorrow. Remember that we are coming off of the 1990s, which was a decade of letting the good times roll in a lot of ways, with bubblegum pop, hip-hop, and new metal dominating the airwaves by the end of the decade. The headset mic-ridden, catchy works of the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and most prominently Britney Spears were the rhythm of a youthful nation that had its downfalls but was doing alright for the most part. The sounds of artists like Missy Elliott, Outkast, and Jay-Z, whose album The Blueprint was released on September 11th, were taking hip-hop into the new millennium, and new metal, well, they just wanted to break shit. But now what dominated stations across the country were songs of resilience and sadness that might have been the only thing that made sense at that time. In the weeks following, there were countless musical tribute specials like America, a tribute to heroes, the concert for New York City, and United We Stand that brought together musicians from all genres to memorialize victims and raise funds for relief efforts. And even Congress thought it necessary to soothe the nation with a pitchy at best rendition of God Bless America. As if we weren't already going through enough. Soon after, we began to see original works about the events themselves, and there are a lot of them, like Coldplay's Politic and Bruce Springsteen's 2002 album, The Rising, which features many songs about the day from various perspectives. However, not every song about 9/11 was reverent and sorrowful. One genre embraced a rather aggressive and retributive sound. Country. The growth of American jingoism due to 9/11 was certainly not a shock, but country music's embrace of it was something. For a solid 5-year run, the subgenre of country music that can be best described as this was churning out chart-topping hits that were all about America and freedom and the flag, and most pronounced, the military. It's worth it to note that less than a month after the attacks, the United States would announce an invasion of Afghanistan in October of 2001, seemingly jump-starting their revenge tour for the events of 9/11. The hallmark of this sound is Toby Keith's Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, that features the lyric, "'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass is the American way." This genre that sounds like if an American flag gained sentience and started making music had had a place in the charts for years, according to executive director of country radio broadcasters R.J. Curtis when he talked to Rolling Stone, saying, "If you put USA or America in a song, you had a pretty good chance of getting attention." To be fair, there were also songs like Alan Jackson's Where Were You When the World Stopped Turning that were what Joshua Huddock for Rolling Stones described as, quote, explicitly a song for those who, like Jackson and his listeners, lived far away from New York or DC and were struggling to make sense of what happened there. These songs and the ensuing sentiments and culture around them became a defining factor for country music for almost 20 years and hasn't until now began to let up. But as the War on Terror began, some country music artists began to diverge from this messaging. Most famously, the Chicks, whose lead singer Natalie Maines criticized then President George W. Bush for the U.S.'s involvement in the Iraq War,
They're
an action
terrorists.
that would get the group blackballed and spur the song Not Ready to Make Nice, which would then in turn inspire a new crop of country artists, including Casey Musgraves. Back in the sphere of popular music, there was a sentiment in the early days that bubblegum pop and its princess Britney Spears were going to be passé and out of date. In fact, there were many cases of vandalism of her upcoming HBO special because she was in turn a representation of all that was frivolous in American pop culture. But not too long after this, the crowds of TRL began to fill back up again, and American pop
Nobody
music
knows what
was
TRL
back
is.
on top. Its brief moment of reverence had already alleviated by the end of the year. On the fringes of popular music, anti-war songs began to crop up, like Rage Against the Machine's 2003 song March of Death, and most popularly, Green Day's American Idiot. Green Day's American Idiot is perhaps the best example of what a lot of young people felt at this point, having just seen the events of 9/11 and in turn also seen many of them be sent off to fight an unjust war. Green Day's American Idiot felt very representative of their disillusionment and in turn
if you
angst
want
to what was happening with their
take this city on the north coast with the one on the island that you already have.
I'll do what I want.
American Idiot was certainly a hit, but many critics have theorized a sort of wave of political defanging that happened with post-9/11 American pop culture. There was mounting disapproval of the war and growing disgruntlement with how long it was going on. It's here towards the end of the 2000s that we get songs like John Mayer's Waiting on the World to Change or the Black Eyed Peas' Where is the Love that began to lament about the state of the world and how
Was
the
that
US
before
still
or
has
after the
many
song that
domestic
they
problems
released
to address
that
instead of fighting
was
its
just the
forever
word
war
retarded?
overseas that got millions of innocent people killed. The music of post-9/11 America does retain some of that political defanging that I mentioned earlier. This could be due in large part to the fact that many Americans have grown very disillusioned with their government and the interest that it has in the health and well-being of the average American citizen. We didn't see a great renaissance of protest songs coming out around this time, but we did see a slight resurgence of it in the early 2020s, mainly with Kendrick Lamar's All Right, that was used very prominently during the Black Lives Matter protests. But as a whole, music in post-9/11 America definitely felt different. Almost immediately after the events of 9/11, the silver screen began going through a very drastic change. Starting on September 11th and for the next couple of weeks, many films that were pending release had to hastily re-edit many of their scenes that would potentially either evoke images similar to the events of 9/11, aka
Spider-Man. Also, Metal Gear Solid 2 ended on top of the World Trade Center.
Really?
It had to be delayed and re-edited.
large explosions or completely erase images of the Twin Towers. Films like the first of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy and Disney's Lilo and Stitch would famously have to re-edit much of their imagery to take into account
Lilo and Stitch literally has like a plane flying into a building.
Yes, it does.
tragedy. For Spider-Man, many of the promotional material and the trailer for the film would feature a spot with the Twin Towers, and one of the ending sequences of Lilo and Stitch would have Stitch flying through downtown Honolulu in a hijacked jetliner, weaving and bobbing through buildings, which obviously was not going to be received well for its 2002 release. Spider-Man is an interesting case, as New York City is basically a character in the canon of the superhero, so the disappearance of the Twin Towers from its skyline had to be taken into account. Scenes that were meant to show the resiliency of New Yorkers and a love of the USA were added to the film, like the fight on the Queensboro Bridge, where the citizens fought back against the Green Goblin, uttering that if you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. And one of the final shots of the film, which features the Man of Spider holding on to a flagpole with an American flag flying high. In the case of Lilo and Stitch, this entire sequence had to be reworked very quickly before its release in 2002, which, if you know anything about animation, that is a crazy feat to accomplish. The initial cut of the scene was put on a special edition DVD some years later, and you could see that the things that had to be reworked were making the plane that Stitch flew look a little bit more alien and like a spaceship, making its interior cabin look a little bit more Star Trek-esque rather than the cabin of a commercial jetliner, and of course, changing the surrounding location from being a downtown city center to a remote beach that was devoid of any humans. Most films had to release in the month of September that had remotely anything to do with action and could potentially evoke the images of September 11th were also pushed, including Martin Scorsese's Gangs of New York and Training Day, starring Denzel Washington. Independence Day, Deep Impact, and Armageddon all featured scenes that featured New York, specifically the World Trade Center, in peril, with Armageddon featuring a scene that looked eerily similar to a lot of news footage of the towers after they
I didn't know that.
They also had to be pulled from any television syndication and quickly re-edited. In fact, a lot of films that had been released but just happened to take place in New York had to be digitally re-edited to erase any image of the Twin Towers. In a sense, Hollywood was trying to completely erase the image of the Twin Towers from its cinematic history as not to evoke sorrow. So far, you've noticed that the immediate cultural response of 9/11 was a lot of censorship. It was the equivalent of sending a child out of a room during the violent part of a movie. In an attempt to protect its very fragile public, censorship loomed heavily over Hollywood and other related industries. On the one hand, it was completely understandable, as many people were regularly
Don't pretend to laugh. You didn't hear what I said.
And
I did hear what you
Hollywood
said.
films could
I was laughing at
become
you,
triggers
angry
for
because
them.
I didn't
It's
laugh.
almost important to know that almost every
How are we supposed to get
of the
bits
terrorist
working
attacks
if
of
you refuse to
September 11th,
participate?
both in New
It's
York
yes
City and Washington, D.C. were being documented in real time. It's a bit different to an event like the sinking of the Titanic that was largely recounted and documented in the stories of people who were on the ship and survived. 9/11 could be recounted in multiple ways, including survivor stories, news coverage, the work of photojournalists, and there was a massive growth of amateur filmmaking that was happening around this time, as there were many consumer-grade camcorders that were on the market and were owned by lots of people. So your average Joe Schmo could go out on the street if he lived in New York City and also record his own recollection of the day's events. Everyone basically had a connection to the event in some way. On the other hand, there were very understandably critics of the censorship of post 9/11 media, with many calling into account the question of autonomy in art. On a grander scale, it could also call into question of what narratives and images are being disseminated to the public around the events of this tragedy, which led many scholars to theorize that this form of censorship could influence the emotions of the country and almost provide a blank check for imperialistic aggression in the name of protecting the country and saving democracy. The headline from The Onion, funnily enough, does the best job of summing up what the potential fear was when it comes to this type of censorship. U.S. vows to defeat whoever it is we're at war with. It would be another 4 or 5 years before Hollywood decided what it wanted to do with the events of the day. In the immediate, there were thoughts that there would be no more films that would show wide-scale destruction and that Hollywood media would become a lot more kinder and gentler, almost as if to serve as a security blanket for a very wounded nation. That would not last. Films like Steven Spielberg's War of the World dealt with the events of 9/11 in a more indirect way, with academics Maria Flood and Michael C. Frank for the Conversation saying, Steven Spielberg's 2005 adaptation of The War of the World transplants H.G. Wells' late Victorian story to post-9/11 New Jersey and Boston. The tagline of the film, quote, "They're already here," echoes fears of sleeper cells, suggesting that the enemy is already in the U.S., undetectable and waiting
And
to be
Ice
activated.
Cube's War of the World
After the alien
was a
tripods
critique of the
have emerged from
surveillance
below
state.
the ground to wreak havoc on innocent
Right?
bystanders,
I
the
didn't watch it.
protagonist's daughter asks her ash-covered father, is it the terrorists? And in the 5th anniversary of the attacks, Hollywood was ready to take on the events of the day head-on, with Oliver Stone's World Trade Center and
Shit
Paul
movie.
Greengrass's United 93,
That
both
was
released
not
in
bad.
2006. The first of which depicted the events in New York City from the perspective of 2 police officers who found themselves trapped in the North Tower during the collapse of the South Tower, and the second which told the harrowing tale of the passengers who took back the hijacked plane United 93, potentially thwarting another terrorist attack. Both films involve the families of victims and the survivors in their production, with United 93 having real people play themselves in the film, and World Trade Center having the officers,
what
John
government are you up
McLaughlin
to?
and Will Jimino and their wives involved in the writing and production. Though it is important to note that both films did face some backlash from the family members of victims with how their specific family members were depicted, or just simply with being involved in the production that does commercialize
What government are you
their
going
loved
for?
one's death. These films were decently well
I have
received and
a
did
democracy.
pretty okay at the box
Yeah,
office,
but what are you
they
going for
won't
next?
carry through cinematic history in the same
Well, I
way as
won't
something
get
like
my government by the
1997's
time this
Titanic,
expires.
which has essentially eclipsed the historical event that it's depicting. One could argue that the reason for this was that 5 years was still a little bit too soon, and the audiences that would be going to see this movie also lived through the event, as it just took place 5 years prior, and so they may also not have been exactly ready to reckon and see depicted with a Hollywood lens this incredibly traumatic day. Hollywood didn't attempt many more movies that dealt with 9/11 directly from the perspective of sorrowful remembrance, and instead opted for escapist media centered around superheroes and fantastical worlds that could explore themes around 9/11 without directly recalling the events. Scholars cite Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight trilogy as being the impetus of the superhero genre beginning to explore this kind of grim, dark aesthetic, but of course it is the Marvel Cinematic Universe that became a very large figure in post 9/11 film. And it certainly makes sense why they were so popular, as their narratives are about superhero figures coming in to save everyday people in terroristic situations, almost as if to rewrite the events of 9/11 in a much more fantastical way. And it's also worth it to note that there is government interest, let's just say, in these particular films when it comes
Classical
to depictions
Republic,
of
Jesus
American
Christ.
government that tend to be centered around American exceptionalism that could also breed some pretty harmful rhetoric that the government used to its advantage around this
Well, there's
time.
still
These films
classical
came in tandem with
republics in
films that
there.
are about the fallout of 9/11 and the ensuing military activity in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Is
like
Indonesia?
American
No, we
Soldier,
took out
Dark
Indonesia,
30, and
right?
other
Mhm.
films like Cloverfield, Remember Me, that is not a 9/11 film into the very, very end, and Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close. We also have
Classical
to note
Republic.
that
Why
there
would they
is a
vote
looming
for that?
presence of stereotypes that
They
plague
keep
a
in
lot of
Classical Republic
post-9/11
this late in
media,
the game?
specifically with how people from the Middle East
Classical
were being
Republic.
depicted.
That's
we all know
wild.
the famous sepia tone that went rampant in a lot of 2000s and 2010s film when depicting any country that it was inhabited by mostly brown people, and there was a sense of just a general flattening of a lot of Middle Eastern cultures. And you can definitely see how this flattening of culture would do harm in the real world. Many black and brown people, especially Muslim Americans in the country, were being faced with a lot of heavy stereotypical material that came out around this time that was heavily influencing how they were living life in this country. The topic of film in post 9/11 America is far too vast to cover in one video and would probably have to be its own video, but in the meantime I highly recommend Lindsay Ellis's Loose Cannon series that covers films directly dealing with the events of 9/11, both from a domestic perspective and an international perspective. Television perhaps has the most interesting relationship with 9/11, as it was how many of us received news of the events. The 24-hour news cycle was all but cemented in our everyday lives, as millions were watching every single day, hours worth of footage of the towers being hit, them collapsing, and in the very early days of news
Did
coverage,
this fucking Free
some very
City infantry
horrific
just get
images
rid
that
of my
featured
fucking
people
military
falling
engineer?
from the towers to the ramifications
Are
of
you
seeing
fucking
images
kidding
like
me?
that for days and hours and weeks on end, we are still figuring out to this day. Television was essentially the door into this new world that we were getting to know and would be for the next 20 years. On the news front, the presence of the news ticker became a mainstay for many news channels, allowing for multiple pieces of news to be reported on at the same time. Federal investigations, survivor recounts, and relief efforts were pretty much all that dominated TV for the coming weeks, especially with the announcement of the US invasion of Afghanistan less than a month later. For non-news TV, the first steps forward came from the world of late-night television, as one by one the hosts of very popular late-night shows came back on air, many of them taping live from New York City. The first of which to return to air was David Letterman, who delivered a powerful and honest monologue that was a more cathartic heart-to-heart to a nation that didn't know what to do either than an opener to a late-night talk show. Hosts like Jon Stewart, who then went on to be a strong advocate for healthcare for 9/11 first responders, delivered a powerful and tearful opener to political satire show The Daily Show that very briefly revealed that the people in our TVs were not just entertainers, but people just like us, people who were sad and angry and confused, just like us. The death toll of 9/11 has almost doubled due to the fact that more people have died due to toxic exposure from ground zero, including survivors and first responders, than people who were killed on the day. So we are very much so still dealing with the healthcare aftermath of an event like that
Oldie
25
America.
years later. Jokes weren't completely devoid at this time, but there was a looming sense of feeling like we had to ask if we could call on the security blanket that is comedy and humor. Live from New York, Saturday Night Live returned with a group of firefighters wearing their gear that was covered in ash from the rubble, and then New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani,
He's
who,
right there,
if
get
you
him!
can believe it, had been deemed Times Person of the Year and was seen as America's mayor. Crazy turn of events. The tone of the first Saturday Night Live post 9/11 was
And then
humorous, but
Andrew Grotmo came in and they're like, well, if they like Giuliani, they probably were going to love me, right? Because if that guy could get away with this shit that he does.
bit somber, and also for some reason featured blackface.
Andrew
like that
Cuomo
was
told me that
supposed to.
Giuliani grabbed his wife's tits and
Because
said,
of what used to
Kazanka.
be a much quicker production cycle, television was one of the first mediums to be.
You know, like in Batman Returns, like the penguin bites off a guy's nose.
What?
In Batman Returns, the penguin like bites off a guy's nose or something.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Anyway, that's Rudy. Muted.
He does kind of look like that.
Wing that aired
Yeah.
an episode dealing with terrorism, airing
Like
3
an
weeks
underground
after the
sewer
attacks.
dweller?
And many shows
Yeah.
like 24 and Homeland were very
Gives
guilty
those
of
vibes.
perpetuating the insert brown person here and cast them in a negative light concept, and also made very regular practice of normalizing torture, which no doubt had very terrible in-person ramifications for black and brown people in the country, who, by the way, were probably also in mourning and also angry and sad. And what of shows that were set in New York City? In the 90s, many of the most popular sitcoms were set in New York City, like Friends, Living Single, and Seinfeld. New York City was the place for sitcoms, and by 2001, it felt like sitcoms were starting to move out of the city. Perhaps the wound of the city was too fresh, and in the minds of many Americans, New York felt very off limits. And so that's when we see the growth and prominence of shows like The Office and Parks and Rec and My Name is Earl that take place in other parts of the country. Of course, this isn't to say that TV avoided New York City, as there were still plenty of shows that were set in the city, like HBO's smash hit Sex and the City and 30 Rock. Many of these shows that were
How I Met Your
airing
Mother.
pre-2001 obviously featured imagery of the Twin Towers and the World Trade Center, and much of that imagery had to be scrubbed. In doing research for this video, I was very curious about what the response of children's media was. I don't feel like we often think about the impact of pop culture when it comes to kids, but kids media is incredibly important to the growth and development of kids. So how do you explain something of this scale to a child when the adults that are making them are also trying to make sense of it? One of the most prominently remembered for perhaps good and bad reasons is Disney Channel's Express Yourself series. These were originally a series of interstitials that featured Disney Channel stars talking about friendship and being yourself and general kids stuff. But the channel decided to do a special run of the Express Yourself series with its stars, discussing, albeit mostly indirectly, the events of 9/11. There's a really great article from Teen Vogue that I'll link down below that goes into much deeper detail about the general response and what the place of something like that was in media at the time. Many at the time saw it as a necessary and maybe cathartic message for kids who were dealing with the events that they saw probably in real time, and others saw it as much more propagandic in nature. Not too long after that, in 2004, Disney Channel featured the events of 9/11 in a DCOM called Tiger Cruise, starring a very young Hayden Panettiere. That is too much for this video, but it's just as crazy as it sounds. It was a noble attempt, I think, but still. The other side of the spectrum, children's media's most trusted teacher, PBS, also put out a lot of material around educating kids on the events of 9/11. Popular series Zoom did an episode talking about firefighters and how they help communities.
God, I
Reading
hated that
Rainbow
show.
did segments about 9/11 where host LeVar Burton talked to the kids of PS 234 in New York City about how they cope with the events of the day and how children from around the world were sending messages of hope and love to the kids of the US. Fred Rogers came out of retirement to speak to kids and adults about how to deal with this difficult situation and encourage parents to have open discussions with their children. Arthur had a two-part episode dealing with the events.
Arthur had a two-part 9/11
As the
episode.
episode is set around a fire that takes place at the school, with each of the characters meant to depict a different emotion that the audience might have felt while watching the collapse of the Twin Towers. According to the Arthur Wiki, quote, "In the September 11th attacks, many experienced loss and trauma directly, which correlates with Sue Ellen losing her irreplaceable diary, and Binky is traumatized by the sight of the flames. And others felt tremendous anxiety after the disaster, with Arthur, who was anxious about his father's well-being. Meanwhile, many people were not directly affected by the attacks, yet still felt the impacts of the aftermath, which is represented by Buster, who was absent from school during the fire and feels disconnected." And finally, the show that has had New York City as its background for more than 50 years, Sesame Street, also did a segment talking about the events. In a segment featuring Elmo, an accidental fire breaks out in Mr.
You see,
Cooper's
Elmo, Bin Laden did this because he hates the HOA.
door, which is promptly put out by real-life FDNY firefighters, who calm Elmo, ensuring him that firefighters are very important members of the community that keep everyone safe. Television eventually found its flow again, but you can tell that 9/11 made an indelible impact on the industry. And this finally brings us to internet culture and 9/11, and 9/11 almost as pop culture in and of itself. One of the most famous fallouts of 9/11 is chronicling the pop cultural journey of works that were inspired by or kind of directly related to the events. So there is a very popular chart that has appeared on Tumblr that chronicles that because of 9/11, Gerard Way started My Chemical Romance, which then inspired Stephenie Meyer to write Twilight, which eventually led to the creation of 50 Shades of Grey. And there are all of these different pop cultural things that wouldn't have happened, assumingly without 9/11, which in turn does lend itself to this uptick in what I'm calling the memification of 9/11 that has been happening much more prominently in the past 2 to 3 years. It's mainly centered around a lot of Gen Z people feeling very distant from the event and in turn finding some humor in it. But I think that's a video for next year. As we can see, tragic events shape culture in ways that many of us can't really anticipate. In the 20 plus years since the collapse of the Twin Towers, what we're listening to, what we're watching, and what we're wearing has been reflective of our collective uncertainty and anxiety for the future. The pop culture of this era was a snapshot of our collective anger and sadness and general confusion that ran the gamut from justified and vengeful to irrational and destructive to disillusioned and apathetic. The pop culture of a post-9/11 America is intense, complex, somewhat nuanced, at times aimless, and above all, an incredibly fascinating snapshot of modern history.
It was an interesting video.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, Secretary Hegseth.
The era of Western global domination is over. The global South has finally become powerful enough to match and
What did you do?
Sal. Don't be so modest.
Get out of here. Bro's health is coming back. Better take that city. Gimme. What is that? Special hub. Finally, more artillery.
What are they powering up that electro robot we saw?
Are you
Is
playing
it stuck
something?
on a thumbnail for you?
Are you playing something?
Yeah, it's stuck on a thumbnail.
Weird.
Weird. I checked.
About the Strait of Hormuz because he is. I'm not anything.
Fix it.
Fix what?
I don't know. Let's try a refresh. Restream be breaking lately, you know?
Mm. Yeah, it's been weird.
Blockade and the power of the blockade.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, Secretary Hegseth goes before Congress to answer the question, does the U.S. control the Strait of Hormuz? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and no, I am not a senator. I am not anything. I am just a lonely YouTuber who has a plucky little channel that talks about global shipping. What we want to talk about is Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, went before Congress in what was supposed to be a talk about the budget, but he got several questions about the Strait of Hormuz. We've been covering the Strait of Hormuz for quite a while, and we thought we should take a look at some of his answers. Now, we have talked about the Strait of Hormuz consistently here on the channel, and we've used a lot of analogies to describe the Strait of Hormuz. Schrodinger's Strait, we talked about Groundhog Day, we talked about it, duck season, rabbit season type deal, and it's one of the kind of great questions of the world. Is the Strait of Hormuz open? And Secretary Hegseth had this question posed to him by several senators, and his answers were really enlightening. I thought we'd take a moment and just take a look at what he said about the Strait of Hormuz, because he is, by official documents, the highest ranking person within the Department of Defense/War. He is the one that gives orders to the combatant commanders in the field, in this case to Admiral Brad Cooper, and he is the one most responsible for the military to the President of the United States. As a matter of fact, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, General Kane, is actually technically only an advisor. It is Hegseth, as the Secretary of Defense/War, that has that position. So let's go to the Senate hearing room yesterday and listen to a couple of questions and Secretary Hegseth's answers. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out.
My first question is, Mr. Secretary in General, is there a way...
Is he trying to power up that weird techno-smoking robot? What does that sound?
Before we fully
See, that's what I said earlier, too.
With the conflict with Iran?
I don't think enough has been stated about the blockade and the power of the blockade and the dilemma that our blockade creates for them. They can't move anything out of Iranian ports, and over, I think it's 65 ships at this point have been turned around or disabled. The economic pressure that creates on them greatly outstrips the pressure on us, and we don't use the Strait of Hormuz anywhere near as much as the rest of the world does, or certainly they do. And I think it creates a lot of dynamics for future energy dominance for the United States of America, considering the increased capability that our country has, not to mention opportunities in Venezuela. So we have a range of options, as the chairman and I have discussed extensively, mostly privately, but some in public, to ensure that transit
there's that
were to
robot
continue.
again.
Should the president or others
give him his cigarettes quick, he's pissed.
But ultimately, we control the strait. Because nothing's going in that we don't allow to go in. And trust me, when we look at what Iran's thinking about that, they know they can't break it, and it's very concerning for them.
Iran only responds to strength and force. And that's specifically why I asked the question, in that their evil regime, can make their people suffer and hang in there.
How about that?
But if we can keep the pressure on with the naval blockade and navigate the Strait of Hormuz, we can keep the stranglehold on this evil regime and force the type of solution that we need and the kind of verification we need to enforce it. And that's, again, why I asked this question, and maybe both you gentlemen could respond to that. I'm not saying that is what the outcome will be, or, ultimately it's up to President Trump. But what I'm saying, is it possible to keep that stranglehold on with the blockade, even though, the tyrants, the IRGC, won't give up right away, and secure the Strait of Hormuz while we continue to put that pressure on them for a result that can work for this country and the world, and that's enforceable? And I'd like you to give me some more color on that, both you gentlemen.
Sure, I'll take a moment here and talk about pressure. And what you're really alluding to is what the entirety of the interagency is working on. With a hat tip toward Secretary Bessent, Secretary Rubio, and the rest of the interagency, the totality of total pressure, which the military element is just one component on, is what the regime in Iran is feeling right now. And I think there's no shortage of ability to hold that pressure. The decision on for how long to hold that pressure is, of course, a political one and within our civilian leadership. But I would highlight that they are absolutely feeling that pressure, not just from the blockade, as the Secretary talked about, but the continuation of sanctions that Treasury and others have put on there, and we retain a range of military options.
What General Kane talks about here is an interagency approach. It is not just military. It is defense, it's commerce, it's energy, it's everything. And this is a crucial problem, I think, in the Trump administration right now, because the person who should be overseeing this is the National Security Advisor. The problem is we don't have a National Security Advisor. Well, we do, but it's Marco Rubio. And if you've seen the meme, Marco Rubio does everything in this administration. You cannot put one person in charge of everything. The National Security Advisor, who had been Michael Waltz until they kicked him up to go be ambassador to the UN, basically kicked him out to go do that, should be overseeing this. And the National Security Advisor should be bringing together all those departments to do it. You need somebody in the executive branch to do this. If you're not using the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of State can do it, but the problem is Secretary of State is pulled in so many directions. This would be a job for potentially a vice president or J.D. Vance in this case, or somebody else to have a national security portfolio to do this. And this is my problem, is I'm not exactly sure how this is operating within the Trump White House. We just don't know enough about this.
Well, I 100% agree with you, but their ability, the regime's ability to endure pain is significant because they just put it on their people. My point is keeping that pressure on them, but at the same time securing passage in a way where commercial traffic will start moving. That relieves pressure on us and our allies. And that's what I'm asking for more color on how you effectuate that.
Senator, there are options for that.
Senator,
should we go in that
use
direction?
terms
There's
like
a
that anymore.
multitude of different directions, should the president seek to go that way, that we're prepared to operate on. Evidenced by the destroyers that went in and came back out, to the great detriment of the limited ability of Iran to defend. I mean, remember, the entirety of Iran's conventional navy is at the bottom of the
As with
Persian Gulf.
everything you do, you start out at a really high level, and then you just get better. And I'm seeing that with this blockade right now, with the way you disabled those last two tankers. I mean, you're getting better at blockading. And again, that's why I'm looking for continued options to secure traffic in the Strait while we continue to put pressure on Iran.
So the Secretary doesn't spell out, and you don't expect him to spell out in an unclassified hearing, what are those military options that the U.S. can do. But one of the big problems, I would argue, is any of those options involves ending the ceasefire. You're going to have to go into Iran itself with aircraft and weapon strikes to knock them out. Now, we've done that. We did that with the destroyers, the 3 destroyers that went into the Persian Gulf to bring out the 2 American ships. We used those 3 destroyers to target and destroy weapon sources along the Strait of Hormuz. But this would involve a larger campaign. And again, the Secretary does not go into a lot of details to talk about that. I also want to take a moment here. Senator Hoeven had talked about this, that the blockade is getting better. Well, yes and no. The fact that those ships got into Jask, the 2 he's referring to, which were struck by the F-18s, means they got through the blockade line and got in. Now, the U.S. could have let them through, let them go to Jask, and then knocked them out. That's a definite possibility. Or if the ships got through, because, again, U.S. ships were thin, because, again, we do not have a massive armada here. We have a lot of Navy forces here. We certainly do. At least, I think, a baker's dozen of Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. But even them, that may not be enough. And so, the U.S. blockade has its limitations. Everything has limitations. I think we need to acknowledge that. The next question came from Senator Kuntz from Delaware, and I really liked his level of approach. I thought he was really interesting because one of the things I think Kuntz tried to do was be as level-headed as you can. We don't typically get that all the time, I know, in the U.S. Congress. But Kuntz here tried to do that, and he asked the question, didn't get a chance to answer it, but then it's picked up again later on.
Mr. Secretary, I'm just going to follow up on the questions I asked in my first round and the questions that had been asked by members of both parties. In my assessment, there was no imminent threat to the United States that justified the president using his Article 2 powers, and there was insufficient preparation to make sure that we had the right troops, the right capability deployed. There used to be a consensus in national security that America should only go to war when there's an imminent threat to our national security, when all other options have been exhausted, and when we have clear objectives and a plan for how it ends. As General Kane testified, the military was given 3 clear goals: sink the Navy, attack and destroy the ballistic missile launchers, and degrade their defense industrial base, and you've accomplished those. But President Trump celebrated regime change after saying that regime change was the real goal. And our NATO allies have delivered. They have allowed overflight. They have allowed projection of force despite not being consulted. You said just a few moments ago, Mr. Secretary, we control the strait. But it's clear that reopening the Strait of Hormuz for commercial traffic eludes us, in no small part because Iran retains a robust stockpile of cheap, lethal Shahed drones, and they are getting help from our adversaries in rebuilding them. What is your plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. Secretary?
I would just note that the majority of your question was highly disingenuous and loaded with
I don't have a
suggestions
plan.
that I very much don't agree with. From the beginning,
Please feel free, sir, to pick any one of those
From the
things.
beginning, we've been very clear about the military objectives and
Yes.
the underlying strategic objective, which is preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
Take, for example, the fact that Iranians' conventional Navy, they had aircraft carriers with Shahed drones on them before this started. They had full-on destroyers and battleship capabilities, none of which they have anymore. And
Did the
their inability
Iranian
to-
Navy have aircraft carriers?
Iranian Navy had 3 drone aircraft carriers. The
Okay.
Iranian Navy
They
had 11
launch
submarines.
platforms for drones, sure.
They had 11 submarines.
And you've
They had
sunk
a
all of the
terror
regular Navy. Great, good.
They retain fast boat capabilities, which they've always had. We understand that, which we can control for and will. We've degraded almost completely their defense industrial base capabilities. The idea that they control anything, you can terrorize something, you can hold it at issue with piracy, as I've talked about at the Pentagon podium time and time again.
Correct.
That doesn't mean you control it. We control what goes in and out, and we control whether or not we have to restart conflict. The president does as well.
Mr.
So
Secretary?
we're the ones that will manage where this goes in the future, and they have very limited ability to set the tempo or respond to it, and that gives the president a lot of options to ensure that Iran never gets a weapon.
The connection between their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz using fast boats and Shahed drones and our strategic goal, shared broadly, to prevent them from ever having a usable nuclear weapon is utterly unclear to me. And my question was, what's the plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic, given
shared broadly but
skyrocketing
never
prices?
executed. Shared broadly but never executed because previous administrations didn't have the willingness to actually do what it would take. And when Iran was at its weakest moments following the 12-day war, but still wanted the pursuit of a nuclear capability, President Trump made the courageous decision to go at their conventional umbrella and shield, which they were using to protect their nuclear program, which we knew came with threats and branches and sequels.
My
which we've
concern,
accounted
Mr.
for.
Secretary, is that you've achieved a series of tactical
So, good
successes,
question.
but are on the
Not
verge of a
actually sure.
strategic loss, because we are now negotiating.
Just think it's so
a
foolish.
demand-
Here we are.
Wow,
at the committee
rude
of the
how
United
this
States
rail
Senate,
literally
74
ended at
days
your
in, and you're
border,
talking
huh?
about strategic loss. We have the ability
I
to
moved
defeat
all my
a
military
47-year
engineers.
threat of a
Don't
pursuit of
worry,
nuclear
I'll
weapon.
fix
We
it.
have more leverage than we've ever had. We've had incredible battlefield successes, and you're talking about a strategic loss,
Mr.
cloaked in
Secretary?
disingenuous questions.
Mr. Secretary?
This is how you
Mr.
undercut
Secretary?
efforts that could
can you
otherwise
stop being a
otherwise
cunt?
I
be
am not
very
your
effective.
enemy, sir. I am not your adversary. I share your goal of preventing Iran from ever having a usable nuclear weapon. To finish my sentence, control of the Strait of Hormuz, the ability to degrade our partners and allies' gas and oil production capabilities through cheap drones, the ability to harass and harry commercial
All
shipping
yours.
remains in Iran's hands. And their demands are that we recognize sovereignty for them over the Strait of Hormuz, which I believe our president's rejected, you've rejected, I reject. But my question remains, how do we reopen the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping? If we control it, how do we reopen it? And your average American is seeing this at the gas pump every single day as the cost of gas continues to rise.
Senator Coons, I know that your question has not yet been responded to.
And it deserves an answer.
It does
But I
deserve
also
an
understand I'm
answer.
delaying my colleagues. But
But-
that's the question that deserves an answer, Mr. Secretary.
So I thought that exchange was one of the most interesting throughout this hearing. I think Coons and Hegseth were both, number one, very respectfully talking to each other. I thought Coons was you know, when he says, I'm not your enemy, he's literally trying to get an answer. I thought Hegseth could be a bit defensive at times, especially when Coons was talking about a strategic failure. But again, I think he's making a valid point. The U.S. objective coming into the conflict, which was mentioned, was to degrade the Iranian military, which has succeeded, destroy their ballistic missile capacity, which we think they've succeeded, and to destroy their war-making capability, their industrial base, which we think they succeeded. That, to Hegseth, is the strategic victory. That, along with their inability to develop nuclear weapons and the decapitation, all of that is the strategic victory. That's why Hegseth gets very defensive about that. But Coons makes the other point that, listen, the enemy has a say in combat. And while you have tactically and operationally won against the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, you've been able to beat them back, you've moved destroyers in, you've countered their mine capability. If at the end of this, the Iranians retain control of the Strait of Hormuz, that is a strategic victory for them. That puts them in a position to control global trade. That puts them in a position to exert dominance over issues. And I think that's where they were kind of talking past each other. Now, Coons runs out of time, but Senator Murphy picks this up later in the hearing.
Let me give you a chance, Mr. Secretary, to answer Senator Coons' question, which is a really simple one. How are we going to get the strait open? Because nothing matters more to our constituents than doing something about these spiraling gas prices, which are bankrupting families and farmers all across the country. And maybe let me ask it this way. This is the first time you've come before this committee, but in other briefings, people that work for you have told us in plain terms that there is no military mechanism to reopen the strait, that ultimately it will be a political decision made by Iran. And I think you're confirming that here today by suggesting that it will be economic pressure that will create a political imperative inside Tehran to open the strait.
I just want to jump in because I think Murphy hits on a very big point there. I don't think there's a true military solution to this, because whatever military solution you adopt is not going to be 100%. We saw that with the reduction in shipping through the straits back during the tanker war, where we had very high insurance rates, 5 to 10%. We also saw a lot of damage done to ships.
That's a lot of damage.
During the tanker war of 1980 to 88, there was a total of 414 ship attacks. 55 ships were either sunk or a constructive total loss, and hundreds of merchant mariners killed and wounded. But it was an escalation. It started in 1980 and it peaked in 87, 88. And the U.S. didn't get involved until the very end, until 87, 88. And even then, we only escorted a handful of ships, U.S. flag ships and the reflagged Kuwaiti tankers. And so I think Murphy is hitting on a point here that there really needs to be a political solution of some kind to this, that if we adopt a military argument, we're not going to be able to be 100% successful.
So can you just confirm for the committee that there is not a military mechanism or means to reopen the strait, that ultimately we have to essentially use diplomacy, economic diplomacy in this case, in order to convince Iran to make the decision to reopen the strait?
I would say, Senator, there most certainly are military means by which we could open the strait, both on targets on land and also with what we do with our naval capabilities, not to mention our naval blockade.
Why haven't you done, if that's true, and that's not what has been testified to us in private briefings, why haven't you done that already?
Ultimately, a preferred long-term approach would be a deal where they open it up, where they stop being pirates of international waters and allow countries from all nations to flow. These aren't U.S. ships that are being blockaded there. These are ships from all around the world, creating much more pressure for other countries than ours. So the bad guy here is Iran, who's closing the strait through piracy effectively, because they really only have fast boat capabilities. And we're blockading them. None of their stuff's getting out. They're feeling all the pressure.
So I think the secretary, again, he says that we don't have
he's pretty
US ships in it. We
stupid,
do. We have 3 that are in there right now. 2 of them are doing kind of Persian Gulf movement of goods for the Department of Defense. And we have 1 ship that's in a shipyard. I'm not even sure it's been crewed back up yet or not, but it's part of the tanker security program is there. We also do have a military presence in the Gulf. Again, we have those brigade sets in Kuwait and Qatar. We have U.S. military presence there. We have air bases. But more importantly, we have Gulf allies in the region. And I think they would find it very, important that we want the strait open back up so that they can resume their normal flow. Qatar, for example, just got a second load of liquefied natural gas out, but they're not getting anywhere near their exports out. Kuwait, Bahrain, again, they're all suffering from this.
You don't worry that through a study of history, you might come to the conclusion that you are overestimating their willingness to cave based upon economic pressure. The Russians believed years ago that Ukraine would cave because of the economic pressure they were putting on Ukraine. We thought the North Vietnamese would cave because of the economic pressure we were putting on them. Your own intelligence estimates, as has been reported, suggest that, in fact, The Iranians are in a position to hold out for potentially years. This is a high-risk strategy to hope that this economic pressure will eventually cause them to voluntarily reopen the strait when there's plenty of evidence from military history to show that countries that are being attacked or invaded or occupied are actually willing to put up with a whole lot of economic misery in order to preserve national pride.
Well aware. We've looked at we understand all of those historical case studies, and it's not just economic pressure. There's military pressure, diplomatic pressure. We certainly have a lot more military pressure we can bring to bear if the president were to choose to do so. I think there are a lot of different dynamics that cards that the president can play.
If I sit through another 10 minutes of this, I'm going to lose my mind.
Fair enough.
13th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend.
What just happened? What'd I break? Let's see what ended up getting clicked here. Just rolling the dice here.
Once upon a time, I almost called this YouTube channel some variation of Urbis Historia.
Okay,
that was for a reason.
Okay, that's not what we're looking for. That's a little too...
Hi, it's Wednesday, May 3rd.
That's a little too made in paint for a live stream, you know, that's like a background.
13th, 2026.
Activity.
You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. Yesterday, I mentioned the French Revolution, and y'all made it clear that you do, in fact, want an ADHD deep dive on the French Revolution. And I love that you guys are on board with my antics.
I'm so glad somebody
the
made
thing
this.
is, I'm not the first person to say, hey, wait, are things feeling a little like the lead up to the French Revolution right now, or am I crazy? This era has also been compared to the Gilded Age in America at the turn of the 20th century. One ended in a bloody headless massacre, the other in significant legislative reform. Two pretty different potential outcomes. So today I'm talking French Revolution, later this week we're talking Gilded Age, and then you can decide for yourself where our future might be headed.
Wow.
I want to talk about history for a little bit because the headlines are so overwhelming and also underwhelming at the same time right now. You know what I mean? It's hard to pick a story every day to focus on from the myriad headlines coming out day to day. It's hard to know what matters. So I am disengaging for this week and just focusing on history for fun. Of course, history is not a means of
started stroking without me?
We love to look at the past and say, well, this, and this happened, so the same will happen here. That's not really how things work. History doesn't repeat itself, but it definitely does rhyme sometimes, but usually in unexpected and hard to predict ways. And what's cool is that we are writing history every single day. So just because something went one way in the past, we aren't doomed to let history repeat itself. We can do what we can to work against it.
But we won't.
I just wanted to preface this whole thing with that, lest ye think I'm telling you that by the end of this we'll have brought back the guillotine or something. This is just a fun historical thought exercise. It's also not a treatise on the French Revolution. Obviously, this is a 20-minute video on the internet. Actual tomes have been written for 250 years about the French Revolution.
Okay, you're
and the
yapping too much.
ADHD-fueled
Let's get
deep
to the
dive you could
content.
do is truly endless on this subject. And to this day, historians debate about the true causes of the revolution and how to interpret it. A few sources you might peruse if you would like to go down that rabbit hole further after this video are Season 3 of Mike Duncan's Revolutions podcast, the Oxford History of the French Revolution by William Doyle, or you can try an older classic book, The Ancien Regime and the Revolution by Alexis de Tocqueville. Okay, those are all my disclaimers. Let's get into it and take it way, way back to the 1780s. So even though everything seems really bad, one thing is still really, really good. Bread. I'm thrilled to say that my partner on today's video
You motherfucker! You motherfucker! All that yapping to get into an ad read? How dare you?
You want them. And my
I was like, oh wow, she changed her shirt for the main video. Stupid me didn't immediately identify the shirt change as an ad insert. I'm disappointed. You want fucking croissants? Here's the code, alright? Fuck off.
Honestly, king is Louis XVI. His wife is Marie Antoinette. The king's predecessors, Louis XV and...
He was gay. Just so you know. He was gay and always like, I don't know. And that's why they killed him. Anyone who's an expert on the French Revolution, tell me I'm wrong right now. They won't.
Louis XIV.
This is me condensing a lot of history for you. Okay?
Not a lot of creativity at this time in names, had seen a decline in the legitimacy of the aristocracy, so that by the time Louis XVI had the crown, the people were pretty fed up with the whole feudal system ordained by God thing. For a long time, France was ruled by the king as an absolute monarch, but his power was checked by a social hierarchy known as the Ancien Regime, which was made up of 3 estates. The first and highest estate was the clergy, the second estate was the nobles, and the third estate was literally everyone else. So like 95% of France's population was in the third estate. For a long time, it was virtually impossible to move between estates. However, by the 1700s, increased trade and manufacturing meant that a number of members of the third estate had increased their economic standing and entered the new bourgeoisie class. And peasants also aspired to throw off the last vestiges of the feudal system, own their land outright, and then all of them aspired to greater political power and influence. Part of this is also because of increased literacy and education and a lot of exposure to Enlightenment philosophers like Descartes, John Locke, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Rousseau. Rousseau proved to be one of the more influential figures, and his ideas about equality, freedom, and the sovereignty of the people put a lot of pesky little ideas in the heads of the Third Estate. At the same time, economic uncertainty, starting in the 1770s, spurred on especially by various factors in the New World. The French support of the American Revolution cost France a lot of money.
Correct.
Plus, they had the 7 Years' War before that and the French and Indian War before that. France was the most populated country in Europe at the time, so all of these issues compounded when in 1788, much of the country experienced catastrophic crop failures at a time when the system was under greater stress from the massive population.
Yeah, bread
France
cost
was
a lot
home
of
to
money.
about 20 million.
I'm going to condense it for you. Bread cost a lot of money. We're talking, she already put a croissant ad in this, okay? All right? You understand how French get when they can't get their fucking breads?
That's true.
So,
They like
there you
their
go.
bread.
This is me condensing the history again for you, okay? King was gay and was too like, I don't know about everything, okay? Including fucking his wife, okay? Homo. All right, next thing, bread expensive. Everyone understand? Gay king,
Revolution.
expensive bread.
And people, the vast majority of whom lived in the countryside. Most lived at or below subsistence levels, experiencing daily poverty and just barely able to feed their families
just like
and
China.
exchange their work for a place to live and food to eat. This is how it was for most of the Middle Ages. The difference in the 1700s was that increased trade, especially with the New World, meant that capitalism had begun infiltrating into the lives of even the peasants. Cities were even worse, where work was hard to come by and disease meant shorter lifespans for inhabitants. Due to this widespread poverty, historians estimate about 90% of the peasant class lived at or below subsistence level. The main staple in most people's diets was bread, classic peasant food. Bread dependency meant that fluctuation in grain prices due to crop failures had cataclysmic consequences across the country. On top of that, a lot of nobles in the Second Estate were broke as fuck, and so they started intermarrying with the bourgeoisie of the Third Estate because they were the ones who had an actual income, creating grayer lines between the formerly firmly established societal order. In order to try to rebalance the economy and settle France's debts, the king's finance minister called an assembly of the nobles and a few representatives of the bourgeoisie to propose a tax on the privileged classes which historically had been exempt from taxes. When that didn't work, they decided to call an estates general, a meeting of all 3 estates, something that hadn't been attempted since 1614. They met in Versailles in 1789. Immediately, they were divided over whether to vote by population or by hierarchy, because of course the Third Estate would have far more power if just population numbers were counted, whereas the smaller First and Second Estates were accustomed to having ultimate say in matters of rules. When they reached an impasse, the Third Estate broke off and created its own National Assembly. Royal officials locked them out of the meeting rooms, and so the Third Estate went to the king's indoor tennis.
Yeah, so they went to the tennis court and said, "This is our court."
Amazing.
And you guys get on the left and you guys get on the right, and had divisions within their own. But look at this painting here. You know how we talk about Robespierre was a prophet and he was armed with scripture?
Yeah.
If I showed you this picture, would you have been able to tell me it's the French Revolution?
Potentially.
Just look at it. Like, tell me what you see in this painting.
I mean, yeah, I could probably guess based off the context. Like
No,
the
but-
two sides of the room yelling at each other.
But it's a guy with angel light coming in, holding a book with his hand raised in the air.
The guy in the red?
No, the guy in the center, Robespierre, in the center of the fucking image.
Oh,
man.
there. I see. Okay. It's very religious.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Robespierre was... The French Revolution was religious. It was the first, like, time in the modern era. Because, like, God Kings existed long before Robespierre.
Mm-hmm.
Did they not? You know,
I mean,
he's
yeah.
really, like, the first Kim Jong-un of this era.
Mali is almost gone.
Tennis court and swore the tennis court oath, promising to write France a new constitution. When the king found out about it, he decided to tell the clergy and the nobles to join in this new assembly so that they also played a role in the writing of the new constitution. But at the same time, he didn't actually want any of that to be happening, so he started separately gathering the troops in order to break up the National Assembly. But turns out everyone knew about the drama unfolding in Versailles because of the pesky press freedom that the king had opened up a few months earlier. People had been revolting because of the economic crises for at least a year at this point, and when they found out that the king, who lived lavishly and spent irresponsibly while they starved, was attempting to overthrow the representatives of the Third Estate, that was the final straw in a mounting list of failures and grievances. On July 14th, 1789, just over 2 months after the Estates General had convened in Versailles to try to peaceably find a solution to the debts and write a new constitution, a mob of rebel Parisians stormed the Bastille, a medieval fortress on Paris's east side that was used, among other things, as a prison for political dissidents and was seen as a symbol of monarchical tyranny. And in the countryside, peasants began organizing and rising up against the lords who owned their land and collected taxes from them. By August, the National Constituent Assembly had abolished the feudal system and published the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen.
Why didn't the cops stop them?
What cops?
There wasn't cops back then? How did people stay in line? I don't understand.
It'll forever be a mystery.
Are you telling me that poverty and basically keeping people starving to work land, you're telling me that that's what kept people in line, not the police?
Crazy.
That's pretty fucked up. Why would they do that to people that they're supposed to love? Fucking assassinating my governor. Fuck you, bitch. He's back in there, and he's boosting the space race again. Go fuck yourself.
A sweeping and, at the time, radical document proclaiming the rights to liberty, equality, property ownership, and the right to resist oppression.
Oh, did they...
Their orders made more than half the...
Under property, did it have in, like, the little, what are these, parentheses? Parentheses?
Sure. Brackets.
No, brackets are different. Parentheses. Brackets are like the staple ones.
Sure.
So it would be parentheses under, right behind property, it would say women. Because it was fucking, like... So how many women were in this new estate they were forming? How many women were in the leadership there?
This is the question.
Wow, imagine how they're going to feel when they get the freedom that the men have just gained from a little bit of economic uplift.
property ownership, and the right to resist oppression. Their orders made more than half the adult male population in France eligible to vote, whereas before, the power was concentrated in the hands of the 2 to 5% of the population that were clergy or nobles. The lands of the Roman Catholic Church, which owned about 10% of all land in France, were nationalized in order to pay off the public debt and redistribute property to the bourgeoisie and peasant landowners. This was also an attempt to de-Christianize France, one that backfired pretty catastrophically, especially among Christian peasants whose whole way of life kind of revolved around the church. An attempt was made to create a political system where the legislative and executive roles were shared between the king and the National Assembly, but King Louis XVI was unwilling to compromise on his power. In June 1791, he attempted to flee France, but was caught and forcibly brought back to Paris.
Just like Gaddafi.
Many others did successfully flee, and these counter-revolutionaries, those nobles and royalists opposed to the French Revolution and in favor of the nobles and ruling classes, formed their own groups and armed militias on the borders of France and in neighboring countries. This led to wars between the countries of Europe that would last for years. France declared war against Austria in 1792, and Prussia joined the war a few months later. Marie Antoinette, born in Austria, encouraged her brother, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II, to invade France in order to stop the revolution. When the revolutionaries in Paris discovered this royal betrayal, they imprisoned the royal family, and they massacred the imprisoned noble and clergy members in Paris as well. The new assembly, the National Convention, abolished the monarchy and declared the establishment of the French Republic in September 1792. The National Convention had divisions of its own, with one group arguing...
Imagine how awesome this felt while it was happening before the terror starts.
Yeah. And then the terror starts.
Sometimes I hear this and I would go, wow, it must have been amazing. And then I remember what happens next.
Yeah. Kind of puts a damper on it.
In favor of setting up a bourgeois republic, and the other, led by Maximilien Robespierre, pushed for increasing the political and economic power of the lower classes, of the working man. They called themselves sans-culottes. Robespierre proved to be the more convincing leader. The convention judged the royal family guilty of treason, and by January 1793, King Louis XVI was beheaded by the guillotine, and Marie Antoinette met the same fate 9 months later. The increasing outside threat from pro-monarchy military forces across Europe led to greater popularity for the more radical Robespierre-led faction of the National Convention in France. His faction drove the pro-bourgeoisie faction from the National Convention in 1793 and imposed truly radical changes to the political, social, and economic landscape of France. They imposed government price controls, taxed the rich, created nationalized assistance programs for poor and disabled communities, called for free compulsory education, and confiscated and sold the land of the French nobles who fled before the war. They even set up an entirely new calendar system and developed the metric system. For many in France, however, these changes were too much and too fast.
Wait, the metric system is French? This is devastating.
This fucking commie spin she's putting on it. Yeah, the changes were too fast. That's why the people revolted. No, the changes ultimately didn't bring about the change. They didn't have control of the country. They had control of, like, Paris, you know? Like, the country was still in open war at this point. You just can't, like, do a few things and then expect it to be better, you know? Like, it would have taken time for these policies to be implemented. But instead of just being like, it's going to take time, they were said, anyone who says they're still poor is going to die. That's what happened. Things changed too much. Changed too fast. Bro, you had fucking people out pushing propaganda to them on the countryside like years and years before this took place. Like the Enlightenment class was planning this uprising for a long time, right? Because this is like ultimately what their goal was, right? So like the seeds were planted even like in the generations beforehand, right? So like it just doesn't happen overnight. There was a lot of influence there. And specifically, that idea of nationalism is critical to understand these. You can't just be like, they taxed the rich and the change was too much for people. That's what they fucking say about why Afghanistan destabilized. Not because of the fucking torture regime, I'm sure the torture regime had nothing to do with it. It was change that happened too fast. Fuck off. Don't fucking sell me that fucking horse shit, because that's not how it fucking works, okay? They were literally at war on all sides of the country. Does that sound like a situation that's going to give economic upheaval? No! Didn't you just say that the fucking nobles were actually the poor people? At this point, even the nobles had no money. There was no money. Fucking selling land for what? The currency is dead. Why sell the land to begin with anyway? Like, you needed to revitalize the currency, and then those land sell-offs would matter. And the whole point of spreading nationalism through the countryside the way they did was so they could do this, because the people saw themselves as French instead of just subjects of a king. The identity of nationalism is what made this revolution possible. And it would have been able to sustain itself if they didn't start killing people.
Mm-hmm.
Risings across the country against the Radical National Convention led to harsh governmental crackdown against dissidents, known as the Reign of Terror, the 10 months from September 1793 to July 1794, during which 300,000 people were arrested, 17,000 of them were executed, and innumerable more died in squalor in their prison cells or were killed without trial. By the end of the Reign of Terror, opposition was so strong to this radical, violent government that Robespierre was overthrown in July 1794, and he himself was...
The places where she gave a lot of history, and then the places where she glossed over the history.
Mm-hmm. Intriguing?
Yeah, I mean, like... the journalist who stabbed to death in the bathtub, such an important detail of the French Revolution.
Yes.
Right? Like, so, like, certain times there's philosophical leaders in movements. They may not be actual leaders. You know, like maybe a Frederick Douglass. I'm trying to think of other great examples of... Like, I'm sure there's plenty of communists where there was a philosopher who was behind the actual Iron Man and stuff like that. But, like, she touched on it with the free press, but, like, that's the thing is that there was a journalist who made this revolution possible, and he gets stabbed to death right before it happens by loyalists. So it was like this journalist who was assassinated for doing his job, you know? And so, like, this assassination of a journalist pissed off the people greatly because the freedom of the press was just granted to them. And it was immediately revoked by these loyalists. Even though the king didn't order this hit, it was people who were loyal and didn't like the shit that he was saying. But the entire time, the thing is just like the entire time, nobody around Robespierre liked him. They were afraid of him. He ruled through fear and intimidation. And
how did he even get to the top of it?
Charisma.
Ah, okay.
He was a lawyer.
Yeah, okay.
Sent to the guillotine. The National Convention quickly reversed course,
also probably
getting rid of government price controls and abandoning...
if you actually look at what his face looks like, horrifically scarred with pockmarks.
Interesting.
So I know sometimes people make this claim that fucks your brain up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. This is a facial reconstruction of the death mask, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've looked at this before.
So, I think what's really important about all these left-wing revolutions that happen is most of them are highly nationalist in composition, and people can't think of nationalist as being a left-wing thing because it's always liberation ideology. What do they do after they're liberated? Are they forming a state? Yes, that's nationalism.
Yeah.
The social laws and efforts towards economic equality. Another new constitution was written, which divided
Things
executive
changed too
power
much.
from legislative
I need
power,
to kill
putting the
people now.
executive in the hands of a directory of 5 members and
Oh,
the
change
legislative
my
powers
mind,
into
kill
2
people
chambers.
now.
But ongoing war with Europe and continued
that does
unrest
happen,
within
but,
France
like,
weakened the power of this central government, leading to numerous coups, most notably by a little guy named Napoleon Bonaparte in 1799, who abolished the directory and became the leader of France, ending the French Revolution era.
Exactly what I said. They didn't actually control anything.
Mm-hmm.
Napoleon just came in. He was like, "Wait, I could just take this."
Yeah, pretty much.
And also, like, they created such a catastrophic situation that people saw Napoleon as a fucking solution. It was more like a return to normalcy.
Yes, because it was a return to a monarchy.
I mean, he wasn't necessarily promising a monarchy.
No,
or
but he
anything
made
like
himself
that. It just
emperor.
became that. I mean, eventually he was ousted as well.
Mm-hmm.
France just is unlucky with the men who
And
rule
beginning
them.
the Napoleonic era, during which time Napoleon attempted to bring the
And now they have
revolution
a
to the rest of
groomed
Europe with varying
victim
degrees
as
of
leader.
success. Now, what does all of that have to do with today, with this modern era? Where are the similarities? Let's discuss, shall we? So, in 1780s France, you have great economic instability due to issues with trade, issues with crops and agriculture, and significant cultural unrest because of the growth of the middle class, of manufacturing, and the expansion of capitalism into more people's everyday lives. You also have increased exposure to new Enlightenment ways of thinking, but no one could really afford anything, while the wealthiest people had all the money and power. You also had numerous wars across the globe, leading to significant national debt. That's a lot of similarities. Today, we have 50 years of the neoliberal experiment of fucking around coming to a head, entering its finding out era, with extreme wealth inequality and large numbers of people barely scraping by, while the power, political influence, and money all rises to the top 1%. You have extreme economic turmoil, spurred on not only from 50 years of neoliberalism and monopolization, but also the COVID pandemic and a 30% cost of living increase in the last few years that incomes never caught up with. Couple that with the revolutionary advancement in AI in an extremely short period of time, leading to a panic of people thinking that it's going to take their jobs, or even worse, completely decimate the planet, either through the coming artificial general intelligence or, more likely, through the environmental destruction that AI will cause. Add on to that the creation of social media, especially TikTok, and the short-form content model, which means more people are exposed to more information more easily, leading to the creation of factions, but also the greater dissemination of more and more radical information, but also the greater dissemination of different political modes, different ways of thinking, different ways of forming a government. At the same time, there is a dramatic breakdown of trust in institutions. We no longer believe that the Supreme Court can make logical and unbiased decisions. Media has conglomerated to the point that it's exclusively owned by evil, maniacal Lex Luthor types. The DOJ is exclusively going after enemies of the president while letting actual literal insurrectionists go free. Congress has completely abdicated all of its power in the name of allowing the executive branch to walk all over it, and the executive branch is dominated by unelected fringe lunatics who don't represent the will of anyone. That being said, there are many important ways in which 1780s France is very different from 2026 United States, obviously. The key areas where I think this is true is in our form of government and our economy. While yes, I think more and more people are being exposed to the ideas of communism, Marxism, socialism, especially democratic socialism, none of these ideas are as revolutionary as the Enlightenment was in Europe at that time, because they've been around for a while. We've known about them for a while. Democratic socialism is an accepted style of government in numerous countries in Europe. The French Revolution was inspired in part by the revolution in the United States, and both created or attempted to create constitutional democracies or republics that had never existed before. They were completely new experiments.
Calm down.
Inspired by this revolutionary
Just
new
consolidate
thought
what
brought
you
about
have.
in the Enlightenment
I was
thinking. I don't
literally
think we have something
taking it
that new or
when we
different or
killed
radical
Mansa
that
Musa.
I'm seeing being proposed by the people who want to see change happen in this country. Socialism, communism, everyone disappearing into the woods to live in communes off the land in harmony with one another. It's all been attempted before in some form or another. None of this is a new invention of the 21st century. Odds are that even if there was some sort of revolution in the United States, that the fundamental form of government wouldn't change as drastically as France did from a monarchy to a republic, and so quickly. Let's talk economic system. We are absolutely going through economic shocks right now. People are uncomfortable. The way we do work has dramatically and completely changed over the last 50 or so years. For example, as a lawyer, I literally wouldn't know how to practice law in the 1970s. The internet, COVID, and remote work, and now AI has fundamentally changed the nature of people's jobs, some more than others, in ways we're only really beginning to understand, but in ways that have laid economic inequality completely bare, whether you're getting laid off because of AI, or you were forced to work through a pandemic as an essential worker while making minimum wage. We are feeling these changes in really dramatic ways. I'm not sure, however, that these changes are as dramatic as the changes that occurred between the feudal system and the system of capitalism in France in the 1700s. We are still existing in capitalism the same way we were 100 years ago. We're just engaging with it differently. We have settled into our roles as consumers above all else in a way that just wasn't the case in the feudal system. To go from a strict three-tiered caste system to one where there was upward mobility, trade, manufacturing, that fracturing of the societal and economic system was a fundamental shift that I don't think we've seen here in the United States. The shocks here, compared to the shocks leading up to the revolution, they just don't compare. But I do still think there are things we can learn from the French Revolution that can inform how we move forward today. Specifically, my central takeaway from this little comparative exercise is that even the most enlightened, forward-thinking, progressive movements can all go to shit. That's not to say important things didn't come from the French Revolution. It established new norms and new ideas that, even if they didn't come to fruition at the time, like universal compulsory education, for example, they planted a seed that later became a reality. And the nature of these types of big, bold political ideas is that you have to be willing to try and fail and tweak and work on.
You have to not kill people when shit works out. It's that simple. Just don't kill people. Like, look at how America's been sustaining itself, you know, with just the right amount of kills every year. Don't kill too many citizens, then they'll get mad. Right? How many citizens would Americans have to kill before real shit happened?
Oh, that's a good question.
You know, it would have to be certain individuals in quick succession. Like targeted political attacks on people they've labeled as Antifa terrorist.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will work out.
Them with the North Star of greater freedom and equality for more people grounding that work. But even if you have the best intentions and the most enlightened ideas, the cult of personality, the fervor of revolution, the drama and fear of instability can lead to, let's just say, heavy-handedness. It can lead to violence that is often unnecessary. Revolution, as you can see displayed in many revolutions across time, may start with lofty ideals and theories, but can end in tyranny when the inevitable backlash happens when you try to change too much too quickly. The instability that comes from a too much too fast approach can lead to the death of a nation. Many great things came from the French Revolution. It is also a cautionary tale. And when we think about our current moment,
bad.
I, as someone who runs
has come from fucking France.
That's not true at all.
And by extension, Europe.
A lot of great things did come from the French Revolution. The spread of Enlightenism, like liberalism and basic human rights, all stem from it. But the time period is also what a lot of really fucking bad shit stemmed from. The entire political atmosphere of Europe at the time gave us the greatest atrocities we've ever seen, but also the greatest freedoms we've ever known.
That's true.
It's more than France.
circles on the internet and in my own comment section, I often see people calling for revolution, for armed revolution, for a push for dramatic changes as quickly as possible. I see a sense of impatience, which is totally understandable. I feel it too. And most things feel too little too late. Most things feel like, well, if they wanted to, they would. But even if they wanted to enact some progressive change that seems like it would make everyone's lives better, the reality of politics, of running a country, especially one as big as the United States, that's another difference to France, which was largely racially and religiously homogenous in the 1700s and contained within a much smaller landmass than the US, the reality is that there is always a backlash. There is always a ripple effect of largely unintended consequences for every decision in governing. And something that seems obvious or straightforward often is not. It makes me think of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's stance that the court's decision in Roe v. Wade created a change that was too much too fast, and it would have been better to push abortion rights through the legislature where it would require a greater will of the majority. And we did see 50 years of backlash after Roe v. Wade that culminated with Dobbs, but continues today in the fight over mifepristone and the ongoing fights in the states. And that's not to say Roe v. Wade caused all of this, but it's hard to know how abortion rights would look in this country if they had been written into law instead of ordered by the Supreme Court. Who knows if we would have ever even gotten them? It's hard to know. But the point is that too much too fast can backfire. And we saw that in the 10 months of terror during the French Revolution when the supposedly enlightened leaders in favor of equality and freedom guillotined literally 17,000 people because they didn't fall in line. Okay, so is the United States headed for its own form of the French Revolution? I don't think so. The shocks to the system today are bad, but not like the shocks to the French system in the 1700s. And as a pacifist, personally, I'm okay with that. Though, as my video from earlier this week discussed, that doesn't mean we won't see continued political violence. The people are mad, and they need an outlet for that anger. But I'm not sure that it's going to rise to the level of a full-blown, bloody revolution. Tune in later this week for a discussion on the Gilded Age, a period in the United States that might fit more closely with our current experience, and which can teach us what might come of the current upheaval. If you watch all these videos and somehow aren't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It's a great free way to help support this channel. To support my work further, please consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon.
She's reading like the medication where they ask you to tell your doctor if the medication fucking kills you.
The blonde girl's so funny while they were singing. She said, oh my God, it was so funny, so funny. Huh? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, man. Why don't I have any gay guests on my show? Wait, I'm sorry, why don't I have any gay guests on my show? Well, there are a lot of gay guests who really don't like to talk about their sexual preference, so we don't know whether they're gay or not. You know? Now, this ain't Merv. You didn't think I'd run from this, did you? This ain't Johnny. I ain't gonna run from it. I'm gonna deal with it.
Who's this guy?
Arsenio Hall.
Okay.
Who would you like me to have on my show that's gay that maybe I haven't had? Who? I don't know Gus Van Sant, but I know Elton John. He's been here and he's rocked the house. Okay? Okay? What? When Harvey has something I'm interested in, I'll bring him on the show. But this is my show, okay? This is my show. This is my show. You understand? This is my show. This is my show, man. You think I haven't had somebody on the show because they're gay? What's wrong with you, man? I'm black. I'm black, man. I'm black, man. I'm the biggest minority you know about. I don't want to hear that gay trash, man. I got gay friends I've had on the show. Because you don't know them, or it ain't who you want on the show, you got a problem with it. If you want to
go hard,
get yourself a show. Now sit down, so I can do the show. You've had your say and I've had mine.
That's great.
wait. I apologize to you sitting out there and you sitting here. It's rude and it's out of order. The one thing I would not do is discriminate against a guest because of their sexual preference. To be honest with you, there are a lot of gay guests on this show, but it ain't none of your damn business that they're gay.
Why is this not the normalized opinion?
Well, I think the whole point of like what they're doing is they wanted people who physically were more visibly gay, more gay representation and stuff. You know, and it's just like sometimes when you do these protests for civil rights, you don't pick the best targets.
No. No, definitely.
You know, sometimes you pick great targets, like a painting. That sure got people's attention.
That's real stupid. It's real stupid. Why don't you go over to the Johnny Carson show and ask him that question? It's a stupid, stupid question. Hey, the point is, this ain't the Morton Downey show. You, hey.
Bro is arguing with him.
I don't do anti-gay jokes. I do characters. Just like I do McDonald's waiters, just like I do jokes about politicians, Dan Quayle, or anybody else. I'm a comedian. Why is it that you can do a joke about anything and anybody, but when you do a gay joke, I gotta have idiots in here protesting over it? You don't see Dan Quayle here. You don't see Milli Vanilli here. What's your problem? What's your problem? Why is it that I can't do a gay character? It's a joke, man. Loosen up and enjoy it. Chill. What's your problem?
I don't know, it kind of feels like Dave Chappelle at this point to me.
It does a little bit. There is a little bit of that.
I'm a minority, man. I do black jokes, I do gay jokes, I do every kind
But at
of
the
joke
same
you can
time,
imagine.
this period was very much like a joke is a joke is a joke. So I see why he would have this reaction. I'm assuming this is like, what, 80s?
Mm-mm.
90s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Arsenio Hall is, like, kind of still around. You know, he'd be someone that you would see at the ball drop and stuff like that.
I apologize for myself, and I apologize for them. Let's move on. You want to take a commercial and come back? Okay, we'll take a commercial, and we'll come back right back with Paul Hogan and more Poison, and I hope there's somebody out there watching.
And some gay. Gotta have a gay. It's like, also, how do you know that the next guest isn't gonna be gay? Like,
You know what would be great if he was like, you know what? I'm gay. Come here. They started kissing.
Man, I'm gonna buy this, aren't I? I'm a big Star Fox fan. I liked it more than Zelda as a kid. I even wrote fan fiction about it. No, I will not link to it. But it's hard to be a fan of this series. It's been 10 years since the last entry, which was not received well and did not sell well.
Please pause for me,
so
YouTube.
now we have the series rebooting
YouTube,
itself,
please
and
pause.
for what it's worth, I think
YouTube.
Nintendo is being exceptionally smart
Computer,
about it.
pause video.
Oh, man, I'm gonna buy.
Question. What kind of fan fiction did you write about these little furry characters, sir?
I'm a big Star Fox
Stop it, YouTube! I didn't say play! God damn it, YouTube! Computer! Get this program in order. What kind of fan fiction did you write?
Man, I'm gonna buy this, aren't I? I'm a big Star Fox fan. I liked it more than Zelda as a kid.
How's it
I even
feel to
wrote
only
fan
have one
fiction
good
about
game?
it. No, I will not link to it. But it's hard to be a fan of this series. It's been 10 years since the last entry, which was not received well and did not sell well. So now we have the series rebooting itself, and for what it's worth, I think Nintendo is being exceptionally smart about it. It's a lower price point than most of their recent releases. They reintroduced the character to a younger audience with the Mario Galaxy movie, and they decided to announce the new game via
turns. I've cut out like a whole 3 moves by putting a canal to my arsenal. That's great. I'm so disappointed that the Panama Canal's gone. It would have cut out even more. Oh well.
Hey, you want to be stroke buddies?
a shadow dropped direct. They're doing everything right to get this series back on its feet. It's also a remake of 64, which, I mean, makes sense because, in my opinion, that game is basically perfect design-wise. It holds up, and it'll be just as fun today as it was back in the 90s. But here's the thing. This is the fifth.
Here's the thing. You can just play that one from the 90s for free at any time because Nintendo 64 games have been decompiled and like ported fully to PC now. And the Star Fox PC port is incredible and free.
Can attest. Quite good.
Fifth incarnation of the same story. Star Fox 64 was a reimagining of the original SNES title. 64 received a 3DS remake in 2011, and then Star Fox Zero in 2016 essentially retold the same story, rebooting the series, and it used 64 for a lot of its inspiration for the levels and missions. I can't say I'm excited to retread that ground yet again. The new game looks technically sound, and I'm sure it'll play great, but for a longtime series veteran, there isn't much to get excited about, except for maybe the new multiplayer modes. The focus this go-around seems to be about making the game more cinematic looking. From all the added cutscenes to the more hyper-realist art style of the characters, I'm torn on that too. I've talked to a few people since the announcement, and it feels like there's a 50-50 split on those who like the new, weird, animalistic look, and those who think it's a huge demo.
They're all fine except Fox, really. Like, Slippy looks dumb as fuck, but it's Slippy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I am fucking set up so good right now. Just win after win after win after win for me today. Oh, that Carl Sagan coming in clutch. Guess I should start building this stuff, huh? What else I got? What else is really good? This one. Okay, that's where we will build it. And then Inkabaka. Where's Inkabaka? Inkabaka. Inkabaka. Where is that city? Inkabaka. Okay. We'll do it like this. Okay, no. Bring that back to me. This one. This one. Okay. So these main ones, basically. I knew that.
Downgrade to the more expressive style we've seen in the series prior. It really was bold of Nintendo to show that Mario Galaxy movie anime sequence in full right before showing, well, this.
Anime would go harder and look better. A cel-shaded type of thing would look so much better.
I can say that.
Like, you clearly want to do the vibrant colors and stuff anyway.
Just go for it.
Yeah, and I don't really think of Star Fox as like a vibrant, colorful game.
Mm-hmm. How many trays I got now? I need 10.
Sometimes things can't happen fast enough.
1, 2, 3.
find myself in the same position I was when Nintendo announced Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door was getting a remake. Excited that more people get to try it, but not finding much to look forward to myself since I already played that game literally a dozen times. But this is kind of what we need in order to get more entries in the series. It's not what us fans truly want, but from a business perspective, it's pretty necessary.
This is such a cucked answer, bro. This is such a cucked answer. It's gonna appeal to the people who would buy it anyway, is what he's saying.
Pretty much.
We need to, as Star Fox fans, we need to accept and take one for the team and get a bad series, because then, if it makes money, they'll definitely give us the game we want after. Yeah, bro. That's sound logic. If the company profits off making something that you don't want, they're gonna make something you do want. Yes. Genius level fucking play. I can't believe it. I'm so outsmarted.
Hell yeah. I just got an Admiral, and I got rid of him immediately, and I got jet bombers. Because it completed...
The reason why Zero was dog shit was because they forced the Wii motion pad controls onto it, and it was super fucking short. Okay? So, like, XCOM did an offshoot game that, like, nobody really loved or anything, but they did it in the XCOM 2 engine. It's nothing really like XCOM.
Okay.
It has elements of XCOM, but they did a game to see if they could kind of like change up the style of how XCOM works to make something a little more generic and less like in depth. Because XCOM has so much depth. Like you have the characters that you build up, you know, and it matters if they die and stuff. But I mean, you've seen what XCOM 2 looks like. So this is their offshoot, right? So it takes place after you've won the war, and basically it says you take down the mind control alien right at the end of the second game, and basically all the aliens who they were controlling to wage the war were also under their mind control, and they're like already here. So it's about integrating the aliens into our society, and how there's like terrorist cells that still exist that like worship the overlords. So there's no character customization. It is a pre-built story type of game where the character interactions are like pre-built in, and you have a specific team instead of like getting new recruits and stuff like that and managing them.
Hello, this is Photography Gamer. Welcome back to the channel. Today I'm reviewing XCOM Chimera Squad on the PC. XCOM Chimera Squad is a turn-based game developed by Firaxis Games. The game takes place after the events of XCOM 2, War of the Chosen. You play as a mixed squad of human and alien special forces soldiers who have to maintain peace in City 31. Okay,
yeah, that's another thing is you're just in one city. It's not, you know, freeing the world or anything. It's just maintaining basic security in one city. It's not grandiose, you know, it's very withdrawn, which is a very interesting way to do it.
The game like to play? Well, like previous XCOM games, Chimera Squad features turn-based combat. Each scenario starts with a breach where you assign your squad to various starting positions. Once you breach, you've got a small window to get off your first attacks. Thereafter, it's your kind of usual XCOM fare.
Yeah, so the whole thing takes place around this breach mechanic. And like after this mechanic comes in, it just becomes XCOM. But like the story and the breaching stuff is very, very original. But they knew that at the core, XCOM was already a great game. So this was stuff that they just added on and shifted around of the already existing engine. Be like, this is fucking awesome, right?
Now, this breach feature, it does get you straight into the action, but I would say it means that you do lose some of the tactical elements of setting up your squad in a more open level, much like in XCOM 2. Your squad can move, shoot, set up an overwatch, use special powers,
but
items...
the thing is that for somebody who is a little more casual, the setup for the good battle is what they don't want to do. They just want the battle.
Yeah.
So the breach mechanic is perfect for that type of audience. And the thing is that they did this with a limited budget to do an offshoot game that they weren't going to do a ton of support for, just a one-off test thing to see how well it would do.
Or team up with an ally. One negative is that you can't move all your troops in one phase. Instead, you've got to move one of your characters, then the enemy gets to move one of theirs as well. It does make it faster and more immediate in terms of gameplay, but it also means that you do lose some of the tactical satisfaction from the escalate. It's not as obtuse as XCOM 2, but you still have to take key decisions, and if you're not on the ball, the city will turn into chaos. Taking on gangs has got 3 different stages.
You see how it's a little more cartoony too? This is what I'm talking about. So like, just, you know, if you're gonna do a weird offshoot game of a core series that you have, like, if XCOM 2, like, if they put the stock in it thinking it was gonna sell, or XCOM Command Squad, if they put stock in it thinking it was gonna sell like previous XCOM titles, and then like had a whole internal panic when it was like shit because true XCOM fans didn't actually like the way the game was like built because it wasn't XCOM.
Sure, okay.
Would the solution then be remake Enemy Unknown, which I'm sure already has had a remaster?
Sure, why not?
A game from... a game from 2012. So a little, you know, after the Nintendo 64 cycle, but... Let me see if there's a remaster for it. People are saying it would be cool to get a... remaster, but I'm not sure. Maybe there was one? I can't tell. The point is, you needed to do something different. Not a gimmick with a shitty controller. Like, if you're gonna do the Lilat War again, take what was a success of the last game, where it's more like story elemented, right? And do like, you know how that they did the Sonic game where like all the best levels were in it? Just do that. Like, just do that. I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro. Like, just expand it. And then, like, also, after the Lilat Wars are ended, erase Star Fox Adventures from the canon by doing, like, 2 stories. Like, because, like, Star Fox is, like, a 4-hour game, right? You should be able to kill Andros in, like, 4 hours, and then it would be fucking really cool. It's like Assassin's Creed 3. You don't even play as the, like, Native American guy for half the game.
Really?
Yeah, you play as the guy who's the final boss.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and you're his father too. So like it's interesting. It sets up the background, but the game doesn't start until you're halfway through, so it's kind of tedious, you know? You know, and then it would be cool if like the path you didn't take is like what changes, you know? Like if you didn't go through certain like certain planets, like the one with the pyramid with the ship that gets like that base would be destroyed if Star Fox didn't show up. So destroy that base, you know?
Yeah.
And have a little bit of choice mechanics that alter the story just slightly, but ultimately not enough for anything to really happen.
Not a bad idea. Some uranium here. Maybe I'll chuck a city up here. Come down on Germany.
Because, like, there's 2 different boss fights for the final boss, depending on what path you took. Like a true boss and a fake boss.
Okay.
So, like, just make 2 bosses. Like, just make it so it doesn't matter. You fight Robo Andross always as, like, the midpoint boss. And it's, like, you market the game like it's gonna be kind of more of a remake with a little bit new stuff added in.
Yeah.
And, like, no matter what path you take, you still fight Robo Andross. It just might be a harder Robo Andross or something. And then you find out Andross is, like, somewhere else, and you have to, like, fight through a completely, like, unknown sector and, like, system that has, like, no support for you, and it's just you and Great Fox and a battle against all odds with Slippy barely keeping things together. Like, there's so much you could do with the drama, but instead you're just like, let's make the same game a 5th time.
It's the easy option.
Necessary to get a new audience interested.
It's the stupid option.
Which side of the fence do you fall on? Let me know. I'll level with you next time.
Fuck you. Don't talk to me. What do I... Okay, here, take this. I don't need to... I'm done for today. Don't fucking tell me to fix policies real quick. Here we go. That's the one we're going with. Carl. It's that easy, folks.
Done?
Yeah, and I got, so 4 turns from now. Carl Sagan's there for the follow-up.
Yeah.
For the Exoplanet Expedition. And then it will just be a matter of getting the starports built to reduce the turn timer.
Easy peasy.
I should have built them sooner. But I didn't expect to fucking get all the space race great people right there. Right when I needed to catch up and take the lead. But Germany had just launched theirs. Vietnam launched theirs. And then within 4 turns... With 4 turns, I just got Mars Colony.
I've been disrupting rocketry.
Well, Vietnam's science isn't high enough, I don't think, to get to where I am.
I've been in Germany.
I think we're locked in. It's just helping them stay behind.
Yeah, I've just
because I catapulted ahead because of those great people, and I still have Carl, and he got. So. I just need to build the spaceports, which can be the hardest part because they take forever.
They do, and you can't really reduce them either.
Well, you know what I was doing? I was pulling all my traders and putting them in the spaceport city. And then switching them to production because that's what I do to go to end game. Yeah. So I boosted the production up. It was about 80. It's at 151 now.
Yeah. I have 1,700 total production.
I can build Christ the Redeemer in 16 turns.
Not bad. What's my highest
Stock
production
exchange in 4 turns.
Hmm.
That's 16 in Old City,
London. I build my... I mean, let's just use artillery. Artillery armies in 7 turns.
I don't know if I can produce
Manhattan
armies.
Project in 11.
I don't have Manhattan Project. I do artillery in 5, just basic artillery.
I think mine's 3. I can make the Christ the Redeemer in 20. Statue of Liberty in 15.
Oh, there you go. So, because you probably have military camps that boost production for combat units. Anyway.
Maybe?
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.
In the rear with the gear.